Low Jack B.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to day number 2 of Bobby Plays Crossover Clash. Yesterday, we saw Battle Royale players go head-to-head with multiplayer players in mixed teams to decide which 6 teams of the 8 were making it to day 2 of competition in Battle Royale. Today is all about the multiplayer portion of the tournament as we see those teams go head-to-head once more in a single elimination bracket. My name is Infinity, I am hosting today's tournament, and of course we need some wonderful gents to cast it. So for that, we've got Bobby himself alongside Verdict. Bobby first, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. It was nice to get the event started with some Battle Royale, you know, switch things up. But obviously, here on the Bobby Plays channel, we love competitive multiplayer Call of Duty Mobile, and that's what we're getting today. Tried to mix up the map setups to keep things interesting and trying to keep the metas fresh as well. And we just had an update like 2 hours ago, so anything can happen right now.
Yeah, I have no idea what that update's for. I hope it's not anything drastic, anything massive changing. Who knows at this point. Verdict, it's always nice to hear your voice, mate.
Oh, man, it's always great to hear your British voice, too, man. It's like one of the luxuries of being able to work with you. I know that you were saying the advantage of being in, you know, the UK is you don't ever have an early call time. Good for you. It's pretty early here for me. It's about 8:05, but we're rocking, man. We've been up for a few hours. We got some good breakfast in us. We got some coffee in us. I'm ready to get some multiplayer in. Yesterday was a blast. We were talking just before the broadcast start. How much fun we had. It was super quick, but all that action was crazy. I'm expecting none the less anything better today.
Yeah, I mean, there's just always a kind of a thrill, right, with the Battle Royale portion as you kind of move throughout the day, trying to figure out, all right, who's making it into day number 2, who's going to fall out of the entire process, who's having good games, who's having bad games. And yesterday, I think, was really interesting. We did have some interesting results yesterday, right? Team Ganyth came out on top yesterday, Bobby, of everything. I don't think that was much of a surprise, though, given the composition of that team.
No, I don't think so. I think they were built really well for the Battle Royale, and we kind of expected that going into it. They had 2 at least semi-professional Battle Royale players, and it really showed in the results. I think the big question is, how are those players going to be able to match up in a multiplayer setting? I think especially you look at teams like Team Abhiz that have pretty much all pro players. That's going to be a major threat to the rest of the competition. And because we only have 1 day to determine a champion, it is single elimination, which puts that much more pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. So no second chances today. Yesterday, if you were a middle of the pack team, yes, you wanted to get to the top 2 spots to get those buys into round 2 of said single elimination bracket, but you could kind of cruise as long as you weren't in the bottom 2. Today, no mistakes, no second chances. You lose, you're out. You're done. Let's start by talking about the prize pool then before we get into any of the action, show you guys what the bracket looks like today. Again, $10,000 on the line. 2 teams have already taken home $500 apiece. Verdict. What about the rest of the competition?
The rest of the competition is going to be looking at that lion's share. Everyone's going to be gunning for first place, obviously. $4,000 going to be handed to your team. Second place, a very admirable $2,500. Very huge chunk of change still. Third place, the game changer, 500 plus off of that 4th through 8th spot, getting $1,000. So if you're in the top 2 seeds as of right now, you're guaranteed a 4th place finish, but that don't mean anything. You still got to earn that extra $500.
Yeah, you've still got a long way to go before you get any larger of a share of the prize pool than the $500 you get for participating in the tournament. So we've still got a long way to go moving through bracket. Talking about said bracket, I don't know if we can actually bring up the bracket graphic, Bobby, at all. We could start talking teams, everybody, excuse me, through what we're expecting today in terms of all of our matchup. You already mentioned a few of those teams that we do have. We're going to kick off today with Team Abhiz versus Team Space. These guys, they've got to get through 1 round of play before they get to play Team Ganyth.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup to open things up, to be honest, as well. Obviously, Team Space does have one BR specialist that I know he was actually playing with a bit on stream yesterday to try to get him acclimated. I think they played some scrims, some rank together. I believe Sweet Dreams is the BR player on their team. And he seemed like he was handling himself with relative ease. Now, obviously, doing that in a competitive setting is very, very different, but I think they can definitely give them a run for their money, but no question Team Abhiz is one of the teams to beat, especially as far as the composition of the squad heading into this.
Yeah, we were talking a lot, I think, before we got into this about, all right, who do we think is going to win the entire competition? I don't want to give away who we exactly think. We don't want to play favorites here, who we think is going to win, but I think it would be smart to say that Team Abhiz, they have a very good competition roster. You've got the godlike players there, right? Playing on the same team, and that is always a recipe for success. So that's going to be a difficult match for Team Space, for sure. On the other side of the bracket, though, Verdict, you've got Team Aerith versus Team Aquasimp, who did manage to slide in at the very last second with, I believe it was 54 points was the total compared to Team CoScript's 53 in the Battle Royale portion of the tournament. That's going to be a really fun match to see. Aerith, of course, who drafted Giant Wrath for her team. That's going to be a tough competition there for Team Aquasimp.
Oh, no, absolutely. The fact that they qualified, just, I mean, kudos and shout outs to them, but now the real work has to start because you have to do something that is, I mean, went from Mission Impossible to just, I mean, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but Aerith is absolutely stacked with talent. You mentioned Jai, you mentioned Raph. I know our admins are loving that because that's, what is that, Team Canada right there with Raph and Aerith, but you also got Skirt and Saris. That's 5 pro players in the multiplayer scene alone. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, they had a hard enough time qualifying yesterday. What are they going to be able to do in multiplayer today?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. That's going to be a really fun match. And then, of course, the winner of that match goes on to play Team Cisco in the next round of play. So it's all to play for. And again, this is a single elimination bracket. We have best of 3s leading all the way up to a best of 5 finals. But Bobby, there's a couple of interesting kind of changes we've made here today. Notably, we're not doing weapon rolls today. So there's not going to be, 3 SMGs, 3 ARs. The only restriction we have, I believe, is that there's only 2 SO14s per team, right?
Yeah, that's the only restriction as far as the weapons that are allowed. We do have a pretty long list of things that are restricted in multiplayer. These are all based off the competitive rule set. So for anybody that wants to see the full list of things that are restricted, you can see it right here. Like some of our past events, we have also restricted at least 1 meta weapon from each category. So the USS, the Odin, the Type 63, the Tundra, and the HS-0405. Main reason that I didn't restrict the SO14, I think it's pretty consensus the #1 weapon in the game right now, but we haven't actually gotten to see it in competitive play yet, and so I wanted to see how it really stacks up in this type of environment But like you said, in order to make sure that it wasn't too broken and we don't have 10-man SO14s across the map, it is restricted to 2 weapons per team.
And I like that. I like that quite a lot. I also love the fact that when we do have these tournaments, we do have like an effort to shake up the meta a little bit, because obviously it gets a little tiresome after a very long period of time of everyone using the Type or the Odin or the USS-9 or I think more specifically the Tundra and the HSO. Those things have been horrendous to watch at times. So yeah, it's always nice to see things shaken up a little bit, and that's what we're going to be working with today. So I'm pretty sure that's everything that we need to run you guys through to kick off the day before we get into our first match. So let's start talking a little bit about that first match we've got coming up. Again, I mentioned it already. Team of Bees, excuse me, versus Team Space. We've talked a lot about Team of Bees. I think we all think they're probably the team to beat here in the last remaining 6. Verdict, talk us a little bit about why. I mean, a Bees, Skull Guy, Warden on the same team feels a little bit unfair, right?
I mean, and I kind of started shifting my focus towards that squad very early on in the draft when Marshy was picked up. I was like, yeah, this guy's about to run tables. Anytime we get a Bees in the mix and he's a captain, he's always going to be gunning for the best players available. And certainly picked up Warden off the rip, Marshy for that second pick. Suiwa, I believe, was a substitute for a player that he couldn't
I believe for
play.
Sawo.
Sawo, I believe, yeah.
For Sawo, there we go. That makes sense. I mean, just look at that stacked roster from beginning to end. There was no misses in this. So then you got Abhiz, who's cracked as hell as well too. So it's just going to be a difficult task. You look at Team Space. I know we were taking a look at the graphic earlier. Sure, you got PJ, but you also got Vake, who's on the back ends of, not competing anymore, as well as Learn, who's taken a step back in the competitive scene.
Yeah.
Sweet Dreams tossed into the mix too. This is a single elimination tournament. They don't have any room for mistakes.
Yeah, and that's what one of my kind of initial thoughts was, because I know when we were actually doing the draft, Bobby, and we saw Space, he like picked Vague, I think is his second pick, and we were almost surprised. No disrespect to Vague whatsoever, because he's a phenomenal player, and obviously,
Sorry.
Listen, someone has to play the nice guy here, okay? Someone has to do that.
That's fair.
Vague on a second pick in that draft, in such a kind of a stacked draft, was a bit of a surprise for us. And I think the final result for Team Space is a team that, for the most part, is filled with either coaches or content creators or retired players, obviously, with the exception of PJ. So I do think they're going to go up against it, really, against this kind of Team of B squad.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. I think, like you mentioned, the fact that Learn has not really been actively playing on a competitive roster is going to be one thing. But just more than anything, how stacked Abiz's team is. And that was the big thing, I think, coming into the event. With Abiz's team, if he was going to be able to draft a team that could get him into day 2, I think he was going to have the best chance of winning on that day, primarily because, like, of all the captains, he's pretty far and away the best player in the event. So having that edge, especially when drafting a team, I think is going to help a lot in any scenario. The fact that he's got Suiwa as a substitute, like, he's arguably the best player in LATAM. So the fact that that's your random addition after Sawo had to drop out, I think makes it that much more difficult to counter.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, right? It's just like, generally speaking, when you have like a replacement player or something, it's like, all right, cool, that replacement player is going to be markedly worse. You're gonna be feeling the loss. And I would have said, if you would have told me who the replacement player was, I would have been like, okay, cool. You've lost Sawo. This is now going to be a lot more balanced. All right, who are they going to get? And it's like, oh, it's Suiwa. Okay, no, never mind. We're all things are still going to be relatively unbalanced here. So Team of Bees, they are definitely going to be a difficult team to beat for sure. I'm not too sure how far away from game number 1 we are here, folks. But a reminder that, again, these are all best of 3 matches here up until that grand finals. And we can kick things off, of course, as we always do, on Hardpoint. Do we know what map it's going to be yet? I know that we had all those
Combine to get things started.
Ooh, all right, boys, you're going to enjoy that one. Combine is always a complete mess. I'm wondering what we're expecting for weapons, right? Because I don't know if they're going to change per map, but obviously with the lack of weapon restrictions, are we going to see multiple SMGs, for example? Are we going to be, see teams kind of gravitate towards, all right, cool, we can now pull out more than 2 shotguns? Like, Bobby, what do we expect in terms of meta shifts here with, the fact that we don't have weapon rolls?
I think for Combine especially, we'll probably have a decent amount of VMP. There's a lot of close range combat that's happening there, and the VMP was used in competitive anyway. The XM4 actually did just receive a slight nerf, so there's a possibility we don't see as much of that. Obviously, we do expect to see the SO14. I would be surprised if we didn't have at least 2 of those on each team. And then outside of that, probably potential for some KRMs to get thrown into the mix, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't see anybody in this list of players that I would really consider a shotgun specialist, so possible that we don't see those at all, at least in the first matchup of the day.
Yeah, I think the closest is probably Warden, right? I mean, he's ran the shotgun and at times, but then that's really going to be about it. I don't think he was the main by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really excited to see. You know what I'm really excited for is the SO14 as someone that's kind of somewhat separated at times from the COD meta. I'm excited to see what this thing is going to do over here in multiplayer. But I'm told that we're not that far away from game number 1. We're about ready to get into Combine Hardpoint here between Team Abhiz and Team Space. So I'm not going to waste any more time, folks. Let these wonderful gentlemen cast that game.
All right. Well, we're just waiting for Sweewa to get the map downloaded once again. I don't think we were expecting for the for the update to drop an hour before the event started, so we are just trying to get everything squared away. We are going to be on the tablet at least to get things started right here, as we had a lot of resources to download over on over on the emulator, but we might look to make the switch. It was not very cooperative yesterday either, so I would not be surprised if we were on the tablet all day, and I think you guys will be perfectly fine with that. Bye, Nelly. Have fun. Love you. Yeah.
Such a breath of fresh air, man. Yeah. Anytime we got to update, it's usually a good idea to, get a few games in before we start that emulator going. And obviously, we don't want anything slowing us down. Tablet is the old reliable. We'll get geared up for the best 3 to come. Actually, I do have the map rotations and everything. We are going to start off, as we mentioned already, on Combine, Hardpoint, followed up by Search and Destroy on Tunisia. And if it gets to a Game 3, we will see a very, very cold Summit Control. I'm not sure we'll get there. I'll give Space and team and, the benefit of doubt, and maybe they can make it, drag out a little bit longer. But the elephant in the room needs to be addressed. Team B is pretty dang stacked.
Yep. It's definitely looking like a pretty solid path for them on their way to the finals. Is once again, Team Ganyth looking amazing yesterday, but that being in the Battle Royale portion, and the fact that they have 2 Battle Royale players, I think is going to be a pretty substantial hurdle in the competition. Once again, waiting for Sweewa to download the map. Hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. I don't feel like Combine is that big of a map, but want to get everything squared away before we do that. Thank you guys for your patience. Should be hopping into this soon, and keep in mind all the rest of the actions happening today. Single elimination all the way through, so the mistakes have to be as small as possible for these guys if they want a shot at that $4,000 grand prize.
Absolutely. We'll get tuned up here momentarily. Very fast pace, a great way to start our day off with a Hardpoint Combine. Obviously, we just talked about how we don't think that map's that, it's definitely not that big, but download, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a situation on the back end. Everyone's readied up. Everyone's ready to go. If you're looking at it from this perspective, you get 2 SOs per team. Who are we expecting to be using? I know Space is probably going to be rocking it, but who else on that squad, as well as the flip side of things, Bobby?
I would say probably Vague. I know he still plays a good bit of rank, so as far as the players that they have in the rotation that would have a decent amount of reps on it, I would guess probably Space and Vague. And then on the flip side, if I had to guess, probably Abhiz. And honestly, outside that, I'm not really sure. Maybe Skull Guy. It's a lot of SMG firepower, I would say, on that Team Abhiz roster, but it does look like we finally got everybody in and good to go right here. And actually seeing some switchblades coming out. I don't know if those are going to stay, but I'd like to see it. Take a look at Space's POV, and everybody is leaving the lobby. Hooray.
No ping, no party. I hadn't used that one in a while. Jesus Christ. That's a old school banger. If you know, you know. All right, we'll double back to the lobby, make sure everyone's readied up and locked and loaded. Obviously, we want an even matchup. You mentioned it earlier. It's a best of 3. Literally no room for mistakes. Everybody has to be 10 toes in, ready to rock and roll. Can't afford anything off the rip. If your team space, you can't give them an inch. You got to take everything off the rip. If you're a team of Bees, you should go out there and play some, good old Call of Duty mobile hardpoint. Race to 250. You already know how easy that is, right?
Yep. And apparently Space had quick fix on, and that was the reason that we left. So I guess it's better that we get that situated ahead of time than having to deal with it afterwards. Like I said earlier, we do also have a different map mode setup. So obviously we'll have some familiar maps here, but also some changes as well. We've got Combine on Hardpoint, no surprise. Same for Tunisia, S&D. Control Summit is map number 3 of the series, so we will get to see something we haven't seen in a while if we go there. And lots more throwbacks and different map mode combos that I'm looking forward to. I specifically downloaded the SO14, and I'm still not seeing the weapon model right here, so I'm a little bit tilted, but hopefully we can at least see the gun itself from Space's POV. Okay, and it actually is showing up fine, so it's just going to be the icon that's showing up a little bit weird. We got a Bees rocking the weapon as well, and we do get a nice chaotic P1. No surprise there. Obviously, priority for Team Space is going to be trying to flip those spawns out, learn, getting out with the XM4 early.
There we go. Very mixy P1. Obviously, your goal here, if you're either team, is get as much points off of it, as well as getting that saddle up for Nuke. That P2 objective, very hard to break if you're trying to get it from the front side. Backside is where you want to be. Big gunfights on the middle of the map. There is Bees now trying to get something going here with that SO. Machine pistol out at the ready is going to get caught in a little bit of crossfire, and off the rip, it's a little back and forth, but 19-5 goes the lead. The last 15 seconds might be up for grabs here for boys in blue. Team of Bees and crew handling business so far.
All right, so Swiwa on 8 kills, not bad for a last-second substitution. Absolutely beaming and locking down the hard point. He's working on an EMP right here. Vague from the top side, going to be able to find one as expected. He's rocking that SO14 as well. But man, oh man, what a dominant opening for Team of Bees, and I don't think anybody's too terribly surprised, especially with Swiwa beaming the way that he is. Warden's going to be able to push out those front side spawns. Absolutely obliterating right there. I don't think intentionally, but they do end up flipping right there. In Space now with an opportunity to push on through, but Skull Guy's going to be there to shut him down.
Okay, PJ there for the trade. That's big. Break comes through. Very much a lot of time to be playing. Warden on the front side takes down Sweet Dreams, and PJ's going to get a little bump out. That's great. P2 locked and loaded. Last 30 seconds on the hill should be theirs. A couple of contests going to come through. Warden, or Swiwa rather, going to go ahead and pop his op. Is burnt almost immediately, and we got 3 already pumped. They're looking to get another break with the last 8 seconds. I mean, that's not necessarily the play. These guys are the pros, though. We'll let them see if they can do it. It's going to get shut down, and for the time being, Team Space going to be able to rack up a ton of points off of that late break.
Yeah, not set up well for New. Already down 30, and Vague actually going to be able to crack through that window on to Swiwa. Warden with a huge 3-piece right there, instantly shutting down any type of forward pressure, but the reinforcements arrive, and it looks like Sweet Dreams with an opportunity to pinch right here. One player on the inside of the outside of the point, that's going to be Warden. He slides on out and looking pretty clean with the gunny right there as they maintain that contest. Looks like Team of Bees will keep the hard point locked down for now. As I say that, Space gets a triple with the grab.
Whoa, my Jesus. What a way to use it. Playing through the front, what a great way. I could imagine in his head that is exactly what he was using that operator for this particular hill instance. Marshy going to be able to pop the claw, is able to find one, but is instantly shut down. Space on the frag. The trades are coming through. 68 v 49. Last 10 seconds up for grabs. You already got some distance over here on the P4 side as well. Things starting to look a little bit more bright here for the boys in yellow. It's Team Space now looking to make it a comeback. 74 to 53 is the cut.
Oh my god, PJ just shredding with the Switchblade. Wasn't really expecting to see this come out, but turns on to Marshy. Another on to Warden, and he is tearing up this squad. We knew he was going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if they were going to have a chance in this one. Finally gets shut down right there, but probably the highest ping of anybody on that squad, and he is torching left and right. Switchblade potentially making its way back into the meta?
PJ says, I'll make my own meta. I don't care what everybody else is using. Sweet dreams. Annie out. Able to find one. The contest coming through, shut down almost instantly. Shot's not going to come through and land there. Learn in the middle of the map, just trying to sneak it on through. Anybody who passes through, he should get some free shots. Oh, never mind, Warden. There to shut him down. I know that creepy spot, buddy. Last 13 seconds up for grab. Leave has been handed over to Team Space. They have earned it on the backs of PJ and crew, slaying out. Go ahead and give some love to Vague, too. 19 on board to the first set of hills. 102 to 74. Team Space in the lead, Bobby?
I know. Was not expecting to see this. One notable thing, Marshy has really struggled so far on this one. Only 7 kills. Actually less than Sweet Dreams so far, so he's going to need to pick it up if they're going to be able to lock in a win right here, but PJ continues to tear it up. Gets ping dipped right there, so he's not going to be able to find anything else off those equals. But Space finds 3 in the feed with the SO14. That has certainly been one of the dominating forces so far in this one. And interestingly enough, only Abhiz using it for Team Abhiz. Curious to see if we have any switches on over to it, as it has certainly played a big role in Vegan Space being as dominant as they have.
Speaking of Vague's dominance, look at this. Feed now racking up. Death Machine out. They are just putting them in the blender. What the hell is going on? What alternative universe did we land in? And what did we do to and deserve to be here at this particular moment? It's a crazy one indeed. The B squad hemorrhaging. 139 to 76. Rolling over into that P2 setup. A good fan of players in yellow. Representing Team Space. Learn with a nasty 3-piece too. He might have taken a step back from competitive, but the gunny is still very much so hot. Is going to be forced to back on down as the hits coming through. War Machine out as well. He's going to be able to pop and find a few. Massive hold here on the back line. Can he capitalize on the majority of these points? Absolutely.
Ready for Marshy right there. Going to be able to earn streaks and actually working on an EMP. A dominant map out of him so far. That XM4 nerf not looking too bad right now. Looking to lock down this front side control. I mean, Team Abhiz, I don't think has gotten more than 10 points since P3 of the last rotation. Learn's going to earn himself an EMP right there. And just across the board dominance, even for Sweet Dreams as a BR main, 12 kills on the map. Not too shabby for him. And 96 seconds in the hard point as well.
Absolutely. Get you with okay.
Oh my gosh!
Woo! Okay. All right, we're cooking. Setup being made here for Team Space as they count their blessings over towards that new objective. P3 lockdown on the backside. And Team Abhiz just getting the business into this one so far. They're going to need to turn something around. Great break there in that last objective. Warden opens up the first, but it's trades on trades. Warden going to get shut down too as well. And PJ just continuing to pounce. Look at him. Just all over the map right now. It's going to get naded out. That's a tough way to go. Nonetheless, you got the backside spawns. Are you going to be able to capitalize on it? As it does look like we do have a little bit of a mixy one, and it might be a flip coming through in favor of Team Abhiz.
Yeah, Warden finds a couple big kills right there. They flip out those spawns. He's looking to push forward. Shuts down Sweet Dreams. Another on to PJ, and now it feels like that momentum's starting to swing. Warden going crazy and continuing to force out those spawns. The beam on the Learn right there. Absolutely torching. He gets the pred out as well. Finds a double kill with that. And going absolutely ham as he takes down PJ as well.
Oh my god, he's on an 8. Oh, chat. Nobody shutting him down. Finally, Sweet Dreams able to slide on through. 178, 137. Only 14 points separating the two. Extension over to P4. Bees putting in work. Finds 2 on the exit. Looking for more. Is going to get outs. PJ in the middle of the map. However, this P4 objective completely locked down. You can't use your ops there as we do see the EMP coming in, and Skull Guy now trying to capitalize, able to take another one before he's gone. Nobody has gotten even remotely close here for Team Space, and all of a sudden this might be a little bit of a panic. Team Abhiz making a hell of a comeback.
huge chunks getting chipped away one at a time. PJ trying to stop the bleeding right here to be able to find one in the mid-map. Shots onto Marshy right there. They do find the break as he slides on through for another onto Swiwa. Huge progress, but Learn's going to get shut down off the War Machine right there. Space will drop as well. Not a whole lot of firepower on the hard point, but Vague's going to be able to push out with the SO-14 and showing why this is far and away the #1 gun in the game right now. 2 taps on 2 taps with the mobility of an SMG. This thing is going absolutely ham, and it looks like Team Space is going to be able to hold on to that lead for the time being.
Team Space, hold the line. If you are Team Abhiz, you need to make a break happen here on this P1 site as well as push up for new. You're down by 40 plus, rolling through. Predator out for Vague, able to find one. That's your objective player. Giving Sweet Dreams a little bit of support now as someone is absolutely on it. It's Marshy. Let's see how elusive he can be. It's nothing. This is Team Space continuing to rock and roll, and this might be the dagger here, Bobby. Won't be able to end it on this P1 site, but you're damn near able to shut it down there very early in this P1 set as PJ is now running rampant through the map. Nobody able to shut him down. Equalizers absolutely shutting him in as well. Space finding 2 in the feed. This one gone from bad to worse.
Looked like they were going to be able to stop the bleeding, but that absolutely massive feed from Warden could only last so long. Still doing everything that he can. He's got 43 on the board. But PJ with 46, Vague with 41, and Learn maybe the most surprising performance of this so far. One of the top fraggers for the lobby. Man has still got the gunny, absolutely no question about it. PJ looking to lock down that front side. They're going to be able to maintain control of the hard point, control of the spawns as well. But one player in the backside in Swiwa right here could potentially cause issues, and he's going to force out the spawns.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. PJ holding it down. Spawns locked in. Last 10 seconds. Hold the line. Big kills coming through. Foot's being held. Team Space, are you going to be able to get the job done? The contest finally comes through. It's too much pressure through the backside. Looking for the backside approach too as Vague's going to be sniffed out. Space, one shot. Going to be forced to push on through, and that's going to be it. The full wave. We might be heading over to P3 for a very, very dramatic inning, or maybe some more extensions here brought to you by Team Abhiz.
This has got to be a perfect chain for them, and Vague breaks through the front side. Trades are there. Swiwa reinforces, keeps it locked down, and I don't think enough time for them to get the win. Is the ghost tick there? No, it's not, and now you got to rotate. Everybody's on their way. Team Abhiz already here. One kill is found with that SO-14, and they've got the setup.
And just like that, one mistake and it's over. Only one player needs to fall. Predator out. PJ looking for anybody. Can't find anything. Is forced to find Warden on that backside, but nobody there to capitalize on the space. PJ's going to get dropped. Dreams still alive here for Team Abhiz. One player to toss out the window at Sweet Dreams. Vague out as well. Everybody going in one by one. This one might be a recipe for disaster.
Marshy trying his best to hold down the point. They only need one. Swiwa equals on into the point, but he gets shut down as well. Marshy trying to get back. They can't get the touch, and the tick goes through as Team Space takes map #1.
Oh, right. Bobby, when I woke up this morning and I looked at these matchups, I was like, yeah, Team Abhiz is going to be taking this easy. What the hell did we just watch? I mean, it started solidly for Team Abhiz, but as the game progressed, and even through that P3 to P4 transition on the first set of hills, there was just pure space dominance. You know, you had PJ who was on a tear in the first set, as well as Learn who picked up the slack. Vague even was frying, man. Everybody on this team cohesive. PJ racks up 56 kills, chat. 56 with a minute plus on the objective. I mean, there ain't no better way to put your foot down than coming out the gate swinging in a combined hardpoint. We knew it was going to be mixy, but woo! What a way to start a series.
I mean, even credit to Sweet Dreams. 2 minutes on the inside of the hard point as a BR main, and we saw some crazy feeds out of him. Infinity, that was a heck of a way to start the multiplayer portion of our competition. You are muted.
There we go. I was muted for you, all right? I
Go to
wasn't
Bobby.
muted. Listen, my Go XLR, I wasn't muted, all right? I didn't make that error again. All right, never mind. Yeah, I mean, we were all expecting that to be not necessarily a blowout, but I think we were all pretty confident that Abhiz and Co, could bring that one home relatively easy. And it looked like that at the start, right? I mean, they had like a, 50, 60 point advantage coming out of P1. And then PJ happened. Dropping 56 kill. I don't know how many, the streak he actually went on in towards that transition towards P3, but it was crazy. We talked about PJ hard carrying this team, which I don't think he necessarily did, but he certainly did have the, I think, the highest impact in that game, Bobby. And you mentioned it, despite the fact that, again, and I don't know how many times we've talked about this, every single time we see PJ playing one of these tournaments, the fact that he was on the highest ping in that lobby, like he's pinging, I don't even know, what 100,
probably 100, 110
plus?
if I had to guess.
Yeah, something like that. It's insane.
Yeah, he's just an absolute demon, and that's why anytime you're drafting, this is the no-brainer first pick in the draft. Man is an absolute menace, and he showed it there. We'll see if they can put things home. I think it's going to be a lot tougher for them to close it out in a search and destroy. I think the ability to slow things down a little bit. You got Abhiz's firepower on the sniper and his sniper duo in Skull Guy right there. I've got a feeling that we're probably going to see map 3, but I think they've really got to lock in right here because I don't think they were fully prepared for what they were going to be going up against there in map number 1.
Yeah, I think Warden, as we get into Warden, excuse me, oh my god, it's called Verdict Warden. What's wrong? I was looking at Warden in my notes. Verdict, looking into this search and destroy. Listen, mate, you look nothing alike. It's fine. Verdict, going into this search and destroy, we are going to start to look at those snipers, right? We are going to see more snipers. What map is it, Bobby? Do we know what the map is?
Tunisia search and destroy.
Tunisia search and destroy. Yeah, those snipers are about to come in hard. And, Bobby just talked about it, right? You've got Abhiz, you've got Skull Guy, both of which are competent sniper rifles for a team of Abhiz. Surely this map is where they can equalize things.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with some of the things that they were doing there in that map 1. I mean, 2 minutes on the hill is great, but if you're not able to contribute in the kill department here in Search and Destroy, hell, maybe he can just offer a little bit of help there in the call-outs. But, I mean, I'm sure it'd be a lot harder than you anticipate because there's a BR main. He's probably not used to this map. I know it's in ranked. I know it's a comfortable environment in that particular instance, but in the heat of the moment, when you got guys who are gunning you across the map and hitting wall bangs that you have no idea where from, how are you supposed to respond? So I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off as sneakily as they did there in game number 1. But I'm here for the action. I'm a lot more shocked than I had initially started.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of the nature of things with these kind of tournaments, right? When you have mixed teams. I know that we were talking about one team kind of, at least on paper, being way more powerful than the other one, significantly.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say biased, but an unbalanced sort of team composition here between the two. But when you throw players together that normally don't play together, you have all these teams effectively just like glorified 8s in a way, or 10s, I should say. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. So, yeah, surprising for sure from map number 1, but it does mean we at the very least have a competitive match on our hands. Search and Destroy is not that far away, folks. We talked a lot about the snipers on Team Abhiz. They've got to be firing on all cylinders, Bobby, as we get into game number 2.
Yep, should be a good one. Hopefully we can get Skull Guy ready to go and hopping into our second map. I think he's definitely going to be one of the X factors that was kind of a theme for Godlike in Search and Destroy whenever they were playing CDM, whenever they were playing Champs. If Skull Guy is firing on all cylinders, they're going to be at maximum capacity. So we'll see what he's bringing to the table right here. And once again, not to discredit Sweet Dreams, but I think it is always going to be a little bit more difficult for a BR player to make that adjustment to Search and Destroy just because the different in pace, the difference in play style, and also you can't just like tell him to hop on the objective, gotta have a little bit more nuance, a little bit more finesse. So we'll see what he can do right here, but yeah, definitely hoping this matchup ends up going to a map number 3.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, Verdict. I didn't know if I was supposed to still be here or not. I'll be honest.
Well, I looked up and I was like, he's still here, so maybe
I'm still here.
Maybe he's gonna
chilling.
chime in. I know he's not like me. I know he's the more responsible one. He's not gonna zone out. That's my job. If anybody's gonna be the guy that's looking all dazed and confused, it's gonna be me. But just to chime in, Bobby, yeah, 100%. This is where teams get exposed and, real competitive play. Of course, you're going to have some instances where Search or Destroy is going to be, the more difficult mode to win, obviously. And you just can't toss them on the hill. Hell, you can't even give them the bomb and say, hey, plant it, because you don't know what's going on. So, yeah, 100% great analysis.
All right. Well, Skull Guy is just taking his sweet time. Hopefully our admins can spam the ready button and get him ready to go. I don't know. Maybe we're trying to switch things up. Maybe they saw, hey, we only got one SO14 in the rotation right here. We should maybe try to get a second one in to give ourselves a little bit more of an advantage. He was ready for a second right there, but naturally had to throw up a quick pump fake. Faking this out right there. It looks like we are good to go for map number 2.
Go ahead, start it. Hit start button. Go ahead. Oh, well, admins aren't in VC.
Yep.
Never mind. We can't give them those verbal cues like we used to. It doesn't work like that apparently. But nonetheless, we'll hop into the action. If you're just now tuning in, you have to go back and rewatch that hardpoint. What a blast. I do it every time, Bobby. I come in here and I say, I'm not going to bring all my energy off the rip. I'm not going to burn my voice off, just in the first map. And I do it every time in your events. I don't know what it is. People just get me amped. If it's not the, the sniper one-off where we're literally in a free-for-all and I'm just screaming at the top of my lungs because I don't know what the hell's happening. It's all too quick. We're getting hard points like we just got there in Combine. But a great way to start this series nonetheless. The underdogs coming through, snagging the bag there, 250 to 229. We're going to bounce back to the lobby here for a second go. Hopefully nobody had quick fix attached, or, who cares if it's at this point. We're going to go ahead and bounce back to the lobby there for a second go.
All right. And I do now have everything updated on the emulator. We're not going to try it on this series, but we might mess around and see if we can get everything up and running for the next one. Obviously, the main reason I do that is just for the aspect ratio, because it's nice to have the nice clean,
100%.
no
Crisp.
extra space on the sides. And it's also not letting me out of the lobby, so that's nice as well. I'm going to have to restart my game. Admins, please don't start without me.
Oh, no, there we go. We're good. It bounced back. I think maybe
okay.
you were the common factor, because as soon as you bounced out or restarted your game, we all bounced back to the lobby.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Yep. I do have to agree. The emulator is just so crisp when it is running properly. Those no spaces on the edge, a big plus. And oh wait, are we in the game?
We're in.
There ain't no way. I got kicked out.
Skull Guy's running the Arctic 50. I know this got a buff, but I was definitely not expecting it to see it in the rotation.
I have to spectate your stream because I didn't bounce back to the lobby like you did.
Learn on the raw MG. For some reason, even though I downloaded everything, I don't have all the resources downloaded. I don't know what is going on in the game today, but we're working on getting it. Is it letting you load in?
No, it's not letting me load in.
All right.
Maybe I was the common denominator. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, first round in. Defense stands strong. Team Space and Crew rocking it. As, of course, what we expect out of a map like this. It's very defensive-oriented, especially when you've got the pickup squad, essentially. We'll see if the pickup crew can do what they do. Obviously, looking back in there onto that A site. First blood comes through. Is going to be in favor of Team Abhiz, and they've got 2 to go with it, but it's 2 for 2 throws going through. Make it 2 for 3, actually. I can't, man. This is difficult, but...
We got Abhiz on the Arctic 50 as well. These guys must know something that we don't, because this is certainly not a weapon rotation that I was foreseeing. We do have Sweet Dreams, 1 kill on the board, but a 1v4 up against this squad, definitely not likely. There's the bomb plant going down right there, and might see one backing up. Thing is, he makes any type of noise right here, and this round is probably over. Skull Guy should have heard that, but maybe didn't. He's going to look to slide out right here, and there's one player on the pinch from mid as well. No real hope for him as he gets shut down, and that's Team Abhiz evening things up at 1 round apiece.
There we go. Last player alive. Sweet Dreams. Not a shot there with all those players on the opposite end to take you down as soon as you cross the corner. Nonetheless, We're tied up. Defense standing strong in that first round. A great answer back there from Team Abhiz and crew. We'll see if they can gather themselves up for another A-side hit. They are all fully invested with the exception of one.
Sweet Dreams locking down the top side. Warden making his way up mid, looking for a shot with KRM in hand. Skull Guy's going to peek initially and get shut down immediately by PJ. Absolutely relentless. And Warden makes his way all the way through mid. Surely they've got no clue how far forward he is, and Learn's going to be a sitting duck right here. He's going to slide through, get one. Trying to get another onto Vague, and he does. That should be sight completely open now. And a beauty of an entry, but as that happened, his teammates fall one by one. Now he and Marshy left to clutch up in a 2v2.
Very doable. Vague, or not Vague, but Space. And PJ, last alive, Space on the back end. Bomb has yet to be collected. A big encounter there. Oh, Marshy does them dirty. But the call out there should be in Space now, waiting for the transition. Is he going to be able to get the good timing? No, he's going to be forced to back down. Maybe it's a B-side hit, and he does realize it, but it's a little too late. The transition's already happened. The bomb's down. Nobody there on the exit. Yes, catches one lacking. It's a 1v1.
See if he can find Warden just tucked away in this corner. He's going to peek, but Space not able to find the shot. Shotgun in hand. Should be able to find the kill, but Space with the quick scope finds the 1v2 and will find the defuse as well. Warden couldn't capitalize on the shotgun in the close range. What a clutch out of Space.
All right. Putting on for the team. What a way. Yeah, look at it. You earned that, bud. Space. Last man standing. I kind of questioned it whenever he didn't get the right timing for that transition, but does find the exit kill on the Marshy. Now looking for the wall bangs here in round number 4. Okay, peeling back the skulls. Transitions on through. He's got one right up front, but he's already taken down one. Is able to get the trade, but PJ now on the pounce. Not PJ, rather, but shotgun main.
Warden.
Who is this? Warden. Okay, like I said, I'm working with 96 P-Bud.
Warden. Full topside control right here. Learns lurking, but going to make an audio cue. That should be a freebie, and it is indeed. 2 players left on that lower entry point. One maybe looking to make a wrap on the top side. That is going to be PJ and find one to entry, but teammate taken down. He's all by his lonesome. It's got to be a 1v3, and it's got to happen quickly. Beams on to Marshy. Not going to be able to find the second, though. Swiwa there to shut him down. We're tied back up at 2 rounds apiece, but very, very competitive showing out of Team Space so far in this one. This is certainly not going to be an easy map, too.
Nope, not indeed. Not indeed. We'll see. Already 2 gathered here up on the attacking side. This is much more than you'd have at this rate. Right now, it's topside winery. Shot's going to come through. 1 player has already made the cross on in and is going to be sniffed out and dealt with. 2 players down at the cost of none. A-side hit might be coming through here for the boys in yellow. Team of Bees looking to strike and continue the pounce, but they got 1 player to deal with who's on the bottom side. He's going to get sniffed out as well, too, and this could be it for this round. A 3v2 effectively, but whoa! Where did those shots come from?
The man himself, Space, going to work right here. Brings a 4v2 into a 2v2. Still 2 snipers alive for Team of Bees. That sniper duo, along with Skull Guy, not really having a massive impact so far in this one. Only 5 kills between the 2 of them. In Space right now, trusting the read. Here's that bomb get picked up and looks to make a wrap all the way through the backside. Skull Guy's going to kind of try to wait it out right here, and they definitely have no idea the flank is through. Learn's going to take some damage right here, but he's going to be able to back up. Still got the SMG in hand and should have that audio cue on a Bees trying to slide on through. That planter should be dead to rights, but Skull Guy actually gets through, does get taken down, and they should know exactly where a Bees is. Learn shots on through. It should only be a matter of time, but God. Space hops off the bomb right there, an opportunity, but a Bees has to push on through.
No way!
1v2, are you kidding me?
It's not over yet. Ready up.
Oh my God, Bobby! What are these clutches? 1v2s for 1v2s? Bees, man. Captain going strong. Catches. Somebody learned playing very aggressive up front in space, not able to commit to the bomb. I mean, that's a ball drop there, in my opinion, but nonetheless, a huge clutch for the team captain himself. Abhiz putting on a clinic right there in that instance. B-side hit now coming through. And nobody at home for the side of Team Space. It looks like it's going to be a quick plant in 45 seconds on the clock.
Big shots out of Lauren to take down Abhiz right there. Skull Guy's going to find one on the opposite side. That bomb is down, and once again, man advantage for Team Space, but the flash hits. That's going to open things up for Skull Guy, but he's still in a 1v2 right here. Knows PJ's lower, finds the opening shot, that Arctic 50 in hand. Lauren's got to push on through, and it's another 1v2 for Team Abhiz. This time it's Skull Guy going big with the Arctic 50.
Yo, clip it and ship it, chat. Holy hell. Back-to-back round clutches. 4-2 as we get a side flip. Momentum swiftly switching over in favor of the squad of Abhiz, who put up a hell of a clutch there in the 1v2 round before, and then Skull Guy coming through. Massive here with this Arctic, making it look easy. We'll see if they can continue that same momentum here on towards the defensive side as we do get that side flip. And, well, some lethals and tacticals being thrown out that winery door site. Nobody has yet to contest, and we'll see a shoulder being thrown. Oh, my God. Give them a pick so they'll take your head off.
They got the top side, gets shut down, but Sweet Dreams is going to be there for the trade. Full site control right here. It looks like the offense looking relatively comfortable as Sweet Dreams pushes up to find the second onto Marshy right there. They take their opening offensive round with relative ease. And got to think that we're going to see some adjustments for Team Abhiz right here. Warden on 10 kills already for his squad, but they definitely would like some more breathing room to feel confident about going into a map number 3. It looks like a little bit more presence over here on the A side. PJ's going to be able to open things up on that mid-route push.
Very aggressive. This is what he's known for. Big two-piece there to collect. Oh, my. I said momentum swapped, but I guess Team Space didn't get the memo. Oh, man. Unfortunate timing there for PJs. He's not able to peek that corner, but the call-outs are there, and it's effective. Trades for trades. A 1v3 effective here. Make it a 1v4. It ain't happening. Door shut. We are tied 4-4.
And Pistol Guy not quite able to convert right there. May not have gotten the memo that none of the attachment restrictions are here for weapons. Or maybe the attachment restrictions are and it just got left in. But that was definitely not maximum rate of fire machine pistol regardless. They're now going to be tied up at 4 rounds apiece. Looking for an opening right here. Not going to be able to find it initially, but finds 2 as he shuts down Learn and PJ. Huge for him to slow down that opening push, but Vague's going to be there. Finds 2 to reciprocate, and that should be the A site. Relatively wide open, not trying to give Abhiz anything, and their Sweet Dreams once again finding a crucial pick to open up that bomb site.
Look at the player on the route on the backside. This is a huge encounter. Could be everything for the round. Yeah, it's going to go in favor of Team Space, who's just continuing to roll here. It might be a 2-0, Bobby. 5-4 lead. Back in the hands of the man himself. And Sweet Dreams putting up some numbers here in this search and destroy. We said it might expose him, but, man, he's doing the exposing so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping pace with Sweewa and Marshy so far in this one, so he's made some huge contributions. Now Vague in the top side, trying to catch somebody off guard, shuts down Warden, trades her through. We got Space in the backside looking to find something, and we're into a 4v4. The pace is going to slow, and you would think that that should be advantage to Team Abhiz. They have not done a great job of countering the pace that Team Space has brought to this one. Space not going to be able to find the wall bang through right there as well, and does spot out the one player lower. Abhiz looking to try to trade off of that one, and he finds the kill. PJ not able to respond.
Nope, 2v4 effectively. Might be another tie game if we don't see this clutch come through. PJ pacing himself, waiting for whatever peeks around that corner. Nobody's going to throw a shoulder onto this one, though, and, well, he's going to get spotted. You can see that player dipping on back. Smoke's going to come through. Somebody here on towards this A side is going to be spotted. Shut down. The gunny is hot.
Oh my
Elusive
God.
as hell. No way he gets two. PJ. Whoa. What a gun.
Once again, just a menace on the map. Nobody can make a read off of him, and Marshy gets decimated on that opening engagement, gets that bomb down, nade through to create some space, gets information off of it as well, and everything that could possibly go right for PJ continues to go right. The reads are on point. Swiwa doesn't have any room to push forward right here. They've got all the angles locked down, and Swiwa gets spotted out as Abhiz is taken down. And PJ single-handedly turning the tides as Space gets those last 2 kills. They now have an opportunity to hand an early exit to a team that was favored to win this entire thing.
Yo, sound the alarms. Chat, what is going on here? We got an upset alert. And not just any upset alert, a 2-0, a flat-out disrespectful search and destroy clutch right there, 2v4. PJ going massive, payoff round, could be the last. The Bees and crew, what do you have in the arsenal? You gotta dump it out here. Mid-map approach now coming through. First blood in favor of Team Space. Is this the beginning of the end? Trades coming through, make it 2 for 1. Favor them, but the kills coming through here for Team Abhiz now as they're finally starting to click and make things happen.
I mean, Sweet was shooting lasers right there. Maybe a little bit greedy, but it could pay off for him. Shots on the Sweet Dreams as he's going to be able to find 3 there in the round. Abhiz now left in a 1v1 against who else but Vague. Trying to dip back. Vague still with that VMP in hand. I can't believe he's peeking it, but Abhiz can't convert it into a kill.
The enemy has the bomb.
Oh my gosh.
Man, he's just playing with fire right here. What do you do, Vague? Surely enough, he's going to dip on out, and I like it. Respect the call, and I'm not sure how much time he's got, but he's pretty sure going to get this bomb plant down easily. As you can see, Abhiz still clearly overarmed at A site, now starting to finally figure it out. Hey, dude, he is gone opposite end. Quickest way to the transition here in this cubby site. The top bottom of the staircase. Oh my God, the timing. Team Space pulling the rug out from the team that we favorited to win this competition. Whoa.
Oh my gosh, Abhiz had so many opportunities to close that one out. Things just kept going from bad to worse. What, they were up 4-2. That was 5 rounds in a row. And every single offensive round going the way of Team Space. My gosh, did we underestimate this team? We were questioning if they were going to even put up a good fight. And they find the 2-0 win to hand the early exit to Team Abhiz.
Listen, Bobby, I don't know if you can do it or not, but if we could just like end the stream and we can like scrub the first like 10-15 minutes of the broadcast or so, you know, the parts where we said that it was going to be a blowout in favor of Team Abhiz. We just get rid of that part of the broadcast because nobody needs to see that. What a game of search and destroy there. I think we saw like 5 or 6 unique clutches. I mean, I just wrote a few of them down through the first. Space 1v2 in round 3, and Abhiz 1v2 in round 5, Skull Guy 1 versus 2 in round 6, and PJ, I think, having really one of the clutches of all clutches, turning around, I think it was a 2v4, something like that, in the penultimate round. What the hell was that game? And of course, to cap it all off with the 1 versus 1 between Vague and Abhiz. Of course, now that means that, well, you know, West is best and, well, East, you know the rest.
Oh!
Vague coming out on top of that. I'm kidding, guys. It's a joke. Don't get mad at me, all right? Just take the W. But what a game. Seriously, what an incredible game. And I'm kind of happy that we see kind of a curveball like this, right? Because, you know, generally you see these kind of situations, Bobby, where it's just like, all right, we kind of expect this to be a blowout. And it was a 2-0, but it was a really competitive couple of games.
Yeah, I was really expecting that Search and Destroy would go differently, but man, oh man, once they flipped the switch and found some momentum on that offensive side, it was pretty much full steam ahead. And once again, the question was, what are the BR players going to be able to bring to the table? Even though Sweet Dreams didn't have a ton of kills, stayed alive, only -3 there in the S&D. And the kills that he found were really big. It's not like he was just farming random kills at the end of a 1v4 or something like that. Like he was contributing in a major way, especially on those offensive pushes, taking out lurkers, holding the flank, different things like that. And he was a huge reason why they were able to push through. But I'm obviously, once again, you got to give credit to PJ. This man just single-handedly turning the tides.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it doesn't exactly show it in the final stat lines, right? He gets equal to or slightly more kills than Space and Vague on his team, Verdict, but still, I mean, it's just the amount of good positions I think that PJ as a player gets in. Like, there's a reason that we consider him probably one of, if not the best SMG player in the world. He's doing this on 100+ ping. PJ is just doing PJ things. Like, this is why he is the first drafted player for these teams.
No, you're absolutely right. And you look back at it, that was what, round 7? They had just gone, Team Abhiz had just gone back to back in 1v2 clutches. Like, that's a lot of momentum riding you into a side flip where you have the advantage of being on the defense. And what does PJ do? Just absolutely crazy PJ things. They clutched a 2v4. They go 5 rounds in a row, and it comes down to the wire in a 1v1. They catches Abhiz lacking on that reload, and I mean, literally just doesn't have anywhere to go. If anything could have gone any differently there in that instance, I don't know if we see this, series go to a game 3, just of how well all 3 of those players there for Team Space were rocking. PJ fully loaded, Space fully loaded, Vague even, I mean, coming through. And I say that like the man's as good in Search and Destroy too, bar that 2023 meltdown. If you know, you know. But I mean, we'll continue to bring up stuff, but that's going to do it for that first series. Curveball is one way of saying it. That was a straight knuckleball.
I just don't know what to expect anymore moving forward in this bracket, Bobby. If that can happen, anything can happen for one. And I don't know what to expect out of this next match, because now I'd be like, all right, cool, Team Space should take this. But if I've learned anything from that first match, I know nothing about what Team Ganyth are going to come into this next matchup. Of course, when we get there in the semifinals, what are they going to be able to do when we get to that matchup?
Yeah, I think it is going to be interesting. Obviously, we have some of the best BR players in the world, and it's obviously translated to some degree or another. I am curious to see what the team chemistry is going to look like, because one thing that I mentioned is that yesterday, Sweet Dreams was even playing with his team after the broadcast ended in multiplayer and getting reps in so that they knew what they were going to have him doing, what roles he was going to be playing. I'm not sure if we're going to see that out of Team Ganyth, but I know that they got a decent amount of practice in, and they looked very cohesive yesterday. So if that can translate into the multiplayer setting, absolutely a chance that we could see another upset right there. Obviously, eyes now on to Team Aerith versus Team Aquasim. I think both of these teams look really, really competitive. And once again, the question simply about how are those BR players going to be able to perform right here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the big question, right? Aquasimp is the question mark for me, I think, for Team Aquasimp, obviously. And look, I'll say this much as we get into this next matchup. You guys did a pretty good job at drafting for Team Aquasimp, right? Because obviously, you've drafted pretty competent multiplayer players. You have that chemistry that we were just talking about, although it didn't really help Team Abhiz in the end. You have that kind of, pre-established chemistry of Cartels, Jabin, and Kings playing on the same roster, Verdict. So that should surely help Team Aquasimp here, alongside, of course, just the raw firepower that somebody like Viper on that squad is going to bring to the table here in this next matchup.
No, absolutely. But if anything that we've learned from match number 1, we know nothing of Call of Duty Mobile anymore, so we have no idea what to expect. We don't know what kind of chemistry Cartels and Kings still has, in that instance. And you throw Jabin in there too, because that's, OUG Junior, with the addition of Viper, who actually played with one of the OUG players from last year, Tectonic, and wasn't at an official capacity, but he was kind of under that wing of that old Vitality roster. So, I mean, the team runs very, very high in chemistry in that regard, and very rich in that culture. And it's just all about how Aquasimp is going to perform, though. I mean, obviously, we saw Space come and ball out through in that map number 1 and map number 2. Anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the question. If you've got a well-rounded out roster, you just need somebody to kind of fill the holes in the gameplay, right? Fill the gaps a little bit. And I think that's what we're expecting for Aquasim. He's just going to be like, all right, cool. What do you guys want from me? I'll do that here in this next matchup. On the other hand, though, Aerith, more than a competent team captain, Bobby, she always drafts extremely well. And she always wants to draft Jai first for whatever reason. And it's always a good pick, right? I mean, it worked out very well for her. I think she got very deep into the last tournament with Jai on the roster, and she's done very well here as well. I think not just with the immediate Jai and Raph on the roster, but also going deeper into her picks. Skird and Soris are also great picks to round out that team.
I mean, no question. I think between what we've seen in competitive combo and what we've seen in the events, you can pretty much make the argument that Jai is kind of the definitive number 2 player in the East right now, especially as far as the ones that are competing in these events, just as far as overall performance, ability to seamlessly transition regardless of what server he's playing on. And he really seamlessly transitioned into the BR yesterday as well. So he's been kind of a do-it-all guy, and absolutely is a big reason why Team Aerith made it into day number 2. And once again, this is one of the few teams that doesn't really have any particular weak points whenever it comes to the multiplayer side of things. So I think especially with Team Abhiz out of the competition, they've got to be one of the teams that's favored to go the furthest. Obviously, Aerith always holds her own. I don't think we've ever not seen her in day 2 of a competition that we've hosted. So this is certainly not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination for Team Aquasim.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very difficult team takedown. And something you kind of noticed there yesterday, right? You talked about Jai as a player, not just in multiplayer, but also in BR. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't really know what to expect from... I never really know what to expect from multiplayer players. I think it's quite rare to get BR tournaments where you've got kind of your bog standard multiplayer players competing. And so it's always a bit of a pleasant surprise when a player does extremely well. But I think it has to be noted just how much of a wombo combo player Jai actually is, for the fact that not only is he one of the best players in the world right now in multiplayer, but also, yeah, you're right. In the BR portion of the tournament yesterday, Jai went off. I mean, he got like 7 or 8 kills pretty much every single game. He was always leading that team in the slaying department. And that is just something that, for a team that when we first looked at it, it's like, yeah, Verdict, this is a really multiplayer-focused team. To have somebody like that to get you through that portion of the tournament, like we said over and over again, and then you get an MP, and that's where we're going to start to see this roster shine. And Jai's effectiveness on this team, it cannot be understated.
Yeah, they don't call him LeBron James for a reason. Am I right, Chad? Am I right? Yeah. No, but by that logic, though, because we were coming in here and we were gassing up Team Abhiz and they exited stage left. And we're talking about, Aerith's squad being on deck to be, or maybe in the batter's box to be the number 1 team at this particular instance. With that logic, they would be the second team eliminated now, because we have no idea of Call of Duty Mobile anymore, based off of that first matchup. Maybe we just underestimated Team Space. Are we underestimating Team Aquasim here in this particular instance? I know Aerith's squad's always going to be stacked. She's always going to get the players that she wants. You've seen it in multiple tournaments, and she always has at least a top 3 finish at the very least. But are we going to be overlooking, Team Aquasim just like that?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's an opportunity. Sure. I think so. I think it's difficult, right? Because it's that question of, like, how much is that chemistry for the OUG players on this roster really going to matter, Bobby, right? Because obviously, this is a totally different environment. Again, we don't have the weapon rolls like you normally do. Like Jabin, for example, when we look at what he was doing for OUG and CDM, he was sniping, like, pretty much constantly. Is he going to be sniping here? Probably not. How effective is Jabin going to be on this roster? And, that's the reason those players work so well together in CDM. So, how effective do we think that those 3 players being together on this team is going to be here for Team Aquasim?
I think it'll be interesting for sure. I think another thing to keep in mind is that we do have some different setups of the map mode combo. So in this one, we're going back to hardpoint on standoff, which was not in the competitive rotation over the past year, but it's definitely one that I think the majority of these players have some experience on. We got Express, Search, and Destroy coming back into the rotation, so that's going to be another one that these players have not played in a while. And then obviously Raid Control, if we go to map 3, would be one that they feel a little bit more comfortable on. But I think having some different looks in here might give a bit more of an edge back to Team Aerith as well. And also might make it tougher for Aquasim to adjust, just because those are... Actually, now that I think about it, Standoff Hardpoint is in the... the map rotation for rank, so it's something that he might have some reps on. But I think the long-term experience of that Team Aerith as well is going to give them a bit of an edge for those setups.
Yeah, it's always fun to have new maps, or rather returning maps in the map pool. Standoff is one of those that it's always fun. I think it works extraordinarily well in Hardpoint. It's such a fun map, and obviously, you know, I think it has such a history in Call of Duty as well for being competitive map mode combination. So it's gonna be a really fun way to start the series. I believe we're about ready to get into game number 2 here, folks. So I'm gonna hand it over to these fine gents to get us ready for Team Aerith versus Team Aquasimp.
All right. Well, we got all of our players readied up. We're just getting the map changed, and we should be good to go for our second match of the day. Keep in mind, we got a lot more action ahead of us, and it is single elimination all the way through. So, zero margin for error. These teams, just a reminder of who's on each of the squads. We do have Viper, who I don't feel like we've talked about a ton coming into this. Obviously, one of the big storylines for Team Aquasim is the fact that we got 3 OUG players, but Viper, a very, very consistent performer in these events that we've hosted as well.
Oh yeah, definitely one of those standout players that if you're going to, you know, pick first and it's East and he's available, you want to make sure you gun that. If you're looking at it from the perspective of best available, you know, PJ, you said it, possibly the best East player at this particular moment. Jai, a very close second. And you throw Viper in there in that same category. I said it all throughout CDM. I said it all throughout World Champs. Viper is the best player on any team that he plays on, and that's just how it is, man. He's just a straight-up natural gunner with a lot of cognitive abilities, too. We'll see if that translates here in this particular instance. They're going to have to do a lot of work here against a very stacked Team Aerith, who we're going to go ahead and jump into the action.
Interestingly enough, I don't know if I saw any SO14s coming out for either of these squads, so maybe a bit of a different setup on this map. We got a couple DRHs out as the OTM mag not restricted in this rule set, and absolute chaos on the point to get things started right here as Cartel's going to be able to find 2. Jaden, a little bit of damage right there. Not a kill to be found, though, as Jai makes her rap bag. It is just deaths on deaths on deaths, and nobody can seem to stay alive to start this one.
Not indeed. Back and forth. Nixie P1 is out in the open. You already know what's going on. Lurking is Cartels waiting for the push up. Scourge. Just another victim on the hit. But Jai able to get the trade on through. Sari's getting involved as well. P2 now the focus. 20 seconds here for the rotation. And you got Aerith with a little bit of top control. But Cartels gets a good spawn up to the backside. On the objective, it is a massive hold here in yellow. This Team Aquasim doing a great job of holding and lagging behind to get that P2 setup as well as getting their foot onto the objective here in P1.
Well, Viper on 7 already. Switchblade looking like it is going to be a mainstay in the meta right now with the way these guys are using it. It's gotten a couple buffs over recent seasons, and we hadn't seen it in the competitive rotation, but these guys seem to look very, very comfortable, and Viper's on 12 already. 7 spree for him, finally going to get shut down by a shotgun. Leaving the hands of Raph right there, but very slow start for him. He's only got 1 kill on the board, and he's definitely somebody that you need firing on all cylinders if you're going to have a shot in this one. Sari's up top. We do finally see that SO14 coming out to play. See what he can find right here as he does get shut down.
Gets shut down but revenged. Very mixy P2 as well. The factory not as great as needed. Okay, hello. Gets caught up on the hop up there. Kings now and crew trying to make their transition back into this objective with 15 seconds left to play. They've done a great job of contesting for the time being, but Cartel's now running gun as well. He can't be shut down. The VMP just as, I mean, lethal as the Switchblade as well at range. Trying to gun somebody as well here for the transition. It's Jai who's going to get caught in the crosshairs and already in a war machine out for his crew.
Cartel's going to be able to find 1 onto Aerith. I mean, Raph continues to struggle as Cartel shuts himself down. Only 3 kills on the board for him, 4 for Scourge as well. So struggles abound for Team Aerith as they have just not really found their footing in this one. And it's been full steam ahead for Team Aquasim. 5 kills on the board for him, but Jai is there, goes big with the war machine, but Jabin with the response and the grab vortex. Solid map out of him so far as well. We've seen him in some of our past events, and I believe it was when he was in China, maybe struggle a little bit, but back on his home server, he is certainly looking very comfortable with this squad as they are completely in control. Javen going to be able to hop over, finds 2, looking for 1 more, and there's LeBron James getting shut down.
Oh boy, troubles abound here for Team Aerith. Aquasent, a little bit of an overheat. Not going to be able to find much out of the equalizer. Found 2 off the initial pop. Catches people lacking off the respawn. Now the setup here for P4. Hardest hill to break, nonetheless. The early setup here for Cartels and crew. Someone's knocking on the door. Who's home? Raph shut down. Scourge shut down as well. It's all up to LeBron James. Kings tag. Oh, bagged as well. The break coming through, and a massive clutch there for the boy. As 3 in the feed there for Aerith as well. Massive hold abound here for Team Aerith. Let's see if they can rack it up.
Probably not the pred value that he was looking for. At least gives information on the spawns. Raph not finding a whole lot off the claw either. And they do actually get broken right off the back of that one. Kings pushes on through, and he's going to be able to find all the kills as they lock the hard point back down. 1 player on that bottom side. And now Kings looking to keep topside control, but 3 in the feed mean a door opening for Team Aerith. They continue to chip away at this lead and starting to find a little bit of momentum. Once again, anytime that you got Aerith as a team captain leading the way for the lobby, it's going to be a good sign for them. She does get shut down, but the EMP is earned.
Yep, EMP's earned. Set up for new. P1 reset coming through. 95-66. A very close one indeed. Wasn't looking that way as the setup for P4, but the spoils come through from Team Aerith as they are racking it up now here. Aqua 7's crew going to be able to occupy the objective. Up top, we got a Sparrow. It is shut down. And a massive feed of blue locking it in. Aerith now. Temp is looking for anybody. Viper throws his life away. Trophy system not going to save you from the post-mortem. Wow. What a way to start this reset here for Team Aerith.
And she's going crazy. Had a shutdown onto a death machine right there as well. So doing some damage, but they're still not able to hold that control of the hard point. Cartel's pushing on through. Still got a lot of time left on that war machine as he chunks out a couple final shots right there. This thing's got duration for days. Unfortunate timing as the final push does come through, but Kings does find 2 with the nade on that final push. Still 40 points separating the 2. At some point, Team Aerith's got to find a way to start chipping away at this lead. No better time than the present, but the setup is already there for Team Aquasim.
They got a good line of defense for the time being, but it's Jai and Aerith who are going to combine for 2, clear the perimeter. The back lines approach Aerith and crew. Going to be able to get the break as well. No, Viper still alive. As the MP does pop, he's the only person on this side of the map, and that might be doing it enough. Finally going to be taken down, and the crew, Aerith, now trying to recoup 20-plus point advantage in favor of Team Aqua Simp, but that lead now starting to evaporate, disappear. Giant crew running rampant here on the break in this P2 objective. Still a contest coming through for Viper. Has a little bit of a hold, but is finally whiffed out as well. This could be some crucial time for them. They might get a lead change.
Oh my gosh, Saris has been a monster with the SO14 in hand. Just trying to find some shots to connect through the smoke. Got lucky a little bit earlier, but doesn't make that read onto Cartels. So nobody there for the rotation, at least not initially, but a phenomenal job. And we do actually have 1 player already in the top side, but that's going to be Skirt getting shut down. So the early setup will be there for Team Aquasim, but that lead not looking nearly as comfortable. We said they need to find a big hard point, and they find it there on P2. Aquasim looking to lock some time down here with the equals in hand, but Jai there for the shutdown.
Huge. Cartel's there for the trade. No harm, no foul. All 5 players left standing in yellow as the feed lights up. Aquasimp and crew running the tables rampant here in this P3 objective. Kings at the top side, able to shut down 2, make it 3 there with the paper plane, but it's Raph coming through with a massive break, 2-piece, and is able to single-handedly get the break on through. Gets a little support at the bottom from Skirt as well. Hold up. We've got a little bit of a lifeline here for Team Aerith. Now is the last chance for this P3 break. Gonna come through. Are we abandoning time here? Is that what Raph's doing? Finally gonna be collected by Skirt, but I guess they see the importance of making this rotation over to P4. Let's see if it pays off.
Maybe just a lapse in communication as they do get somebody to reinforce and pick up the rest of that time. Only a 7-point game right here, and Raph dead set on sticking with the Sten right here. He's going to be able to earn the Pred. Knows that he's got one player up above. He's just going to lock down as much time as he can as he waits for them to push on through. Opportunity for another. I don't know if he ran out of ammo there or what, but now up to 24 kills after a very slow start. He's certainly been a big reason why they've closed this gap, but they desperately need a break right here as we do find Team Aquasynth back on the hill.
Yeah, they do. Everything's being thrown, even the kitchen sink. Viper and crew trying to hold down the fortress. Here comes the hit. 3 players on through. Raph's going to be able to stay alive. Raph up top. Break comes through. Jabin knocks on the front door. Is shut down as well. Aquasynth eliminated. Skurd now opting to pop. Not really finding much value out of that death machine. Nonetheless, the crew is there in full effect. Still a 20-point lead rolling into this reset. And it's going to continue to get bigger now as we get geared up for what could be our last set of hills. 193 to 165. Aquasynth with a lead all throughout this game. Can they maintain that through this third set of hills?
I tell you what, Viper and Jabin are making the Switchblade look like a freaking AR. My gosh, the beams that these guys are hitting is nasty across the map, and Jabin's going to be able to find another right there. Raph with the response. But Sari's the only man left up right here as the lead continues to slip out of control for Team Aerith. And once again, Aquasynth just doing everything that he can to try to pick up hard point time. 80 seconds for him. But leading the way, the 2 Easterners in Viper and Jabin. 33 plus in a minute, almost 2 minutes for both of them. Absolutely dominant across the entirety of this one. And now only 35 more seconds needed for them to close this one out. We do finally see the break go through for Team Aerith. He's leading the way for her squad with 38.
Yeah, she's got the setup for new, but she has no idea Viper's on the back end. And that could be a problem. Let's see how much of a pandemonium and chaos he can cause. Viper going to catch Jai up on the reload there up the top. Death machine out. This could be the final blow. Only 31 seconds needed to shut this one out. Game 1. Not really a nail biter towards the end. It has been everything in favor of, oh my God, in favor of Team Aquasynth. But Aerith's finally gonna be able to shut down Viper off that death machine. Is the only line of defense here on the backside. Can't win many gunfights at all. And that might do it, chat. With 18 or 15 seconds left to go, they need to form some kind of strategy in order to get into this hill. They can't even find a way through the top side of the window. Finally, Jai gonna get a break.
And it's just a lot of 1-by-1 pushes right there for Team Aerith. It doesn't seem like the chemistry is really there. And, I mean, it is just all... It's full steam ahead for Team Aquasynth through and through right here. They did not slow down one bit. Even Cartel's... absolutely blitzing past everybody, up to 45 kills. Only real weak performance is your 1 BR player on the squad. The rest of those 4, I'm not trying to like flex or anything, but I think we did a pretty crazy job of drafting this squad.
Yeah, I think so too. I will take all that credit. I don't care what that Englishman says. He can eat his beans for breakfast. I'll continue to draft who I want to. And yeah, Cartels was the play, chat. Cartels was the play, 100%. That was my pick, all right? That was my pick.
Fair.
Listen, all right. The one thing I'm going to say to you boys, all right, is that first and foremost, 2 things. Baked beans are elite. Secondly, yeah, you're right. You did pretty good with the draft. Okay, it was a pretty well drafted team. One thing I will say, Jabin, he was pacing, bro.
He was pacing, dude.
Yeah,
we don't ever see him play hardpoint, so I was not expecting that.
I know. Well, that's the thing, right? It's just like, as somebody whose almost entire vision of what Jabin is like is, okay, he just constantly has the Tundra in hand, and he's constantly playing Search and Destroy, and sometimes he'll hit, sometimes he'll miss. Can I see more of this Jabin, please? Like, can we get him playing in hard points and respawns more often? Because that man was piecing the entirety of the map. He drops 40 kills at the end of that one, over 90 seconds inside the hard point. On the other side, we talk about Viper a little bit as well. I mean, he was also playing very, very well. I think he almost had 90 seconds on the hill too. Those guys were doing incredibly well for that squad. That being said, Verdict, that was still a really close game all the way up until I think the final hard point. And Bobby, you mentioned it very briefly there as well. things just felt very sort of individual. I think there was a little bit of panic in Team Aerith's camp in that final hardpoint. For what was a really competitive game where we saw back and forth control of the hardpoints verdict, it was just that final hardpoint where it really felt like, yeah, this is the one where they pulled away.
Yep. Yeah, no, and Bobby called it. It's like everyone's pushing in one by one, and nobody can, buckle up for, a wave of, hits where you're going in 2x2 or 3x3. Everyone's just trying to look out to get onto the objective, and that's when that panic starts to set in. Obviously, if you're Team Aquasimp, you set yourself up for a great, ending there on that P2 site. Usually we get to see the extension over the P3. That's not the case. But can we just address the elephant in the room? Like, this is back-to-back matches that we started off hyping a team up, only for them to poop the bed.
Yeah. No, I mean, to be fair, with this one, at least, we learned our lesson from the first match. We were like, yeah, we kind of feel like this is going to go one way. We at least entertained the prospect of the idea that you guys might have drafted an elite team. And that is exactly what happens. I feel like, Bobby, we covered our bases there a little bit this time around.
Yeah, I would agree. And once again, it's a lot of talent there. I think the teams have done a really good job of figuring out how to fit the BR players that they have on their squads into roles that they're going to be able to thrive in. And especially if the rest of your squad is doing what they need to do, then those BR players are going to be able to lock down hard point time. Aquasim, even though he didn't have a ton of kills, still only went -12 right there, which I don't think was any worse than the bottom frag on Team Aerith. So once again, as long as you're not having a majorly negative impact, you're finding a way to meaningfully contribute. It's going to be really, really difficult for that opposite team to respond in a major way. And obviously, team chemistry playing a really big role right there as Team Aquasim takes map number 1.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we got map number 2 coming up here in just a second, folks. We've got Express Search and Story. Very quickly, before we get into this one, Ferg, just want to get your thoughts a little bit. Do we see things changing here? I'm looking at the snipers, the potential for the snipers on Aquasimp. They've got a lot of it.
Oh, yeah, they do. Jabin's definitely going to be that player. We've seen Viper pick up the sniper. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I would love to see him pop up, but I just know how damn lethal he is with an SMG in his hand. And with how the Switchblade I'm not sure if he had the Switchblade or the VMP last game, but I mean, you can just see how, incredible they are in commanding on a map. But I mean, I could see him picking a sniper up. If not him, maybe Kings? Question mark? Or Cartels, rather?
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone has like 4 players on this team. Maybe Aquasimp is a sniper as well, Bobby. I don't know, but there's like 4 players on this team that can all snipe. I'm curious which ones will do it. I guess we're about to find out. Game number 2, folks, is about to get underway. I'll let you boys handle it.
All right. Well, once again, I don't think the Aquasimp's really a sniper. I don't think that's anything that could be in the cards, but I don't think they're going to be hurting for it one way or another. As once again, with no weapon rolls, they could go 4-man snipers. I don't think that would be a beneficial strategy. But the chemistry is certainly there. It would be fun to watch. I am curious if maybe we see an SO14 come out, as I don't think anybody on Team Aquasimp was using it in map number 1, but they weren't really hurting for it one way or another. Yeah, the team chemistry just looked so much better, and I think that showed pretty much completely across the scoreboard in every way possible. Obviously, Aerith picking up a lot of kills on map number 1, but very, very little time in the hard point, and it seemed like the rest of the team was not really playing cohesively enough for that to be a viable strategy for them. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. Once again, Tundra not in the weapon pool for this one, so we'll probably see a decent amount of Locusts. Although we saw the Arctic 50 for days, it looks like an early aggressive hit toward the B site right here is going to pay off for Team Aerith as they find 2 to open and get the bomb down instantly.
That's massive. King's going to throw his shoulder at a little bit of sniping now. He's going to have to go big. Cartel's able to shut down the push. Is Cartel's able to find a second, too. Okay, machine pistol at the ready. Kings gets absolutely dumpstered. Jai. Whoa, Jai! What a freak! A 3-piece, and the round going in favor of Team Aerith as they strike quickly here onto this objective in a very fast-paced way. I mean, it's 90 seconds to win these rounds.
All right, well, we're going to switch over to his POV because I didn't catch a second of that. Aggressive toward the B side once again. We'll see if there's any adjustments out of Team Aquasimp. And shots go through. Jai somehow staying alive. I believe it's actually going to be Raph saving his life right there as Viper drops. 3 players still alive for Team Aquasimp, looking for the response. And it's actually going to be Kings with the sniper out alongside Jabin right here. I think he saw Saris off that initial slide, but not going to be able to connect. And with the bomb going down, now the pressure on for them to try to collapse this setup a little bit.
Okay, Javen redeems himself, misses the easy shot, catches one flat-footed, but able to find the machine pistol kill. 3v3 as the bomb's planted 30 seconds before it goes boom. One player on a wrap, and that is Aerith, able to find one through the middle of the map. And now all of a sudden the focus is going to be where these last two players at. Well, Aquasim's been sniffed out. Jabin can't win the one against Skurd. Back-to-back rounds in favor of Team Aerith. And this is the fight that we see out of a crew that didn't really put up the best foot forward in this matchup in the first game. Really stepping it up here in the Search or Destroy, though.
Yeah, it seems like being able to dictate the pace of the game on the offensive side, working a little bit more to their advantage. Skurd going to pick up the bomb right here, and this time only 2 players going to go toward that B side. Heavy presence toward mid. At 1 player taken down early for each team, but Skurd pushing up, able to find one and trying to cook the nade, but the timing doesn't go his way. Team Aquasim now with the man advantage right here. As I say that, Saris finds one. They're equalized into a 2v2.
One thing I will say is the bomb is down. I'm not sure if Kings and Viper realize it just yet. As Viper's looking for the backside approach, Kings just holding the fort down. Looking for a little bit of an approach there. Catches one inside of that top side of their side. But he's going to be forced to back down. The callouts are going to come through. Aerith is going to be tagged. It's one shot. Is going to be able to sneak away with his life. As Sari's able to get the frag. Make it 2. And what a round to snag there. It was a 2v3 effective clutch. Team Aerith racking it up.
Great bait and switch as Aerith plays her life right there. And Saris able to pick them off 1 by 1. Only 1 kill on the board for Viper, and the rest of the squad outside Cartels 1 apiece. Gotta get to work right here. And this time a completely different look as it's a 3-man hit. You get a 4-man hit over toward the A side. Looks like it is going to get red by Team Aquasim right there, but Sari's not going to be able to find the opening pick. Pressure on for him to try to find somebody in that backside, and I think he saw the shoulder of Kings, but Cartels on the low ground going to be able to find Raph for first blood.
Oh, might be able to find a second too. Sorry's okay. He's like, I know you're there, buddy. Catches sight of 2 as well. Going to be forced to hold the window. Viper finally getting on board, finds his first kill of the game. And Sorry's just going to be a victim of bad timing here. He's going to be forced to back off this main building. Cartel is able to collect. That's 6 on board. The KRM in his hands, great. But it's Aerith who catches him in the transition. A 2v5 here for the clutch. With 30 seconds left to go, the bomb's down. This is not a good sight for them.
I'm not sure how Jai didn't see Viper. The barrel was sticking out right there and sees him hop out on the top side. Misses the shots and doesn't find the kill. Very, very clutchable, but after those misses, I gotta think the odds are dropped pretty substantially. King's gonna slide the corner, shuts him down right there. It could have been a very different story had those shots gone through. We do have Team Aquasim finally taking their first round here on the defensive side.
Yeah, you notice one thing too, it's not a smash the A site, or B site rather, situation, which I'm not going to say that's the reason why they didn't win that round, but that's the only difference in this particular game. For these first 3 rounds, they smash that B lane, and certainly they swap it up and they don't find success. Raph now finding success outside of the corridors here on towards this A site now as they're trying to smash it yet again. Bomb's made its way over. Aerith's going to go ahead and solidify. Jabin going to be able to find the first blood. Jabin looking for a second through, but through the smoke. Raph, you got to hit those, buddy. Jai's going to be able to find him there. Cartel's able to land one before he's gone. Raph now trying to redeem himself. 2v3 here for the clutch. Aquasimp and Viper. 30 seconds left to go to make this happen.
And if you're Aquasimp, you can't afford to give up that kill. That will likely secure the end of the round as Viper does get spotted out right there. 1v3, no HP, no time. Gets an audio cue on 1 player up top. Absolutely obliterates Jai, but once again, just way too far from the bomb to make anything happen right there. That's going to be Aerith cleaning things up as she extends her lead in this one, now up 4-1.
Yeah, no one's going to ever think to peek behind them on that side. The bomb's planted halfway across the map. Aerith playing it like a creep. Love it. Perfect time, perfect place. Gets the call out, gets the setup. 4 rounds to 1. Last On it! Oh my God! Aerith, the Colette, Viper, Jabin. See you next round, buddy. Won't be very many of those. Bomb's made its way over. 42 seconds. And it will go boom. Kings, Aqua Simp, and Cartels now left in a 3v5 clutch. Kings exit stage left.
Jai gets audio cue onto that one, and at the same time, Saris finds another dominant search and destroy through and through on the offense for Team Aerith as they have an opportunity to force map 3 here. See if they can maintain this momentum into the defensive side, and unfortunately for Team Aquasim, they actually leave bomb in spawn initially, so that's going to delay this opening push. Aquasim looking for an early pick. It's going to be Kings finding one onto Saris, but Aerith directly above. I don't think Aquasim has any idea. How is he alive right now? He is somehow slipped all the way through, and Skurd not going to be able to find the pick, but Jai is there to do the damage. 2v3 into a 2v2 is Viper and Cartels really need to find a way to close out this round.
Yeah, they need to take down Jai. That man's a menace. Skurd firing some shots away. Cartels playing with his food at this particular point. Bait and switch. Viper at a distance. Able to tag him. Jai, last player alive. Already been ousted as well. Going to be forced to push back up into main. And well, with that being said, the bomb's been collected, and Cartels is going to go ahead and do the duty. Jai now in a 1v2, an effective 2v3 clutch here if he's able to pull this one out, but he's going to have to find the first blood, and it's going to be Cartels and Viper from the side. Going to be able to clear him out. Callouts there, crisp. Another extension of life here for the boys and gals over at Aquasim. They are racking it up finally here as we got the flip. Don't let that one slip through their hands.
Yep, they stopped the bleeding for the time being. Aquasim still trying to find his footing here in this one once again. Doesn't need to have a monster map, but got to find a way to contribute in some way. And it looks like King's going to find first blood right there again. Aerith gets caught out of position. Jai, the jump shot from the top rope right there. As we get another one from Skurd to go through to bring it into a 3v3. Spots out Aquasim. He's going to look to slide forward right here, but no real high ground positioning. They're actually going to look to wrap through the backside right here. Shuts down AO Raph. Now they get the man advantage as the two remaining players are very, very split for Team Aerith.
Oh, Jai, one shot in a dream there. Jai, or Kings rather, going to be able to get the wall bang to land. Now it's all on the Skurd. Able to get the bomb carrier. 30 seconds left to go. Gets the job done and is absolutely in the wind. Doesn't really have anything for long range as of right now, but here comes the nade. This might create a little bit of space. Nade's out. Bomb's been collected. Jabin's one shot and forced to back down. Simp's actually gotten the bomb plant down, but it's all up to Jabin, who's absolutely still and nowhere along the sites to clear this bomb, and Skurd does not know where he's at.
Yeah. This is great if it works, but Jabin's gonna get spotted out in Skurd! What is that? 1v3? Oh my gosh, what a clutch to move Team Aerith even closer to a map number 3. What a play out of him.
What a redemption arc there for him. He had, I mean, let's just be real. That was a Cheeks first game for him. That is not the Skurd that we know. That was the Skurd we know right there. What a clutch. When in doubt, down to your last hope. Catches both of them lacking. And I don't know what Javen was doing in that instance. Maybe gets stalled up, but nonetheless, potential last round. 6-2, bomb in the hands of Kings. Cartel is able to find the first blood. And Jai, one shot, going to be forced to back on down. This might be a bomb plant coming quickly, but Jai, again, just striking very, very swift.
Viper makes a huge read on the flank right there. They knew that one person had gotten through, and timing is there as they do have man advantage, but once again, getting picked off one by one. 2 kills do go through for Saris and Jai as they look to clutch up. Saris finds another right there, and oh my gosh, what a closeout. And it seemed they had nothing to work with. Team Aerith finds a way to take yet another round, and they force map 3 in our second match of the day.
Yay, boys. What was that? We were going into that saying, hey, the snipers of Team Aquasimp were going to come out and play. Little did we know. Little did we know how wrong we would be. It was the snipers on the other side that made the difference. We'll talk about that here in just a second. First of all, only a couple of rounds ago, I'm going to talk about that 1 versus 3 from Skurd. What the hell was that, Bobby? He made like the perfect play off the back of the first kill, stopping the bomb partner initially, then the nade to damage Jabin, gets the kill on him off the back of that. Just a really beautiful 1 versus 3 from Skurd.
Yeah, that was clinical, about as perfectly as you can play a situation like that on Express, knowing there's no way for them to be able to chow you off that opening kill, gets away, they're left completely guessing, and then the nade play to completely split them right there. There was no way they were going to be able to chow, reads where Aquasim's going to be, and absolutely beams Jabin even off the wrap that he hits on the back of that one. That was just the exact perfect play at every possible turn.
Yeah, exactly. And there were just so many moments like that in that search and destroy verdict. I do want to talk about those snipers, though, real quick, because we talk a little bit about the roles, right? I mean, normally you can only run 2 snipers at any given time. Obviously, we've thrown those gun rolls out the window for today's tournament. And we saw what? Both Jai and Sorry's pulling out those snipes. Aerith also had the snipes. I think she got a collat at one point. I mean, 3 consecutive sniper rifles out at any given time for the squad. It was indomitable on the snipes.
Yeah, and then you've got Aerith who's pulling off collats at the very beginning of rounds. I don't know how we're stacking up in that instance. We all know what the hot spots are in Express and the Magic 6-man that we didn't get to see, unfortunately. RIP train, the bullet train didn't come through and slab anybody up. But nonetheless, yeah, we tried to figure out who was going to be sniping. I think on the side for Team Aquasimp off the rip, I think they were trying to figure it out through the game too, because we saw Viper pick up the sniper later on. We had King starting it off. He was the only player. Had Jabin throw a leg at it. No one can just really figure out, who's going to be able to be the the force that needs to step up and and be that guy. And I think that's where they struggled at the most. There was a lot of swaps coming through in mid games, and you didn't see any kind of consistency out of anybody other than Viper out of that sniper role. So a huge mishap there in that search and destroy, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, Bobby, maybe the Tundra ban kind of affecting Team Aquasimp a little bit. Obviously, I mean, these guys are known for being some of the best Tundra players in the East or the West or whatever region they're playing in, considering the amount of OUG players on that roster. But yeah, I mean, maybe the Tundra ban, is that affecting things? We didn't really see that many amazing snipes out of them.
Yeah, that could be part of it. I think also just the fact they don't have as many reps on Express. I think a big part of it was I think the momentum probably completely fell apart. Not that they had any momentum, but after the 1v3, it seemed like they were pretty much checked right there. So I see people in chat giving Aquasimp crap. We expected our BR players are going to have a tougher time, especially in the search and destroy, just trying to find some meaningful way to contribute. And I expect that here in the control should see a bigger impact out of him. But I do think the pressure is really on the rest of the squad to pull their weight. And I think Jabin, once again, he was phenomenal in map number 1. So I figured back in the sniper role in the search and destroy, he was going to be perfectly fine. Unfortunately, that was not the case. We'll see if he gets back on the horse here in the control, especially with this being a current competitive map. I have a feeling they will look much more comfortable.
Yeah, it feels like opposite day or something, right? This isn't the Jabin we know and love. Maybe we've replaced him with his stunt double or something like that. Either way, that stunt double was going to get ready to pull off an incredible stunt because we have map number 3 coming up here in just a second. Bobby, verdict, take it away.
All right. Just waiting for our players to ready up and we'll be good to go. Just a reminder of what our bracket is looking like. We still got a lot more matches ahead of us. As after this one, we will have Team Ganyth versus Team Space. Should be another banger. As Team Space certainly exceeding expectations, but right now focusing on the match up at hand. Win or go home for these two teams.
This is it. It's come down to this. Team Aerith, who we hyped up in the first map, fell victim to a very, very dominant performance off the rip there for Aquasimp and crew. Find themselves striking quickly back to 7-2 victory to search destroy. Has led us to this control. Split down the middle. Cartels finds himself up in the sniper perch. Is he going to be able to stay alive there as King's now trying to take up some space? Nope, they're both going to be shut down. Back to the spawns they go. Very difficult opening here for the side of Aquasimp and crew, as they have not found any success on any side of the map as of right now. But great firm hold there for Team Aerith and crew.
It seemed like they had a really good idea, but just the execution kind of fell apart as they couldn't find the kills. Finally, players forward onto A. They'll be able to rack up some time as expected. Throw Aquasim at the objective, let him rack up as much time as he possibly can, and everybody else look to hold the line, trying to hold down that window. Shots onto Raph. He's going to be able to get the assist right there. Once again, don't want to overextend. They'll get A relatively easily right here. One player sniper nest and one looking to push mid steps. That's going to be Aerith who's going to back up. And Aquasim actually stays alive on the exit. Gets shot through right there. Sorry, he's barely able to find the kill, but definitely a little more dicey than you would like it to be. 13 lives to work with. We do have Jai taking himself down right there. 5 kills on the board. Make it 6 if you count the one to himself.
Yeah, someone's got to find an answer for Cartels, man. He is just all over the map. He is creating so much space on both objectives. He's got laundry control. He had sniper perch earlier, then he had money control, or I'm sorry, but kitchen control rather. And certainly been a force. There goes his pred. He's able to find one. Sorry's. Oh my God, buddy, you got to get your gunny up if you're going to be able to take this man's out. He is just so damn elusive. Jai going to get taken down. Aerith finally able to end his reign of terror, but damage has been done. 6 feet 10. Very doable here for Team Aquasynth off the rip.
Yep. And even despite slow performances out of both Jabin and Aquasim, Cartel's just leading the way and taking so long for them to kill him. He is on 10 and 2 already. Such a huge gap to try to overcome for that opposing team. Kings on the top side is going to be able to find one. Jai there for the trade. 2v5.
No
this
way.
Is winnable. I don't think he got that hunter killer out. He does not. And now a 1v3. It's going to be Aerith getting shut down, and Team Aquasynth bounces back to take the opening round.
I was getting worried there for a moment. Jai was hitting that flow state. The XM4 is so crisp in his hand. I know you talked about it getting a little bit of a nerf, but man, do we know what we're talking about anymore? I mean, we switchblades in the meta. The XM4 is locked and loaded. Maybe it's just the hands of the user. He has certainly been lethal. 11 kills to the first round. King's now opting to pop what is a massive operator for himself, but he's going to get shut down, though, as the distance there for Jai is he's going to be able to piece the needle. Is going to be able to find one with his operator, but it's Cartels and crew who are going to be able to get the better end of the stick. B now 1 tick of progress in, making it a second as well. Firm start here for Team Aerith.
Jai looking for shots on the Kings up above. Ego Chels and finds the kill as a result. B is going to be fully captured right here, but lives remain even. Locking down that A side probably a little bit more seamless as Viper's able to find one before getting traded out. Once again, looking at the consistency across the board, Jabin not really having that same impact that he did in the hard point. Kings doing the damage. He and Cartels have proven to be the dynamic duo so far, and this one is Cartels. Finds kill number 14. And once again, like you said, just creating so much space for his squad. They've got to make a kind of a one-dimensional push down that water side and trying to find a way on into the objective. Nobody going to expect him right there, and they're going to have that information on Raph's positioning. Viper's going to be able to take him out. Complete control of this side of the map for Team Aquasim.
Yeah, Aerith really the only player with any kind of map control for the time being is going to be forced to take a gunfight, and that's going to call out the location. King's going to be able to collect. Push over towards this A side. Very difficult to do, especially when you have 0 map control. You don't have a player like Cartels on the flip side who's able to create that space on the back end, force those spawns back, kind of manipulate the map the way it's intended to be done. Well, you find yourself in a pickle. 3v12. This one not looking good, chat. 2 rounds in a row. Still a very doable situation, but Aerith and crew. Firm start, a very lackluster ending here in this one.
Yeah, it's skirted with only 4 kills on the board. And they're just playing for streaks. Letting the op charge right there is Raph trying to farm a couple kills, see if maybe he can find a score streak. They're just going to run away from the objective and let that time go. You will be able to spot out Aquasim right there, and Aquasim takes him down. So 11-0, pretty convincing, and Team Aerith in desperate need of a turnaround right here. If they're going to find a way to advance in this competition, not looking good. They've got 2 ops charged. Skurd and Saris both needing to find a bigger impact in this one if they're going to make any type of comeback.
Good sweep, get out the brooms here for the control. Cartels and Crew Aqua Simp just running and making things look easy. Quick B hit now as the Predator comes through for Kings, able to take down Skurd. Jabin and Crew looking to rack up some kills as well as a little bit of time on the objective. They've got a life lead. They've got plenty of space, but it is going to be Skurd who's going to be able to thread the needle with the nade shot onto Jabin, who's going to be shut down off of his operator. Doesn't find very much use out of it. Cartel's going to be able to get the trade, though. That's make it 2. He's been the game changer here in this matchup, especially here in this control. He's done God's work in order for this crew to be successful and is going to be able to play the objective 2 and capture that B site. 2 minutes on the clock before this one's done. We might be looking at a 3-0 here in this control.
Yeah, not the prettiest Annie usage for Kings. Would have been nice to find some more value to try to extend out that life lead a little bit, but still up 4 lives, and with that full capture over on the B side, Jabin continues to create space over in this kitchen area, and now pinned back over on the A side. Nothing to work with. Cartels drops the Pred. Aerith getting an ego shell. She's able to find the kill right there. So they stop the bleeding. Sorry, he's only able to find 2 off the Annihilator. And once again, you got to go more positive on these trades. The kills are there, but they're not taking any type of an advantage away. And it's only going to last so long. Only 2 more respawns remaining. Raph slides through, looking for Aquasimp. Will find the kill. They've got to be perfect. I think Raph needs to slow down a little bit right here. They're starting to pick up these kills, but you cannot afford to give anything else away. EMP comes through, and now it's 5v10.
The last stand, 1 minute and 15 on the clock. No success here on this objective, but the kills have been very, very much going in favor of Aquasimp and Crew. Down to 4. Skurd's going to be out. Kings, 2-piece, massive. Jai. Now I'm not sure if he's going to get spotted. He's going to go out guns blazing, but he's going out nonetheless. The team captain, the last person standing, does have a paper plane to work when it would be a miracle, Bobby, if she's able to pull this one off. Simp gonna get shut down. Kings also gonna get shut down. 1v5, Predator missile, hold the phones.
Shot doesn't go through into kitchen, but she's gonna have Viper weak anyway. What? This was 1v8, 1v9. I don't know how she's making this happen. They're gonna go ahead and stack the point. And finally, Kings finds the kill right there. That was dangerously close to being something absolutely bonkers. Yeah, that was 1v9 brought back down into a 1v4, but unfortunately, Team Aerith going to come up short, and they're going to be eliminated from the competition.
You know, sometimes you think maybe, just maybe for a second there, we were going to see a round number 4. Honestly, for a second there, after that Hellstorm missile, or Predator missile, man, I've got to get back in COD mode mode. Predator missile came down, and it hit for the kill, or missed the kill, and then she followed up with the actual kill herself with the weapon. I was like, hold on. She could actually do this, but then the 1v4, they made the right decision just to stack the point, forced Aerith out of position, and then kind of just bombard her with every bit of utility they had down L. Beautiful game on the whole from the entire team. A huge shout out, as you guys see right there, to Cartels and Kings, who get 28 and 23 kills respectfully. Those guys were popping off in the respawns, Bobby. They had a hell of a game.
I mean, Cartels was just unstoppable. I believe MVP on both respawns for this squad, and certainly leading the way for them right there. Over a 3 KD, just absolutely bonkers. So it is, it's going to be, it's going to be tough to stop him with the way that he's playing. Once again, credit to Verdict. I question that pick a little bit, and I certainly look stupid right now. So we'll take a look at the bracket real quick, just to give you guys an idea of what matchups we got ahead.
Yeah, taking a look at the bracket real quick here. Looking over towards it, of course, we already mentioned the fact that Team Space beat Team Abhiz. That was the first big shock of the day. They go head-to-head with the BR specialists in Team Ganyth. I'm excited to see how those guys have done, because expectations have been thrown out of the window today. And then, of course, we've got Team Cisco versus Team Aquasimp. That's going to come up very soon as well. We have down from our 8 teams now all the way to 4 as we approach the middle point of day number 2, folks. We've still got a lot of action here in Bobby Plays Crossover Clash. Don't go far, because we're going to take a quick break. On the other side of this break, we've got the next semi-final coming your way. Team Ganyth versus Team Space. Only one can make it to the final.
Check B.
advantage as the two remaining players are very, very slow or check.
Oh, Jai, one shot in a dream there. Jai, or King's rather, going to be able to get the wall bang to land. Now it's all on a skirt. Able to get the bomb carrier. 30 seconds left to go. Gets the job done and is absolutely in the wind. Doesn't really have anything for long range as of right now, but here comes the nade. This might create a little bit of space. Nade's out. Bomb's been collected. Jabin's one shot and forced to back down. Simps actually gotten the bomb plant down, but it's all up to Jabin, who is absolutely still and nowhere along the sights to clear this bomb, and Skurd does not know where he's at.
Yeah. It's great if it works, but Jabin's gonna get spotted out in Skurd! What is that? 1v3? Oh my gosh, what a clutch! To move Team Aerith even closer to a map number 3. What a play out of him.
Welcome everybody here to Bobby Plays Crossover Clash. We're in day number 2, about halfway through the day now, and the first round of action here in the single elimination bracket is done and dusted. It's been a pretty shocking day so far. We had our expectations coming into it, and they have well and truly been blown out of the water. So honestly, at this point in the tournament, who knows what to expect. Next up on the docket then, we go to our first of our 2 semi-finals. We have Team Ganyth going head-to-head with Team Space. Verdicts, the first matchup for Team Space was an incredible performance. PJ was having the time of his life, but it wasn't just him that was playing out of his mind.
No, it wasn't. It was vague and it was space, and they were doing God's work on both the objective and in the search to destroy. They put down what arguably should have been the best team in the tournament, right? I mean, I'm not seeding aside,
Mhm.
like 5 pro players going. Well, I say pro players. Marshy is considered the pro still, right? I mean, he didn't really do that great, but still, cracked as all get out. Now, on the flip side of things, you have Learn and Sweet Dreams, who learns on the back end of picking up some some coaching lessons, but he still ran very hot in that game, in that series.
Yeah, for sure. I want to give a shout out to Sweet Dreams as well because, he wasn't having the most incredible of games, right? But I think, Bobby, you mentioned it very briefly. Like, he was getting some important kills, especially in that Tunisia search and destroy. Like, he was doing the right things for the squad. So it's not like he isn't attributing any kind of value to the roster. He is performing kind of what he needs to be doing, considering, it isn't really his wheelhouse. He's doing what we expect of him in this team. So, Team Space, they at least shocked one team. Their competition, though, here, Bobby, I think it's going to be interesting because, as we said, it's time to throw all expectations out of the window. Yesterday, Team Ganyth, they ran the table in Battle Royale as expected, given the composition of the roster. What are we expecting from them here in multiplayer?
I'm not entirely sure. Once again, Sweet Dreams had a phenomenal performance, like we talked about, but especially having 2 BR players on a squad, I think is going to throw a bit of a wrench in things. We do have Balor and Loading. Okay, for the entirety of yesterday's stream, I was trying to figure out who was on Team Ganyth because I couldn't remember. Marvel is the one that I couldn't remember. I don't know. I'm assuming that's Raiko because I believe Ganyth is RS, and I think that Loading is Load 1. So if I'm not mistaken, that is the other player that I'm not recognizing. Obviously, it's a solid squad, but I don't know that they have as much versatility in this. Ganyth and Marvel, obviously, with similar playstyles as the snipers, but maybe might struggle a little bit more to adjust. Kalos, I think, is going to have to do a lot of work in the SMG role, with question marks around what the other players are going to do. I know that Balor was kind of known for being like a Fennec main back in the day, so maybe we see him whipping that out here in the Apocalypse Hardpoint, but with the way that Team Space was looking in that first matchup, they are not going to be easy to beat.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the key differentiating factor for me, right, is just like, do they have an X factor? I feel like if there is going to be an X factor on this team, it's probably going to be Chloe, right? Chloe is, one of those players that we always talk about as like, okay, he's one of the leading SMG players kind of in Garena. And so if anybody's going to have that goal potential for this roster, it's probably going to be him. But is that going to be enough? Like, can Chloe single-handedly get this roster through? Obviously, there's Marvel as well. Marvel is a sensational AR, so kind of sniper rifle player, or marksman player, I should say. I think it would surprise me if he wasn't running the SO for this team, to be honest with you. Marvel, he should be the one doing that. So that's, I think, the key factor for me is, how much can those guys perform consistently here as we get through. Verdict, Bobby kind of very briefly there mentioned Balor, right, is kind of the guy that feels like the biggest question mark for me, because obviously, former multiplayer player, also plays BR now. What's Balor going to bring to the table here? Is he going to be able to keep up with the rest of the squad? Is he going to be able to drop those numbers?
I mean, that's really going to be the difference in if they're going to play this game, and win. Obviously, we saw even some of the multiplayer pros struggling in some of these matchups. If you're not in the competition already, you're going to be finding yourself on the outskirts. You're going to be struggling. And let's be real, there's 2 BR pros. That doesn't necessarily translate to skill in multiplayer. We're going to see 2 out of these 5, maybe even 3 out of the 5 struggling off the rip if they can't pull their weight. Balor, Loading, Ganyth, that's going to be the question mark on it, not just Balor alone. I'm going to be looking at Loading, who had a hell of a day in BR, but BR was yesterday. We need you to step up and put on for the team here in the hardpoint off the rip. It's going to be a dangerous one. Apocalypse is where we're going to start off with too.
Yeah.
You can get lost on that map very easily if you don't pay attention.
Yeah, I think Apocalypse is one of those maps that's very punishing, Bobby, if you don't have the fundamentals on it down. Like, it's got really crucial rotations. I think looking over towards P2, for example, like, temple spawns can always be kind of one mean mother a lot of times, right? If you don't lock those things down, they can really flip on you kind of on a dime. And then I think that P4 rotation as well is another one where, if you don't get those down on Apocalypse, that's really going to hurt you. And again, it comes back to that question of, for BR mains, people that haven't played multiplayer in a really long time, even though, of course, Balor has history there. Like, how much is he going to have that down? How much a team, Ganyth, I think, on the whole, going to have those kind of, spawn flips down?
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a big thing. And once again, we said that was why the draft is such an important part of the competition for these captains, because obviously you want to make it into day 2. You do want to have that early round bye. But if you can't advance into top 3, then it's not really going to make a whole lot of a difference. And we got the man himself, PJ, just now loading into the lobby. That's somebody we haven't even talked about yet. He's just a menace, regardless of where you are, regardless of what mode you're in. He is always going to cause issues. Learn looked really good. I think better than most people expected him to. And then you got Veg and Space as the duo on the SO14, and those guys are just going to tear it up regardless. I think especially on APOC, that's going to be even more lethal than what we saw the first time around on Combine. So it's, once again, we've been wrong on predictions so far today, but I would be, especially since we've already seen what Team Space is capable of. It's just tough to imagine a scenario where 2 out of 3 games go the way of Team Ganyth.
Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. I think they will especially struggle, actually, and we talk about this a lot, fundamentally in the Search and Destroy. Search and Destroy is the most kind of like, strategy-laden game mode of the 3 available in competitive multiplayer, and I think, that's where I think the skill diff is really going to shine. That being said, we already talked about it. This is effectively glorified 10s at times with the draft, the way that the teams are composed, so anything can happen. We have learned that much today. What can also happen is this Apocalypse hardpoint is about to get started real soon, so we'll stop yapping away here, folks. We've got Team Ganyth versus Team Space. Only one of these 2 teams can make it into the grand finals of the tournament. Bobby, verdicts, take it away.
All right. Just waiting for our admins. It looks like everybody's ready up and good to go. Seems like these guys are a little bit in more of a rhythm, and we are already hopping into the action right here. Strong side is going to go to Team Space as well. That's just a little bit more of an advantage if they didn't have enough of one already. And here we go, the man himself. Oh, I thought we were going to have Balor on the Fennec. Actually going to opt to rock the VMP. Not terribly surprising right there, although the Fennec did get a buff last season, so a little bit surprised we haven't seen some more players using it. He's going to look to lock down the outskirts right here, but he's got Space to contend with what I would imagine is an SO14. It's going to be early kills going in for Learn as he's going to lock down this opening hardpoint time.
Absolutely. 2 kills on board for him already as he's ripped off the heady. Objective now, try to get as much as you can get off this P1 objective, as well as holding the 10 toes back onto the spawn sites. Right now we got a flip coming through early, and that's going to be Marvel who's going to be able to find some success up here inside of the TV site, but Ganyth is going to be forced to push on out too as well, and that's going to give away the spawns for the time being. It's mixy as hell as all get out, but the lead's still in the hands of Team Space and Crew, who's starting off strong. They get control of those spawns as well, and PJ, well, he's running rampant just as expected.
And Veg's been able to maintain these topside spawns with that SO14, so they finally lock down time on the back end of the hill right here. No real type of positioning advantage, and Veg just snapping. 7 kills on the board already. We do see Team Ganyth kind of scrambling, trying to find something. Not sure why Veg decided to push that far forward. We're still going to be able to maintain the positioning, but the break does come through early on right here. Veg's going to be able to find one over on Cliff's side, and they do find those kills to go through, but loading, only one left right here. He has not really struggled at all so far in this one. 5 kills on the board, but the rest of the squad, nobody really having a dominant performance so far out of them, and no surprise to see PJ already up on 12 kills and on a 6th spree.
And got the equalizers, whatever. Jesus Christ. Only going to be able to find one off of peeks out. Ganyth able to get the trade. No, not much harm done out of it. I say that. He's already sitting on 13. Predator not going to find any success either. That's going to be the trophy system saving through. Hold the phones. Here comes a smash on in. Can PJ be a man of his word? Absolutely finding 2, but break's going to come through nonetheless. The last 10 seconds up for grabs. It is going to go in the favor of Team Ganyth, who are finally able to find a few seconds onto that money hill, as well as loading, already getting the setup here for P3.
I mean, he's been kind of a menace. 9 kills to lead his squad right here. He's trying to lock down that hard point time as well. Get some reinforcements out of Kalo as he's trying to clear some space. We got one person in the backside, and PJ that's going to get shut down. He's on 20 kills already.
Jesus
that
Christ.
man is pacing for 100 bomb currently. Absolutely stupid numbers out of him, and he's going to be able to single-handedly break the hard point as well.
Yeah, let me just drop a hundo here in competitive format. That's ridiculous. Pacing and actually getting there is completely different things, though. We all know how quick these maps can, just spiral out of control and never really reel back in. PJ, just God, did someone get a trade? This guy's just, what are we doing? Somebody kill PJ. What a freak. Not going to be able to get taken down there. Kalo finally, or Chloe actually, going to be able to take him down. But the damage has been done, man. PJ season is in full effect. Let me just tell you, chat, he's him.
He's still pacing for 100, by the way. Like, if we see any type of fight back from Team Ganyth, that is very much still in the cards. But if he keeps playing like this, I don't think they're going to have much of a shot at closing that gap. Kalo finds one right there. Oh, the turn on to learn as well. That flips out the spawns. Much needed play for them right there. The Hunter Killer finds 1, 2 for Marvel as the War Machine hits as well. And finally stopping the bleeding right here as they've got some control of the hard point. Vague punches a hole in the defense, and just like that, they're back in control.
They are back in control. Just like that. You had to say something, Bobby. As soon as you said they have control, 5 died almost instantly. Very tough approach. Marvel trying to reel it back in, though. SO at hand in his big kills to come through on the objective. Last 20 seconds up for grabs. The contest finally comes through in both full effect. Blue is going to be occupying it. That's team space. Rocking and rolling here with a lead here. The first set of hills. Plus 30 rolling into it. Could be a devastating one now, as we do see Marvel trying to get a little bit more map control. Gonna have a little bit of help there from Ballard there, but couldn't finish the first kill with his claw. Is gonna get shut down off of it. Make that 2 kills that came through, so I don't know anything. 91-63 is the score as we get saddled up for our second set of hills. Lead still very much so in control of team space.
And in case you're wondering how hard PJ's carrying right now, Sweet Dreams is 2-16, and their team is still up by 35 points. He is quite literally a one-man wrecking crew right now. Learn trying to lock down some of that hard point time. Obviously, Vague, solid game for him so far with 21, but my oh my. What a masterclass we are seeing out of PJ right here to keep his team in the lead in this one. Trying to make sure they can maintain spawn control. Learn's going to be able to find one up in that top side. But the spawns are there for Team Ganyth. So they've got the hard point. They've got the setup. And an absolute beam out of Marvel with that SO14 is going to clear some space as well.
Oh, yeah. Gold's locked down. They know how much this money hill can sway a map like this. APOC. One of the hardest hills to break nonetheless. You got Ganyth who's holstering the backside too. And just like that, we're getting set up for P2. And the setup is looking like it should be in favor of Team Ganyth. But what are we doing? Ballard, we're cutting through the backside of the map. We're just giving a ball. There's just no way. I mean, this is like one of those things where we talked about it earlier. The inexperience just not going to pan out. But he is finally going to be able to find 3 in the feed. So I guess, hey, you get some gunnies on the objective who are able to get some kills. You force them back into the spawn. You're able to reap the benefits of it.
Yeah, they actually forced those spawns back. I'm shocked that he was able to stay alive as long as he was with everybody spawning on top of him and somehow able to continue maintaining that control and doing damage. We do finally see PJ slowing down a little bit. 36 kills, still far and away the best in the lobby, but not quite pacing for 100 anymore. Learn's going to get shut down as he looks to take control of that cliff side. And it is team space once again in the driver's seat, but not nearly as convincing as previously, only up by 30 points.
30, Learn now dotting them, shoe on board there with the War Machine, looking for some at a distance. Not going to be able to find anything off of it. Nonetheless, his teammates are doing the work. PJ including Vague as well. Vague now going to pop the Predator missile. Going to be able to find nothing off of it other than intel. They're all on the backside of that trench, and surely enough, the call out to there. And PJ's looking to go ahead and, well, not PJ, rather, Sweet Dreams, rather, trying to collect the info. But it is going to be Balor and crew able to get a break here onto this P3 objective, and already a decent start. Built themselves a little bit of a deficit. Let's see if they can regain control.
Ganyth, Annie in hand, gets shut down right there. Space is going to be able to reinforce the point, but there's Marvel, War Machine in hand. Trying to clear a little bit of space on that top side. You never really know when somebody's going to drop down, so they're pretty much single-handedly playing off audio cues. The headshot, one tap right there. One player sliding on down. That's going to be Vague. He's taken down as well. Sweet Dreams can't do any type of damage. And once again, Team Ganyth chipping away at this lead. Team Captain leading the way with 29 kills alongside 31 for Marvel. Seems like the slaying power is a lot stronger so far in this one for Team Space, but they've done a really good job of converting some big chunks of hardpoint time, and Marvel's got some more information to shut down PJ once again.
Yeah, as a Predator too. Oh, he's going to be forced to not pop it. He's just too dang aware of what's going on. The spawn's still in their favor. It is now going to have to be forced to pick up time now as the heady's being occupied inside the shack. They go. Predator out there for Marvel, able to find some intel, but not able to collect the bodies. Nonetheless, he knows exactly what's going on. Nade shot comes through for Vague as he finds 2. Is it going to be enough for a break? We'll find out now as Chloe, the last player alive on the objective, is finally shut down, and the lead gonna continue in the hands of Deep Space. They are just running away with it yet again.
Once again, PJ, 48 right here, still on pace for an absolutely absurd number. Sweet Dreams turns and burns for 1 onto Balor. He's now up to 13, certainly getting more of a groove than what we saw off the start. From 2 and 16 up to 14 and 31. Not a bad stat line by any stretch of the imagination. 43 seconds of hardpoint time for him, but they need him to get more loading. Definitely slowed down a bit in this one. 22 kills on the board. Right now, they really just need to get a little more coordinated on the hardpoint. Ganyth has barely touched the hill a bit in this one, and it's got to be all hands on deck. PJ and Vague just doing too much damage to have anybody not immediately reinforce that hardpoint.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If PJ is anywhere remotely close to the objective, he is going to cause a lot of devastation, and that's the reason. Good night, bro. God. The range on that. What? That ain't the gunshot. You're not picking that up and doing that in a rank. Yeah, that's
not
PJ,
doing that.
200%. That, you know, if you try that in a ranked game, you're gonna be rage quitting after the first shots. That's a tough way to start it out now. 15 seconds left to go here in this P1 objective. PJ still just looking to absolutely devastate them. Has not been killed off this 3 spree just yet.
Looking to push through. Isn't ready for the one around the corner. That's Balor that's going to be able to find the kill, and the lead has once again extended out for Team Space. 42 for Vague, 53 for PJ. Halo leading the way on the flip side. And once again, it's just been a bit of a chemistry gap with those 2 BR players. Number of instances where it seems like they could have been a lot more coordinated and trying to poke a hole in this defense, but they've got to really flip these spawns out as soon as possible to have any type of hope in this one. Ganyth, he's got the SO14 in hand, does a little bit of damage, and we do see Marvel coming through with a 2-piece right there, but it's not going to be enough to flip out the spawns. They've got to try to punch it through the front side.
Oh, man. Space just being so elusive on the objective. The claw not coming through in full effect. Not going to be able to find any kills. It's a chase over towards this objective to close it out. Only 9 seconds needed here for Team Space. Hill's going to be occupied in yellow for the time being, but it's Marvel who's going to fall victim to what would have been a great shot. Nonetheless, gets blocked. 5 seconds now and counting. Balor and crew, the tip of the spear. Ganyth going to be able to find one. That's enough to extend us to a P3. But how much longer can they hold this off? 248 to 163.
They get the setup early. Sweet Dreams is going to be shut down right there, but who else but PJ to push on through? 62 for him, and a relatively dominant win for Team Space to open things up right here. I don't think anybody's surprised to see that outcome, especially with PJ still firing on all cylinders. 62 and 36. He is a man on a mission.
just PJ, I guess. How else do we analyze that game, boys? I think just PJ is all we need to say. Someone in the chat said PJ 60 bomb calling it when he was on 59 kills. Unsurprisingly, PJ does get 60 kills. 62 is what he finishes on in that game. I think, what was it, 20 kills after the second hard point, I think we were talking about, right? Was where he was at. Just an insane performance for PJ. Honestly, it's literally everything we said about this team. Obviously, we should say, though, it's not just him, because the rest of the team, I think, did a really good job there at clearing out multiple hardpoint. We talk about those kind of fundamentals of what makes a team click on Apocalypse hardpoint. It felt like most of the important hardpoints, Bobby, that we expected those guys to get, obviously PJ Slaying did a lot of work to make sure that they secured those spawns and they secured those rotations. But more often than not, they were doing the right things. They were rotating at the right times.
Yeah, it was. It's kind of what we expected to see. You look at the scoreboard, and really the kills were not all that disproportionate. But you look at the hardpoint time. You got Ganyth with 19 seconds, and then you got Balor with 4 seconds. That just simply cannot happen. Like, you can have one person who's a Slayer, who's trying to clear space, who's pushing forward. You can't have two players that are just completely ignoring the objective, especially with the way that COD Mobile works, with the way that COD Mobile spawns work. It's just never going to be a recipe for success in hardpoint. So Kalo with a phenomenal performance, 49 and 42 with a minute in the hardpoint to lead the team. Unfortunately, not going to be enough for them as they fall in the opening map. Once again, now heading into the search and destroy, where you would expect that the more competitively minded team is going to thrive that much more.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, one player that was playing very well during that map was Marvel, of course. He was popping off pretty much the entirety of the map. Obviously, there is only so much that he can do, as Bobby said, when his teammates, though, are not in the hardpoint. Maybe Search and Destroy Verdict is where Marvel will start to shine a little bit. Obviously, this guy is a sniper god. I'm not too sure whether he will have that or the SO14, but I got to imagine if we're going into Search and Destroy, he should be running the sniper.
You're absolutely right, and that's actually going to lead us on to it. We're about to find out now, what does the man have under the loadout? It is going to be, I don't know, he's got prize fetters out at the moment. We'll figure it out. 8 shots out. They're going to be on the defense for the time being. Set the pace, set the tone. It is going to be the sniper, the Locust to be exact. And, well, he's got a sight over towards this A line. Nobody really throwing a shoulder at it. As a matter of fact, this is rather an unorthodox, Jesus Christ, Bird, spit it out, unorthodox push to the middle of the map.
I'm surprised to see Balor getting that aggressive there, too. Excited to see Hacienda Search in the rotation. This is one that I've definitely missed in the map pool, so we'll see how comfortable these guys are looking. Learn's going to find one with the MG42. Wasn't expecting to see that coming out right here, but into a 3v2. It's the man advantage for Team Space once again, and PJ just continues to be elusive, lurking across the map. Bomb is going to get retrieved right there. Marvel's going to be able to find one as he brings it into a 2v2 alongside Kalo.
Oh my god! Shot! Whoa! What? Is Marvel all in space? Hello, you were beaming in your first Search and Destroy map, but you didn't account for him. PJ, again, as you mentioned, it's so damn elusive. He's going to be able to take down the king. And Marvel, Chloe, going to get the sound indicators up. He's going to be able to sneak on through, and that's going to be a free kill. PJ, unsuspecting, as he had no idea what was lurking around the corner. It was Chloe. He picks up 3, and that's going to be the round in favor of Team Ganyth. Starting strong there on the defense.
All right. Bomb picked up. It's going to be Learn. Looking to plant it right here, although going through the mid-map. Looking for something with that nade in hand and not able to connect onto Ganyth across mid. Vague's actually going to be able to shut him down. Loading playing the backside of rocks right here, and Learn trying to find an off angle. It's actually going to be Space opening things up. That should be complete site control over here on the B side. And one player left to play Spoiler in Sweet Dreams over on the opposite side. He's actually going to opt to go ahead and wrap, but making a lot of noise. That is going to be an absolute freebie for Balor right there, bringing us into a 3v3.
Learn gets the drop there on Chloe, who was sneaking and playing his life to his best of his ability, but now it's down to Marvel and Balor, 2v3. Corners being rotated. Vague. Okay, Ego Chows gets put in his place. And all of a sudden, a 2v2 looking doable, but it's Space in no man's land. Doesn't get caught on the hop-up, but it is Learn who's teaching him a few things about the drop, and surely enough, he gets the 2-piece. That's going to be an answer back in favor of Team Space as we're all tied up. Great retaliation there.
Yep. It's the experience really showing out. Team Space even things up, and I mean, it is once again Kalo and Marvel doing the bulk of the heavy lifting for this squad so far. Heavy defensive presence over here on the A side, but B's making its way on over to the opposite. That's going to be an early kill for PJ. He's going to be able to get away with his life as well, and now just tucked into a corner. Lots of visibility, lots of opportunity for him to get info.
Well, we know how elusive he can be.
Bomb dropped.
Gets the call out there. Oh, it's Chloe. Able to find one as well as Marvel, who has been a menace. Chloe going to be able to get away now as he's making a lot of noise, but PJ, slow and steady winning the race, looking to get some office control. Ganyth able to find one. PJ able to pounce, able to find that kill there on Chloe. The trades have came through, but it is going to be favoring the side of Team Ganyth, who only have to deal with PJ now as, when you see Sweet Dreams drop. Balor's going to collect that kill very swiftly, putting that one down before it could escalate 2-1. Great bounce back. This has been a back-and-forth game so far. We've got ourselves search and destroy on our hands.
Yep. Very, very competitive. I thought I saw Sweet Dreams with the OTS 9 out right there. Still sticking with the VMP. And this time it's going to be a heavy hit over toward the A side. All the util goes out. 3 players there in defense, and there's going to be Marvel to open things up on the learn. Trades go through, but it's gone for both sides as once again, nobody seems to want to take the advantage. Finally, it's a man up for Team Ganyth. And as I say that, another drops. Into a 2v2 we go. Big flank right here for loading. We'll see if he can get some timing to go his way.
Gonna need it. 2v2. Bomb's gonna go down. The timing. Oh, Space gonna get out. The last player, Sweet Dreams, lost in the sauce. Ganyth gonna be able to collect there in a great wrap. What a read. No one expecting anybody coming from that well site. And wow, what a way to finish that one off. That ends our back and forth affair lead. Clearly in the hands of Team Ganyth. They're looking to turn this around. I mean, we did not expect this coming into this Search or Destroy. We thought this was going to be, you know, one of those things where, you know, Marvel's going to pop off, sure, but is it going to be Team Ganyth win?
Certainly been the difference maker here. 7 kills now for him, and they're going to once again sit back, not going to overextend. 1 player down for each team as PJ gets the plant down here. Halo slides the corner. He's not going to allow it. More shots through. He's going to be able to find 2 as a result, and now that's man advantage once again for Team Ganyth. Shots onto Space as well. You have got to get that kill. Finally traded out. It's Sweet Dreams with an opportunity at a 1v3. And oh my gosh, Ganyth threw the sliver in the wall right there for the kill. Yet another lead as they, or yet another round as they extend the lead out.
Oh my. I knew that one was going to turn on its head when Chloe caught Space. If you're going to be jumping in that water, you better be ready to swim with the sharks, buddy. That one was nasty. Ganyth closing that round out. We're all wallbang. I don't know what it was. Through the sliver. He's able to take it. PJ able to open up at a first blood was well with Ganyth. And surely enough, it's, I mean, Marvel, good line night. He's not gonna miss very few. PJ there for the retaliation. A good old 3v3 here with a minute left to go on the clock.
PJ's starting to pick up steam here as well. It's now a man advantage for them as they'd like to close out the half on a positive note. 4-2 gives you a lot more breathing room than that 5-1, and I think he reads Marvel on the backside right here, but it doesn't matter. And Marvel, time and time again, finding ways to punish the opposition and giving his team the advantage. Gonna play these backside headies and wait for an overextension. Once again, the bomb is down. And Ganyth's gonna be able to find one onto Space as once again, it looks like Team Ganyth gonna be able to continue to build on this lead.
Or a miracle. He's already been spotted. Ganyth ain't missing either. He's starting to heat up. We're talking about the pro players. He has stepped up massively for his squad here in the Search of Troy. Did a damn good job there in the hard point as well. Obviously not enough to get job done, but this one so close to getting us to a game 3. 5-1 lead as we flip sides. Gonna need a miracle out of Team Space. We'll see if they can do it better here on the defense off the rip.
Marvel playing the outskirts. I don't think he realizes how far out Space is, and he takes advantage of that position. Learn's going to get shut down right there. Space is still yet to be dealt with as well. Absolute godheady position. This really prevents anybody from peeking that long angle. And they're just going to have to hope that they can get the bomb down right here without any type of a push through. Vague's on the flank. He's got eyes on the loading. Absolute beam right there. And just like that, they've got complete control of this side of the map. Bomb carrier is alive, but Vague's going to be able to hop up. Finds another one right there. And now all on to Ganyth in a 1v3.
Gonna need a Hail Mary out of this one. 1v3. Space, Vague, PJ. Those are demons. You do not want to deal with PJ. It's just a damn menace. Looks, lays down at the right time and expecting the rewrap. And surely enough, it is there. Dream still left alive for the boys over at Team Space, who are racking it up now. That was a great round. You had Vague, who came through on the backside of approach, cleared their minds, and that opens up a lot of space for PJ to maximize through that P4 door site. And surely enough, great execution out of Team Space and crew to keep the Dream alive. But Space, yet again, going to get dropped on this one. Ganyth's starting to heat up.
Oh, he's getting aggressive here. Spots out Sweet Dreams, but can't find the shot. He's going to be forced back right here. 2v3, but one's Learn with an LMG in hand. Sweet Dreams actually going to be able to find one. Right now, the lurk is on as Sweet Dreams is in a 1v3, especially with the bomb down. Looks like they're going to be able to get the plant right here and make it that much more difficult to close things out. It's a lot of unfortunate positions, a lot of unfortunate timings, and chemistry's not quite been there the same way in the search and destroy for this squad. Gotta think Marvel and Ganyth alive should be relatively easy to close this one out.
Amp, 25 seconds. You got to roll 1v3. Sweet Dream's about to be turned into a nightmare on this one. We'll see a 6-2. Now he's going to be forced to make a lot of noise. Surely enough, Balor's going to anticipate the push. It's going to get shut down, but it is only a matter of seconds before Ganyth is able to collect the machine pistol at the ready. 6-2 map point. Heading into control if we don't see anything change up here for the side of Team Space.
All right. We'll see if they can swing the momentum, but man, we've not really seen a lot of search and destroys where a lead has been built this big that it didn't continue all the way through. Obviously not a huge sample size, but oh my gosh, Ganyth, a huge opener once again. That sniper presence between him and Marvel has just been so lethal, and Kalo on the lurk. It's not been easy to deal with either. Valor finally pushes up, able to find one with the VMP, but there's Sweet Dreams once again equalizing with the VMP in hand. Vague finds one there as well, and now it's all down to loading. Spots out Sweet Dreams. Oh my gosh, that's a kill that you've got to find more quickly, but gets away with his life. Could potentially find timing onto Vague right here, but unfortunately Vague is ready. And that's a round going through for Team Space as they keep this one going for a little bit longer.
Got to take it one round at a time in this instance. Need 3 to extend this search and destroy to an overtime. Only one mistake made, and it is done. We'll head into that control, but nonetheless, great job for Team Space to keep the hopes alive. And we've got a very conservative approach on the attacking side. Learn going to be aggressive. Finds one. Pays off. He's going to be forced back. No, he wants to smoke. He wants to continue on through. No, he's going to go ahead and fall on through. Vague going to be able to find one in Balor as well. And surely enough, loading. Looking for the refrags. Nobody's there. Vague's going to get taken down in the midst of all that action too that I missed. But nonetheless, a 4-3 player advantage in favor of Team Space.
Looking to chip away at this lead. Vague out of the equation. Definitely not ideal. And there's going to be Marvel finding yet another onto Sweet Dreams. 11 for him. Double digits for him, Ganyth, and Kalo. It really has been kind of a 3v5 for them. And once again, the strategy and how you draft that squad, how it sets you up for later in the game. Learn's going to be able to find one onto Kalo. And that is definitely not somebody that you want to lose in this situation. Definitely got to think the pressure's on for Marvel to open things up, and he Spots out the gun, but he takes a shot. Can't connect on the first. Question is, does he expect the second around the corner? Absolutely does not. That's all onto loading, but he clutches the opening gunfight. I don't know if he's got time to plant.
He doesn't. That's it. Good awareness there. Beautifully played. It didn't matter if you win the second gunfight. There ain't no time on the clock. 6-4. Dream's still alive here to close this out in 2. Again, got to take it round by round, and so far, so good. Came down to the wire, but I mean that's the beauty of 90-second search and destroy rounds. You get stuff like that when you have an impact kill that's big brain. You get the kill onto the bomb carrier. You don't have to worry about, you know, getting that second one. Now it's a smash over towards this A lane. Nobody here to reciprocate. Chloe gonna go ahead and get this bomb plant down.
Like the play right here. Not trying to mess around, trying to get too fancy with it. Just need to find a way to put this one away, but Learn's going to be there. Vague with another. And Learn with kill number 8 on the board. Unk is starting to get hot in this one. That is a clean 5-0 in the round, and now only 1 round away from forcing OT.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
Wow. Okay. I thought the smash over towards the A side was the play. Everybody thought it was. Bomb goes down. 5v5 wrong. As soon as Chloe exits, enters into Learn's space and team space. Yet again, keeping this search and destroy a bound. Learn 8 kills on board. 12 for Vague, who's leading the lobby. And Marvel now trying to peel somebody back here onto this site. As we've got about as, I mean, this is about as conservative as it's going to get on Hacienda, right? I mean, you don't have any pressure on either front, but look at all the setups for the defense.
Oh my God. I was about to say, surely loading has no idea that they're right there. Learn's going to pick up yet another. Seems like SMG Learn might be the move. Oh my God, but the timing, Ganyth finds him on the cross. Gets caught out of position right there as Vague's going to find another. Ganyth needs to hit this shot, and there he is. Going big, trying to clutch up a 2v4. Valor really needs to find something to contribute right here. They've got the bomb in hand. It looks like they're going to opt to plant over on that A side, and nobody here to contest. Space the only one close by. He should likely be the first to respond.
He should be. Right now he's going to be playing it patiently. Bomb's going to go down. 18 seconds to 45. 3v2 player advantage. Surely enough, you can't whiff this one, right? PJ and crew looking to get the back wrap. Little do they know the setup is for a front side. And Ganyth looking to peel anybody back. Will they get the timing? Into the warehouse they go. Space is going to be spotted. And it's going to force down Ganyth. He's got to hit these shots in order for this dream to get shut down.
Spots out Space, but he can't connect. Oh my gosh, it was served up on a silver platter, but he can't convert. Team Space takes, what, 4 rounds in a row to force overtime. And it feels like the dream is slipping for Team Ganyth right now.
Oh man, now it's on a coin flip. Yikes. Oh, okay, got to start it off strong. 5 rounds in favor of both teams on the attack. That should be the advantage, all that is needed here for... Or the defense, rather. That should be the advantage in favor of Ganyth. And as soon as I say that, Ganyth does peel the needles back, or peels the head back there of Learn. That has been a menace in this search of Troy with 9 kills. And there's nothing in retaliation, but a little bit of map control going to be gathered here on towards his B side. Valor's going to be lurking in the distance. I don't know if he's going to get the indicator. Vague going to go ahead and try and lay the bomb down. Exit kill. No, he's going to get caught chasing. No, he does collect Vague in the corner. Almost takes down Sweet Dreams, but is going to be able to get the tag. And it's down to 2.
I don't know if they've got anybody that can really stop a plant right here. PJ's going to find 2 on the inside, though. That's absolutely massive. 14 kills for him. Loading tries to push on through, but he gets shut down. PJ goes big right here in overtime, and now they've got a chance to win it.
2v4 clutch right there for the boys. Let's go, PJ. Goes massive. Huge opening round here in the overtime. This might be the dagger. Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming down to this. Last round potentially here for the overtime. Vague on the back lines here of this B site. Well has been compromised. Is going to get the call out. Where's the adjustments? Sweet Dreaming the crew now trying to get some kills on the back line, but they've got him pretty much surrounded. Just can't capitalize on any of it just yet.
Best S&D game of the day, and all chat cares about is 6-7. See what they can find right here. Vague looking to push on through. Absolutely obliterates Ganyth. Learn finds another. They collapse the defensive setup. There's no response. It's all down to Marvel. They hop the bomb. They get shut down. 6 rounds in a row go through for Team Space. And they're headed to the grand finals.
Wow. What a search and destroy. That, I mean, how demoralizing is that? You're up 6-2, right? You go up 5-1 in the first 6 rounds. You take a round, you're just that much closer to closing it out and taking us to that control. Unfortunate for you, PJ and crew had other plans. 16 kills on board for Vague. Wow. What a search and destroy performance as well, with PJ racking up 16. I mean, Jesus Christ. Brody, talk to me. That search and destroy, best one of the day so far.
Oh, absolutely, boys. Honestly, I was setting myself up mentally for a control. I was ready for it. I think it was 6-1 or 6-2 is what Team Ganyth were up. But honestly, if we're talking positively for a second about Team Ganyth, I'm like super surprised by how well they were playing Search and Destroy. Like, fundamentally, they knew what they were doing. I think, you know, there was a flanking play from a couple of players in a 3v2 back in round number 3 or something to that effect, where it became like pretty apparent that these guys actually are making the right play calls to win this Search and Destroy. And I think it just took a few rounds for everything to kind of click for Team Space and S&D. And as soon as they did, that train was not stopping. Every single round, there was some kind of crazy clutch or crazy moment for Team Space. And they just looked absolutely phenomenal. Of course, I think all leads to, I think, PJ just going supersonic mode in the penultimate round there in that 2 versus 4. So many moments like that, Bobby, where it just felt like once those guys had clicked, there weren't any stopping them.
Yeah, I think we questioned at the beginning of the day what the team composition looked like for this squad, just with not a whole lot of current competitive experience. But I think the cumulative competitive experience is certainly paying off for them, just showing the resilience right there to go down by that big of a lead and still find a way to close that one out. Once again, credit to Ganyth, credit to Marvel, credit to Kalo. They were absolutely tearing it up, but I think the draft process proving to be the biggest factor so far in this one, and Space certainly built himself a god squad that is now heading to the grand finals.
Just crazy, isn't it, Verdict? I do want to talk a little bit about Ganyth in particular, because I do want to give him a shout out, because he was hanging with the squad there. He was dropping numbers. He was keeping pace with the rest of the squad.
No, yeah, I mean, but when it mattered the most, like that last round before we got the overtime, you've got to hit those shots, man. And you know that's the difference maker in this game potentially still going on, or maybe even taking us to the control, or their run ending. Obviously, they're still going to have a chance to fight for a 3rd place. I don't know if we're going to have an off broadcast 3rd place matchup. That's you know, up to Bobby. But you know, right now as it sits, they are sitting in a 3rd, 4th place spot, which is not ideal.
Yeah, it's not great. Not too sure what's going to happen with the 3rd place matchup. Either way, it does mean that right now we have one of our grand finalists in Team Space. Congratulations to them. And again, we just got to keep on saying it before we start talking about the other semi-final here. It is wild, I think, how unexpected this roster has been here in multiplayer. Like, obviously, these guys are all one way or another, like, seasoned in multiplayer, Bobby. But I think to be as successful as they have been this tournament, to be as convincing as they have been in this tournament, I think is for sure just a massive dub for Space to have drafted that team.
Yeah, it's definitely been really, really fun to watch as they have exceeded expectations time and time again. So I think between Team Cisco and Team Aquasimp, there's not any team that I think is going to get obliterated, but they've certainly got the momentum right here, and not having to worry about the lower bracket has got to feel good as well. Top 2 guaranteed. That means they've already got a decent chunk of change secured. I believe 2,500 goes to second place. So they're definitely gunning for that top prize, but we'll see what that ends up looking like as we do start to get our players loaded in for our next matchup. I was curious if we were going to have Slayer in the competition for the entirety of it in place of Icon, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So he's going to load into the lobby right here for Team Cisco.
Yeah, let's start talking about Team Cisco then before we get into that game. Verdict, I want to talk about this team. Second place in the BR portion of the tournament. A lot of that was down to the fact that they had this kind of setup where Slayer would go out on his own, effectively just hoover up as many kills as possible, and the rest of the team would make sure that if he went down, all right, cool, let's just keep ourselves alive so that he can respawn through. And that also had kind of a vice versa effect where if the rest of the team went down, he would make sure that he had his lifeline still ready to go. There was a lot of trust in Slayer yesterday. Today, though, it is not going to be on Slayer. It's absolutely, for me, going to be on Yoppy in particular. Got to give a shout out to that guy. And I think Shisui needs a lot of love as well on this team.
No, you're absolutely right. Now it's the time for Team Cisco to pick up the slack where they left it at yesterday. They put it all on Slayer. His workload was incredible. He's the one reason why they're in second place, regardless of were they into that. He was always in that double-digit range of kills. Now it's Yopi's turn and Neil's turn, and as you mentioned, Shisui, they need to step up massively here in order to return the favor of getting them into that guaranteed top 4 slot. This is their chance to shine. They're gonna have to step up majorly, but Slayer's also gonna have to do his portion of contributing as well. It's a give and take system, as you mentioned earlier. Slayer's got to be the one who's got to be playing the objective as well as making himself useful on maps where maybe he's not necessarily running the gunny as hot as he should. He's gonna have to be able to figure it out for himself.
Yeah, you just do the dirty work, right? I mean, like, you've got a roster of players that, for the most part, have all been, the highest levels of competition over the last few years. So they can all do the slaying work. I think, we go to Search and Destroy later on in the best of 3. That's when Neil's going to come to shine. Obviously, him being known as one of the best sniper players coming out of Europe, the best marksman players coming out of Europe, I should say, over the last few years. Everybody has their kind of way to play, their place in this team. And I kind of am curious to see who will come out on top in this matchup. What about Cisco himself? I don't know if Bobby's here or not to talk about Cisco, but what about Cisco himself? I mean, are we expecting Cisco to come out here and provide a lot of slaying for the squad?
I'm not sure if I would say provide a lot of slaying. I think he can hold his own. And I think that's ultimately what they're going to need. They've got a solid enough base around Neil, Shisui, and Yopi. I think he's going to be a solid 4th. I think it's just a question of if we see that same type of performance that we saw out of Team Aquasim to start things, because I think if Cartels is playing at the level that he was playing, I don't know that there's a ton that they're going to be able to do. Like, I think he's going to be the best player in the lobby looking like that. Obviously, Yopi, very, very solid player, but it'll be interesting to see, once again, switching up the map pool setup as well. We are going into Firing Range Hardpoint, which we have not played in competitive in a very long time. So throwing that into the rotation could switch things up a bit, but I do anticipate that chemistry is still going to be there for Team Aquasimp, and maybe a little bit lacking for Team Cisco, just because we have so many different players from so many different regions.
Yeah, I mean, following up on that chemistry, chemistry was one of the big things that we talked about for Team Aquasimp, and it felt like, at least in the respawns, that was 100% there. It was 100% the reason that they were able to get past Team Aerith in the respawns. In the Search and Destroy, though, a lot of questions. It felt like they hadn't figured out who was going to be the marksman players on the roster. Obviously, again, there are no set weapon roles here. You can be as fluid as you like with them. But Verdict, I mean, they just couldn't figure things out on Express Search and Destroy. That, for me, is 100% the way into this best of 3 if you're their opposition.
Yeah, and then that's kind of where, we talked about their downfall in that last series against Team Aerith. They couldn't figure out the gun roles. They couldn't figure out who was going to be, stepping up and being that pivotal sniper role. They kind of just tossed it back and forth on who was popping or who was trying to pop off at any given point. The consistent remains, though, is Cartels still led the team. So I think they need to build their Search and Destroy strategies around him, just kind of like when we watched OUG back in the day, you know, so far along, when Cartels was in Search and Destroy, he kind of dictated the pace.
Yeah.
As that sniper role, he created opportunities that weren't there when he wasn't on the map in firing range, right? He created such great energy, and they need to build, this team in particular needs to build, you know, their core around him and what he's going to do. And I think they can't be unsuccessful with that.
Yeah, and you know what's wild as well is for me, Bobby, I honestly at this point, I wouldn't have Jabin on the sniper rifle because we were talking about it earlier where he was piecing with the switchblade. Like, I would have Jabin on the SMG, like, have him be the guy that's clearing space.
Yeah, he looked a lot more comfortable there, so I would not be surprised to see that be the case. Taking a look at, did we see what the search map was for the second one?
It's Kurahana.
Kurahana, okay. Yeah, I mean, that is one where you do want to have two snipers out, so obviously Viper's capable of doing that, but we saw, I believe, King's in that role as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of tough to say. I don't think it's going to be make or break in this one. Obviously, you do have to deal with both Neil and Cisco on the sniper, but I think, once again, any of those four players are capable of filling that role, and like you said, with the way that he was playing on the Switchblade, would love to see him try to play that a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we need to see something set going into that S&D, right? Because obviously they can win in the respawns. I think these guys are really comfortable in the respawns. That's abundantly clear from what we saw in the hardpoint and the control earlier on. But if they can get it done in 2, just get themselves into the grand finals with a quick 2-0 sweep, I think that will make them happiest for sure. With that said then, hardpoint is how we're kicking off this best of 3. We're going back to firing range for the first time in absolutely forever with Team Cisco versus Team Aquasim. Only one of these guys can make it to the grand finals. Let's find out who.
All right. We'll see what they can do. Just a refresher on our squads. Obviously, we got Team Cisco right here. Yopi, it is not Iken on his squad. It is going to be Slayer replacing him once again. Shisui and Neil, obviously, for those of you who don't know, Shisui, one of the top SMGs in LATAM. And then taking a look at Team, I skipped them, Aquasim. Viper, Cartels, Kings, Jabin. I mean, I don't think anybody really had a bad performance out of those 4 in the first matchup of the day that we saw, in Aquasim doing a good job of filling that OBJ role. It is going to be interesting to see. There's also more, I would say, ping disadvantage, at least as far as what you would expect the ping to be for Team Cisco, with Cisco and Yopi both being in Garena. So once again, another thing that might be difficult for them to overcome. But we've underestimated teams before today, so it is certainly possible that we could completely be sleeping on what this team's bringing to the table.
And I mean, you look at the teams that have already been successful today coming into it. Obviously, you look at Aquasim, they built their structure around Cartels. Cartels is their main guy. You kind of let him go out and do his own thing. Just like in the previous matchup in Team Space, they built their roster around PJ, right? They let him create space in the hardpoint and do crazy things in the search and destroy. Who's going to be that player, as we haven't seen Team Cisco just yet? Who's going to be that player who's going to play the Cartels role or the PJ role? Obviously, you can't replicate that kind of gameplay, but who's going to be the disruptive player? Who's going to be the one who's going out and getting all these frags and creating space for your team and lurking in the search and destroy in order to keep the dream alive and finding 3 pieces? Who's that guy going to be? Right now, the question is probably between Shisui and Yopi. Or are we going to get a tandem of the two? I don't know how it's going to work out. We're going to find out as soon as we jump into the action. Fire range is certainly going to be a difficult way to start this series. I mean, we've seen it in Search and Destroy time and time out. These walls paper thin. I'm sure we're going to see some crazy objective play, but we're also going to see some crazy breaks too.
Yep. And once again, going into firing range, hardpoint, that does provide a lot of longer sight angles as well. So you would anticipate that the SO14 is going to come into play. We didn't really see it a ton the first time that we watched Team Aquasim. There were a couple of instances where it came out, but certainly was not the dominant force that I think a lot of people expected. We have seen instances where that was the case, I think, especially with the duo of Vague and Space using it, but I don't know how much more we need to yell that the game is ready. We got all of our players readied up, so we should be good to start pretty soon right here.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, there we go.
go.
There we go. And all it took was one derpy ready, and we were good to go.
All right.
All right.
Ready to hop on into things right here. We do have the SO14s coming out. Cisco rocking with the default with a red dot. So first we see that, I'm assuming he's probably on his Garena account. He's got the Mythic for the time being, rocking with what he can work with right here. See what we've got is Smokes Galore and Viper finding first blood across the mid-map.
Map control now looking. Cartel's trying to get that trailer side control. That's going to come through. It's going to get shut down. Cartel's able to find 2, but it's Slayer in retaliation and finding 2 and clearing out the trailer side of things. Peeks out the window, gets his head split, and surely enough, Hill in control. It's occupied in yellow for the time being. No contest in sight. It's all about getting these spawns here for this P2 one, but hey, you got to put your foot on the objective at some point.
Cisco trying to make his way up to this tower position. Looking for something to work with up above, and he's going to be able to find 2 right there. So locking down that high ground control. Neil making his way down to the lower side of the map as well. I'm not sure if that was a spawn, but Cisco tearing it up with the SO14 in hand. Aquasim shut down as well. They find strong control on the back side of this opening hardpoint and should allow them some real estate to set up toward new as well. 1 player on the point in Jabin. His shots don't connect initially, but does end up finding the kill. Only 1 player left on new, but it's Cartel's. Not going to be easy to deal with, and he's just trying to hit him with the movement. Jabin says not today.
Ooh, buddy. Big opener there. Big break for Yopi and crew. They're going to be able to find 3 in tandem. That is a massive one. They had a slow start there in the P1 objective, but they were able to clear out Cartels and all the goons out of this American side. Cartel's trying to throw a shoulder outside. He is going to be able to get the wall bang there on the Yopi. And that might be a break. Only 1 player left standing, and Neil stepping up when it matters the most. As soon as I say that, Kings and Jabin clear control, and that's going to be a P2 break, much needed there for the boys over at Team Aquasim.
Yep, still a close game in this one. Cisco be able to find 1 more. Shots onto Aquasim, no kill. Kings 1 HP on the point. Still a lot of damage done right there to soften up the defense. Who is Weezerm on, and what in the world is he on?
Gotta be Shisui, ready?
Shisui, that's who it is. Oh my gosh, that dude's absolutely ripping.
Absolutely ripping indeed. 3-piece out with the equalizer. Cartel's finally going to be able to shut him down in retaliation. Much needed, though, as they've been hemorrhaged. Cartel's inside the objective, making it rain War Machine missiles, but it's Shisui with a Predator able to find 2. They've done all of this and kept it relatively close.
And their Viper pushing out with that SO14. He's going to be able to find another. Looking for a second. Doesn't read that spawn from Slayer. Jabin with the grab vortex zoning off that front entry. So for the time being, he'll continue to rack up time. 39 seconds already for him, and teammates will reinforce the front. That means he can lock down the backside, but there's Shisui once again. Now 20 kills on the board. He is going to town in this one. We got eyes on Slayer. VR players have struggled a bit in some of our matchups today, but he has certainly not done so. Second frag for his squad with 12 kills on the board.
Yeah, he's running the gun right now. Viper on the inside. Hello. Goodbye. Clearing out P4. That's his objective. Lead swap back into the hands of Aquasimp and crew. Haven't had it since P1. Might be time for a little reckoning, but Shisui still a force to be reckoned with. Through the smoke, going to be able to find his way through. Able to find Viper yet again in guns and turns and guns. 1 in Aquasimp. Everyone's coming through. Jungle site. Cartel's going to get spotted on through as well. Tagged and bagged as well. Jabin going to be able to get the entry on in. 20 seconds off the grab. Still plenty of time to fight for.
Jabin slides on through, finds 2 with the switchblade, and stays alive. 60 seconds the hard point for him. Cartel's there to reinforce, and he's just going to continue to sit back and play that position. They are going to be able to take the lead off the back of that one, swinging the momentum. And he's going to actually catch Neil off guard as well. Just kind of waits up above. Slayer slides on through, barely able to stay alive to lock down some of that hard point position. And Shisui from above going to be able to keep Slayer safe for the time being. It looks like they've got a solid setup to be able to do some damage. Can't believe Viper fully committed to the ladder climb right there while taking damage. He's going to get shut down as well, and it is going to be Team Cisco back in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Lead swap after lead swap after lead swap. Back and forth we go. P1 about as mixy as it can be. Shisui yet to be dealt with. Up top 10. Now he's at the bottom. Back and forth he goes. Finally, Viper going to be able to shut him down. That's the answer that they need. Some map control desperately needed here for the boys over at Team Aqua Simp. And surely enough, Viper's going to be peeking his head out the door. Is going to get shut down. Hill occupied in blue. Slayer now with a Annie. This could be a massive transitional kill here for him. He's going to get shut down instantly. And man, maybe some caster cursing on my end.
As you say that, we've got 3 operators charged and ready to go for Team Aqua Simp. War Machine out for Cartels. First couple of shots don't connect, but still lots and lots of time to work with. Trying to zone off the backside. Teammates are going to be safe for the time being. And Kings racks up a couple with that Sparrow. I don't know if people have realized, but the Sparrow actually lost 3 shots in the recent nerf. So definitely still a solid operator, but not nearly as lethal as it was previously. Team Aqua Simp getting back into the driver's seat off the back of some solid operator usage here. Looks like Jabin's going to be able to continue to lock down that front side with the grab vortex in hand.
And I was wondering when Cartels was going to put the LMG away and pull out the SMG. He's finally done it. 21 to his name, starting to pick up the slack. But Viper has set the tone and the pace for this one. 24 to his name on the outskirts. He's going to get gunned down. Jabin, only player on the objective, dealt with. 146 to 125 lead. Starting to drift away yet again as we do see the break finally come through. And Team Cisco starting to strike quickly. Can they get the connection over to P3? This trailer is very hard to break once you get control of it. And surely enough, Neil's going to get shut down on the outskirts of it. Cisco going to get gunned down to blazes, man. That SO kind of looks weird if you look at it from with just the base one. It kind of fire. Oh my god, that thing fires rapidly in his hands.
Yup. Going crazy, and he's got the 50-round mag. I didn't even realize that initially, but 50 rounds on a DMR. Absolutely bonkers. Tries to slide in right there. Cartels actually ends up taking himself out with the Hunter Killer. So it looks like we're going to see some of that gap closed right here at the hands of Team Cisco. Yopi's going to be able to find 2 more. Hasn't really had his best map. Only 23 kills so far for him, but 79 seconds on the hard point, doing everything that he can to contribute. He's going to look to cut the map in half right here. He's got 1 player right around the corner. That's going to be Cisco shut down as well. They're once again locking in some crucial hard point time as they extend out the lead.
Oh, absolutely. We're talking about who's going to be a step-up player for this squad for Cisco. It's by far been Shisui stepping up and filling that role massively. Big connection over to P4. Desperate time now is the lead going in favor of Cisco. Cartels and crew not really having an answer, and a slow start for him has really led to detrimental deficit and not really has gotten his foot pacing proper. Shisui going to be able to make it rain there with a Predator missile as he's able to shut down Cartel's rain, and that's going to be able to extend this one now as they're flirting for 200, Bobby. This one not getting closer by the end of it.
Not at all. Now a 50-point lead right here. And this is certainly not the way we anticipated this would go. I was not expecting Shisui to be the monster that he's been so far. Now on 39 kills, trying to push up to 40 right here. He does that and still going. Equalizers are ready to go. And he's got nearly 2 minutes in the hard point. Man is doing it all for them. Slayer has been a menace on the map as well. This is probably far and away the best hardpoint performance we've seen out of any of our BR players so far today. Just consistency across the board for this squad. And if Yopi can get this top tower position, it could be game over. They're able to take him down right there. Still a lot of work that's got to be done for them to close this gap.
Yeah, it's got to start here. Can't be afforded to have any more mistakes. You can see the frustration in the players. Cartels has swapped this loadout yet again now for the SMG. Had the LMG out trying to get those wall bangs in the P4 site and had no success. Now trying to play a little bit more of an aggressive role. The good thing is the squad's putting up. Simp now gathering some hill time. Gets lost in the smoke, is shut down. Yopi able to pop his operator. Now it's only 19 seconds needed to close this one out. Break's going to come through for Slayer as he's on the objective, and it's G Suite now applying a lot of pressure here with this operator too. Break's going to come through. Oh man, dealt with. King's going to be able to, or Javen's rather, going to be able to get the kill. Feed is lighting up yellow. Dream's still alive here for the boys over at Team Aquasim.
Big kill for G-Sui to clear out that last hard point time. It looks like Neil going to be there to pick up the scraps. Only 8 more seconds needed for this team. Cisco trying to break on it. Not going to be able to find the opening. Jabin there for a couple of trades. And it is going to be Team Aquasim locking in hard point time. They've got to be perfect the rest of the way through right here. Viper getting to the front side with that SO-14 in hand. Doesn't spot out Neil initially, but finds the kill anyway. Oh. Another on to Cisco and gets to the corner position. It is going to be Shisui now on 49, shutting him down. All on to Yopi to try to break through right here, and he gets taken out as well. Cisco, Death Machine, you only need 8 seconds. He's going to drop. They can't seem to find anything.
Oh boy, they can't close it out here, Team Aquasim, but they can certainly get the setup. They got to hold on for dear life. Cartel's leading the pack now with 38. Oh, actually, hold the phone. It's Viper. They're both on the objective. They're damn menaces. Yopi, hop up, shut down Neil. Slayer, got to get peace, but it's a war machine from Neil. Might be the saving grace. Nobody here to contest. Last hope is done. That's it. The dream. No, Cartels. Yeah, that's it. 250 to 231 and a nail biter towards the end. But Team Cisco, just too much of a commanding lead. Only needed 8, getting it out of that P2 site, and surely enough, it came down to the wire.
Stand
Have
down.
we accurately predicted a single hard point?
I mean, at this point, everybody should just go off of what opposite we say.
I don't think we have correctly predicted a single hard point. My gosh, I mean, Shisui, I don't know where that came from, but 53 and 34, a minute 49 in the hard point. And Slayer, as a BR player, second in the lobby for impact score. Man went absolutely crazy in that one. Minute 33 going even as well. Hey, we thought the chemistry was going to be untouchable for Team Aquasim, but it seemed to be a little bit lagging.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like, you know, in these kind of tournaments, at this stage of the tournament at least, you know, maybe it isn't going to be a down to chemistry. Maybe it's just going to be who can slay more, and Slayer lived up to his name. I think, you know, when we come down to the MP portion of the tournament, it has more often than not being about, okay, is everybody on the roster going to perform? You know, are your BR players, are your content creators going to be able to show up and perform just as well as those that have done it on the biggest stages of them all? And Slayer does exactly that right there. Huge out to Neil, by the way, as well for that final play, because honestly, if he doesn't come through with that 3 or 4 with the War Machine towards the close of that game verdict, there probably is a comeback, and we probably aren't talking as nicely about Team Cisco as we are.
Oh, I think we still do. I mean, they had a great start, and we were, you know, asking and popping the question before the game started, who's going to be that player to step up and, you know, and kind of lead that pack. And it was clearly Shisui from the beginning. When you're putting up those kind of numbers, I mean, there's no doubt you're going to take a map like Firing Range. If it had flipped and swapped over to, you know, Cartels and Crew, we would have just been banking, you know, on a great finish, obviously, but would have been too concerned, or not concerned. We wouldn't be concerned with Cisco's Crew. We would just been too impressed with the comeback. I don't think there was ever a doubt in Cisco's Crew. Once they started, it was just really hard for them to stop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it really did feel like the momentum was all in Team Cisco's favor. Bobby, that's a huge map for Team Cisco because we talked about it, right? I mean, it felt like the respawns where Team Aquasim felt like they at least got all their stuff together. In their earlier series, their search and destroy was the question mark. Now it feels like you've got to fix it because it's a singular nation. If you haven't fixed your search and destroy now, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's just kind of difficult to predict at this point because everything that I seem to predict is wrong. Obviously, we do have a sample size to work off of, so we've seen some of the struggles in the search and destroy for Team Aquasim. It's once again tough to predict how the BR players are going to perform in search and destroy, as it is a substantial change of pace, but Slayer has shown that he's more than competent right there. If we can get Cisco hitting some snipes, I think this could be This could be a scary map to head into for team. Oh my gosh, we're already starting. We have the Kurahana ready to go, so we're speed running through this one and already good to go. We'll see what the snipers are bringing to the table. Kings and Viper, sniper in hand once again. And Shisui was a menace with the SO14 map number 1. No surprise to see him back on it here to get things started.
Absolutely. If it ain't broke, don't break it, right? Surely enough, we'll see if the team of Cisco and crew can close this one out in 2. Big kills coming through in the front. Cartel is able to find one before he's gone. Slayer on the hop down. Aquasim finds some shots, but it's Kings who's going to be able to get the kill. We're down to a 2v2, Bobby. This one's moved real quickly. Shisui running the lobby, though. Holy hell, Neil with 2.
Not over yet. Ready up.
Javen with a little Bobby nade right there. Happens to the best of us. They're going to be able to find the opening round, our team Cisco, and Neil leading the way. Once again, he's somebody that regardless of the setting is going to find a way to contribute in a major way in the search and destroy. So no surprise to see 3 kills for him to open things up. It is a full-on A hit for the offense right here, and only 2 players here to defend. Javen needs to find something and can't connect with that opening kill. Aquasim pushing through. He's got the CX-9 in hand, running the burst mag right here. Honestly, a little surprised we haven't seen more people try that out so far. With it taken off the restricted list, into the 3v3 we go. Slayer's going to find yet another right there, and it's all left down to Viper. 1v3 for him, and I don't think he's got any idea that Cisco's right around that corner. My gosh, this team is hot as can be.
Oh, yeah. They're feeling it, Bobby. This is... not only are they doing it in tandem to that closeout, but they're also doing it on the attack for the first 6 rounds too, and they have been flawless, only dropping 2 bodies that round. We'll see them now try to take a little bit of a steady approach here as Kings in the middle of the map. Not going to be able to hit the shots there in that one. Now nades out, looking for something. They're surely over there. We'll see what kind of plays we have up our sleeves here for Team Cisco, as they are not really making any moves just yet.
A little bit surprising given how much success they found off those aggressive opening round pushes, but we'll see what they're working with right here. Is once again Team Aquasim going to stay disciplined, sits back, waiting for info. And this time we got somebody pushed really far forward in Neil. He's going to spot out Javen right there. That's going to be a freebie for him. He's going to be able to dip back, and once again looked like they were going to find man advantage, but fortunately Cartels is able to shut down one over on the B side. This time they've got full A control and really all onto Aquasimp right here. See if he gets any audio cues to play with as Cisco's wrapped his way down toward that mid angle. Making his wrap toward the backside right here. Yopi's going to be first point of contact. Slayer there to reinforce.
30 seconds. Need to make a push here. 3 players left standing on the left-hand side of your screen. V4. 1 player in insurance is Neil, who's going to be a little bit more hands-on now as he makes the approach over Slayer. Going to be able to find the first. Cartel's able to get the trade. Can't play off a trade still. It's all down to Aquasim. 2 players left standing on the right-hand side of the screen. They're going to be concussed to hell and back, and Neil going to be able to collect his soul. Neil has been absolutely dynamic through these first 3. Able to find that last kill there, too. 6 on board for the man.
Yeah, he has been just a certified demon so far in this one. And Slayer making some big contributions as well. Once again, second frag on his team. The man can do it all. He's the absolute god of COD Mobile, and right now trying to propel his team to a grand finals. Neil going to be able to find yet another. Cartel's there for a trade, but won't be able to stay alive for long. Viper doesn't have an angle to take down Slayer here, and he's going to be able to get the plant through. And not going to opt to slide out toward that sniper side either. So now, Viper needs to go big. Finds one onto Slayer. Into a... Oh, it's a 1v3. Shishui's going to be able to find one right there, and Viper can't even make the hop over happen. Not a whole lot of time to work with. Needs this first shot to go.
Yep. And guess who's there? Shisui, the MVP from game number 1. 4 rounds solidly for Team Cisco. Aquasim, where are you at? Not an answer at all. As a matter of fact, Javen sitting on 0 is not a good sign. We talked about, you know, his sniping in search and destroy. You know, we mentioned it earlier. We need to build strats around. We need him to pick up the slack here in this instance. We need him to turn things around. It needs to start with him.
Yep. He's, I mean, yeah, the goose egg absolutely cannot last. King's going to be able to find 2 there through the mid-map. Absolutely needed that. Desperately needed that. Neil's still yet to be dealt with. He's the barrel of the gun, but Shisui slips through the mid-map. Not going to be able to take down Viper, and Cisco's going to be left all alone in the 1v3. Finds the first onto Aquasimp right there. Viper, Jabin still alive. The bomb is down, so they know the positions that they've got to play right here. Seems like an opportune time for Jabin to finally get going.
Bombs down here over on the B site. Cisco able to take down the first of this 1v3 endeavor. Let's see if he can take down the other 2 demons of the lobby, Viper and Jabin. This will be a great round. A much needed one. Let's be realistic. If you choke this, there's just no coming back. 1v3 technically. Cisco needs to make a move now. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. Making a lot of noise. Viper, hop out the window. Shots coming through from Jabin. It's done. Bomb's going to be collected. Viper is going to collect his soul. And finally, a point on board for Team Aquasimp. Let's get some W's in chat. They've got it in them.
Definitely much needed. We are still looking to get Jabin on the board. Curious to see if we maybe get a switch into a different weapon role right here. He's still dead set on rocking the sniper, but Locust doesn't seem to be his gun. Seems like very much a Thunder guy, and would not be surprised if come the second half we maybe see a switch, but 5v5 off the opening of this one. We do have Neil holding down that long angle, praying for a first blood. It's actually going to be Viper who strikes first. Yopi out of the equation. Neil walking through these zigzags, praying to catch somebody off guard. It's going to be Shisui taking down Cartels. Not before Slayer gets taken out. And that's going to be Shisui yet again. Absolutely decimating. With the SO14, but the concussion is perfect out of Jabin.
Has to pull out the machine pistol in order to get it done. The regen's through. Where is he at? Around the corner he goes. Viper. Not going to be in a position to get the trade if it does happen. On the back end, Jabin going to be out. Cisco making a wrap too. And Viper's down to his lonesome. Able to take down 1. Make it 2. No! Cisco goes big. Wins a massive 1v1.
Oh my gosh. What a shot out of Cisco. That is not easy to do right there. But definitely could be a potential dagger for this squad. Now up 5-1. You switch sides, obviously. This is typically considered to be a defensive-sided map, so the fact that they're down 5-1 now heading into the offense is potentially that much worse, but great timing on the concussion for Viper. Strikes Cisco right when he's out in the open. And he's going to be able to find first blood right here to soften up the defense over on the B side.
Slayer was just waiting, gets absolutely dumpstered. Very unfortunate for him. I mean, he was in a great position. Even with Viper getting that first blood on Cisco, he could have played spoilers. Neil now trying to get involved, able to find 1. Jabin going to get called on the transition. It's all down the Cartels. Everything going wrong and poorly. Bomb planted. It's defused. Plenty of time. Team Cisco now on match point.
I mean, Shisui has been untouchable so far in this competition. Now leading the way with 11 kills. Complete dominance out of him. You look at the flip side, Aquasimp, Jabin, both on 1 kill. But it's really Jabin that's got to be pulling more of the weight. And it was 1 kill with a machine pistol. We finally make the switch on over to the Switchblade. Feels a tad late, but better late than never. And what do you know? Switches to the Switchblade and instantly doubles his kills.
Is it going to be enough, though? Shisui, the demon in the lobby, dealt with Cartels making the flip, too. He's got a KRM, and man, he's trying to go out in a glorious blaze indeed. Bomb going down. Viper is able to get the job done, but Cartels is 1 shot. 40 seconds on the clock. 2v3. Very doable situation here for Yopi and Gru, and Yopi peeling them back, baby. Cartels last alive. 1v2. Cisco. Oh, it's too easy. Cartels. Massive double.
Oh my God, he made that look so easy right there. Keep the game going. And it would be a heck of a turning point at... that would have been match point for them to try to turn it around right here. It would take an absolute masterclass, but better late than never. See a fairly passive approach, and everybody's just kind of grouped up right here. You better pray to God there's not a rogue nade perfectly placed on top of your head. Be the world's fastest 1v5. Looks like Cisco is going to be first point of contact right here. Looking for one overextension, and finally they're going to look to push forward, but Viper's just going to hold the top side angle. Cisco, right before the smoke covers, able to connect for the kill. Aquasim's going to be able to find another, and oh my gosh, one by one they fall.
Ready up.
Wow, what a performance by Team Cisco as they shatter expectations once again. They are headed to the grand finals.
All right, I don't know how we're going to do this, but moving forward, I'm just going to shut the hell up. We have no idea what is going. We haven't predicted a single matchup correctly. As a matter of fact, everything we've said has been opposite. Brody, chime in for me. What are we doing? What are we doing wrong? We know COD, right?
I'll be perfectly honest with you, boys. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't think I can add anything of value to this. Nothing, because anything we say is just wrong. It's just straight up not correct. I just expected. I mean, I expected that to go Team Cisco's way solely because of what we saw in the S&D previously.
True.
And I'll admit, I think a lot of those. I don't want to say errors. I think errors is a bit of a strong word, a bit strong verbiage, but I think flaws in the gameplay is what we'll say, right? For Team Aquasim, didn't really feel like they were anyway fixed, and who but Shisui to really make the best of what was given to them. He was going off in that entire game, Bobby. Just phenomenal. I think, we talk about 53 in the respawn, right? It's what we talk about, 53 over in firing range, and then dropping double digits in the search and destroy, going way further than that as well. Shisui just had the match of the entire tournament so far for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great player, don't get me wrong. That's why he gets invited to these events, but I have never seen him play at that level, especially back-to-back games. He was just... he could do no wrong in that one, and seems like that he has found his gun in the SO14 because nobody was touching him with that thing in hand.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we have our grand finalists, folks. That means that Team Cisco go on to face Team Space for the title of champions of Bobby's crossover clash. We've got one more best of 5 to go before we decide who takes it all home. Before we get there, we're going to do a quick break. On the other side, don't go far. We've got the conclusion of this tournament.
Do that. First of all, equip Adler Dapper skin. Okay. Yeah, the skins don't really... The Odin doesn't do it justice because it does like the little carbon effect on the majority of the skin. So what the Odin's...
Low Jack B.
Welcome back one all here to Bobby Plays crossover clash for the final time tonight. Our 8 teams has come down to just our final 2. I'm about to put them head to head in our best of 5 grand finals to decide once and for all who is the best team in our mismatch of players from Battle Royale and multiplayer. If you're just joining us, I'm Infinity, that's Bobby and Verdict, and we have our grand finals almost ready to go. Before we get there though, before we start talking about our 2 teams in the grand finals, let's bring everyone up to speed on how we got here with a quick hit of our bracket. So taking a look over towards the top side of the bracket, Bobby, Team Space getting through Team Ganyth. It was a convincing victory for them.
It was. They really had to run the gauntlet to get here as well. Going through Team Abhiz, who I think most of us favored to win the entire thing, and doing it with relative ease, going through Team Ganyth and a search and destroy where they were down by a massive margin, closing that gap and taking the win in overtime. Now going up against a Team Cisco squad that I think we slept on a little bit. We've really slept on everybody up until this point, maybe with the exception of Team Space. I think saying Team Space would win their second matchup is like the only correct prediction we've had so far.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be fair, I think that's just because of what we saw in the previous matchup where they absolutely shocked us versus Team Abhiz. Of course, Team Cisco on the other side, I still think shocking, but not necessarily as much, if only because of the fact that we didn't expect some of the performances from the players on that roster that we got. We know that Shisui's been pretty darn good and competitive at COD Mobile, Verdict, but he's had a day.
Oh yeah, he has had a day. Underestimating him is probably an understatement. Let's just be real. He came through and absolutely fried. If he was alive in the search and destroy too, it was a damn menace to deal with. I think that's one of the things we didn't account for. Coming into that matchup, we knew Team Aquasimp had a lot of troubles in the search and destroy. It wasn't a little troubles; it was a lot of troubles. And boy, did they get exposed on that. So not being able to capitalize on that comeback in the hard point, their ultimate demise as Team Cisco, highly underestimated and highly undervalued. I mean, I don't know what I think someone told us to retire commentary after, what we've said today. I'm thinking we might need to, put the boots down, boys.
Oh, mate, maybe. All right, listen, it's time to put the boots down on everybody because we got some analysis to go through before we get into this grand finals. Let's start with Team Space. I mean, what has been working for Team Space so far here, Bobby? I mean, they've looked like an absolutely phenomenal roster. We have to give so much credit that I think he's been the talking point, unsurprisingly. On such a high ping, it has to be PJ, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's just that guy. And he's been that guy for a minute in every event that he's played in. He is the no-brainer #1 pick from the East. I don't think anybody would argue that. And he has certainly put a lot of the weight of this team on his back. We're not going to say he's full carry. There's been really consistent performances out of pretty much everybody, including Sweet Dreams. Obviously, those reps they got together have paid off for sure. But PJ, certainly the driving force in this squad and what they've been able to do so far. And you would anticipate that he will continue that into the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. It isn't just him, though, of course. The rest of the squad, Space, Vegan, Learn in particular, have all had their moments, for sure, massive clutch moments. And as I said previously as well, I do want to give some love to Sweet Dreams because I think, he's been perfect at filling the void where he needs to. He's been a very selfless player. I think, at no point did it feel like he was going to be the kind of the slayer of this roster. We never expected that. I think at one point during the apocalypse, and I'm not trying to call him out for anything negative, it was like 2-18 or something to that effect. It's not his role, but I think what he needed to do for this roster, he has filled quite well. So that's a look over at Team Space, but they have stiff competition on the other side, Verdict, because Team Cisco, as we were just saying, I think we kind of had high hopes for Team Cisco, and I've given a lot of love to Shisui. I do want to give a lot of love to Slayer, though, as well, right? Because we expect, someone like Shisui, who is a seasoned Call of Duty Mobile multiplayer player, to kind of do well in these matches. We didn't expect that from Slayer back on that firing range.
Yeah, and I think where they thrived at the most, obviously, when you have the slaying power that Shisui has, that's a huge driving factor. But it was an all hands, to that effect. Everybody was ready to fulfill whatever role needed to happen. Slayer carried his load. Everybody contributed. It wasn't just like a top heavy and then a complete fall off. There was very much so contributions being made from everybody on the team. Everybody held their own weight. Neil stepped up massively in the search and destroy. I mean, but that's kind of what we expected. because he has been a top sniper and a very elite one for quite some time. Hadn't missed champs since he's been playing competitively for that particular reason. So, yeah, if you look at it from that composition, their strength, of course, is the tip of the spear, but also the cohesive unit that is that whole team.
Yeah. All right, well, we've learned from our day here to not make predictions and not even say anything that remotely resembles a prediction. So we're going to let chat do that for us. If you're in chat right now, let us know who you think is going to win here this grand finals between Team Space and Team Cisco, because at this point, let's be honest, we kind of need the help with the analysis. We have no idea how this is going to go today. Let's talk about our maps then before this best of 5 grand finals. We're starting things off on a takeoff hard point. If we go further through a series, we've got Search and Destroy on Meltdown. Boy, we love those. Seaside Control to split the difference there. God, I haven't seen that in a really long time. Fire and Range hard point, and then a Hacienda Search and Destroy for a map 5. Bobby, what stands out to you? What are you looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to Takeoff Hardpoint. I need Activision and COD Mobile to get this into the ranked rotation. This is such a good hardpoint map, and I don't think it's ever at any point been in the ranked rotation, which is crazy because we play Nuketown and Shoot House. Please get this into the map rotation. I am excited to see what these guys are bringing to it.
All right, verdict. Quickly, what about you? What are you excited for in this grand finals?
I see a vague takeoff. I see a Learn Meltdown. I see a PJ Seaside, right? That's where they weren't champs at. That control map was theirs to lose, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to see some signs here. Maybe I should just shut the hell up, though.
All right, maybe you should. You know, I'll shut the hell up because that's not my job anymore. Let's talk about this grand finals, folks. Let's get the absolute experts to do it. It's Bobby, it's Verdict. For one final time, it's grand finals time.
All right, getting into the mix, you gotta think the SL-14 in those high ground positions gonna dominate across the map. We'll take a look at Space, see what he can find early. It's Learn doing some early damage with the XM4 as Space gets that positioning onto the hard point. Slayer gonna go ahead and spawn behind. Space ready for the push right there, but who else but Shisui to do some early damage, but gets turned on by Learn. Space going ham off the start. 4 early kills for him, and they did not miss a beat. Obviously, Team Cisco coming fresh off of a match that they dominated, so should be relatively warm. Hasn't really been a strenuous day for them either. We'll see what they're looking like here as it's been a back-and-forth P1.
You know, you started off in the last series with a very back-and-forth P1, and then things got out of hand in the P2 to set up to that 3 site there for Team Cisco. It's not going to be the case here. Right now, it's a very dominant performance off the rip. I'd say dominant, 20-plus points north of that, as well as spawn control being kept to a very, very decent rotation over towards that P2 site. But it's Space who has just been involved entirely on this P1, and he is finally going to be dealt with. That is going to be the Slayer on the opposite side. I'm not talking about Slayer. I'm talking about Shisui. He's got that dog, but Slayer doing some slaying too.
And once again, Shisui just a menace on the map. 7 kills for him already. Like we said, back and forth on P1. Basically a tie game as we head here into P2, but early setup is Space having his way with 9 kills early on. Trying to shut down those players on the backside. It's going to be Yopi with the Sparrow in hand to find a couple. And Space not going to be able to connect for that second shot. Neil Spawn's still right next to him, but they do the rest of the damage. Space picks up the kill with the machine pistol in hand. And what is that grab vortex? Oh my gosh, that looks absolutely insane. He's going to be able to find a couple right there. I mean, PJ just continues to beam across the map.
He does indeed. Now it's a race over towards that P3 site. Last little bit of trickle time going to go in favor of Team Cisco as now they're trying to make their late rotation on through. One player to deal with in Sweet Trees, who's tucked away in a corner over here. But you also got Secret Control coming through for PJ, who's been a menace. 11 kills to his name. Vague now going to be able to pop the Death Machine, and that is going to be reaping into the opponent's spawn site. But lo and behold, Shisui, where the hell do you even get off, bro? That guy is just a freak running the map.
He is speed running this sucker. Yopi slides on through, not going to be able to hold the point. As Learn pops War Machine right here, one player around the corner, but unfortunately the elbow sticking out, gets caught out of position right there, and that is going to be Team Space back in the driver's seat and continuing to build on this lead. Neil seeing what type of damage he can do. slides on through. Not going to be able to find anything right there. PJ with the response, and once again leading the way for his squad. Slayer, great couple of maps to start things off for his team. Annie gonna pop. He's gonna be able to find 2. Not anything more than that, though. Slow start for Cisco, and he's really the one that's got to start picking things up if his team is going to be able to compete in this one.
Yep, Sweet Dreams on the opposite end, the same, but he's not in the same boat right now. They got a 30-point plus lead rolling into the P4 setup, where Sweet Dreams has got an Annie, and Shirley doesn't really know where anybody's coming from the time being. Now, accurately predicting where they're going to be coming from in this hit. It's Yopi and crew clearing the path. Neil going to be able to get the break as well. Space getting involved with 2, but Cisco able to shut down in retaliation. It is a mixed CP4 indeed. An early setup getting spoiled here from Team Cisco.
Yeah, trying to bounce the shots with the claw. Not going to be able to connect right there. But definitely putting a dent in that lead. Would have liked to hold for a little bit longer. Yopi continues to be a menace. 22 kills for him, and he is going crazy. VMP in hand. Spots out Vague right there. Will be able to survive at least the initial tacticals, but does get shut down off of the trade. Once again, Slayer there to reinforce. Big plays out of him, but Space. Great timing for the grab. Vortex, but doesn't realize there's another in the corner. Somehow still stays alive.
So teamwork making the dream work here. Lead 103, yes, to 68 as we get gathered up for our second set of hills. Massive start. I mean, they've really been doing a great job of getting those early rotations. Team Space capitalizing on everything but that P2 early. Nonetheless, you play P1 as well as you did. You have a little bit of a cushion. Right now, they're still coasting off of it. 30-plus points rolling into it. P1 out in the open again. This roundabout. Okay, Space. Going to get shut down in the middle of the map. It's going to be a sea of blue on your feet, as well as a sea of blue on the objective. The comeback starting to spark.
PJ lurking, trying to find somebody. Yopi turns, finds the kill right there. 30 kills, my gosh. Having a PJ-type performance of his own. To be able to cut off Space on the rotation into the point and earns the pred there as well. He is in the flow state right now. Space, 28 kills of his own. Trying to do some damage to clear things off, and it all goes yellow in the feed right there. So they're going to be able to stack a little bit onto that opening lead as now Space takes topside control as the setup toward P2. Slayer locking down Scraps, but he's going to get shut down as well. They've got those close side spawns, and now looking to push him out as we do have a strong early setup. We'll see what PJ can do with these equalizers in hand.
Equalizers on the opposite end too. It's going to be Shisui. Is he better than able to find one in PJ? Oh man, Vague's going to be able to shut him down. The transitions now as he's going to be able to hop on through, and look at that. He's going to be able to find Cisco as well as Slayer. Cisco going to get shut down. The contest's going to come through here for Neil and crew, who has popped his war machine. Going to be able to take one post-mortem, and Shisui off the respawn. Going to be able to fill his shoes.
Now up to 38. Absolute masterclass out of him so far. Once again, nearly tied right here as Vague finds one. As Slayer looks to hit the pins from bottom side stairs. Vague continues to lock down time right here. Not a ton for him so far in this one, but definitely crucial scraps right here as he now looks to rotate. Yopi on the bottom side. Shisui not going to suffer the same fate. He's got 26. Actually making the switch over to the VMP. That's definitely closer to his traditional role than what a marksman rifle would be, but for the time being, playing for information, finds one more of those cutoff kills. We do start to see some of the operators come out, but Cisco shut down before he can do any more damage. And once again, Shisui pushing up, trying to apply pressure toward the point.
Yeah, they got his pinch here. It's a little bit of a split spawn. I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize on it. With the read come through. Neil able to clear space for 2 on the backside. Secret lockdown. Where's the hit coming from? From the back. Of course, there it is. Boxing gloves out, not needed. Slayer going to be able to find the kill, and that's going to be a full wipe there. And a sea of blue continues to rack up. Much needed time needed now here for the side of Team Cisco. 25 seconds left to go. Enough to clear this deficit. Will they be able to maintain? Vague says hell no. Able to find 1, make it 2.
Oh my god, Shisui snapping on everybody right here. Nearly has the kill on the last one as well, and that's going to be an EMP equals. What is going on? He's on a 9 spree right here, tearing through the map. And he's going to be able to find one more there as well. Spots out players on rotation. One above, but doesn't know that Vague's down below. My, oh my, did he do a lot to make sure that they could lock in some crucial time.
Oh my God.
And the Pred knocks out 4.
Oh boy. You're talking about creating timing. You get killed in the middle of the map, surely enough. You catch them lacking as they're trying to wait for the break to come through. You can't wait when there's streaks abound. Deficit now covered, only 3-second lead. Finally a break coming through. PJ doing everything he can. It is Shisui who's going to be the tip of the spear yet again. Yopi shut down. Shisui able to find the trade. Shisui single-handedly putting this team in the blender. Make it another 3 feed. Make it 4. Vague has no idea. PJ finally going to be able to get the trade, but the damage is done.
Neil, War Machine, zones out the front side of the point. Looking to rack up some more time. The trophy's not going to save him as he finds 2. And there's the Pred in perfect position. Waiting for that spawn protection to go away. Only going to be able to find 1, but the VMP pre-fire will zone out Learn, so he can't make the push either. They have suddenly built a lead for themselves, up by 15. Definitely got to feel like a big difference as Sweet Dreams really struggling in this one, maybe more so than previously. 12 and 39 for him. Got to start picking things up.
Yeah, you are. You got to stop throwing bodies at this objective, just giving them kills for free. Vague trying to slow down the push, trying to clear out the perimeter. He's going to get slayed out. Slayer almost gets the turn and burn on the Learn there, but Learn able to hold his ground. Hill's going to be occupied. Now in yellow as the break comes through. Vague applying pressure on the outskirts yet again. But it's all on the space on the objective, or inside of the cubby, rather. Or ticket, rather. Good God, Verdict spit it out. PJ and crew, now all hands on deck here in the P1 objective.
Yopi continues to shred. We haven't really spotlighted him a ton just because the big feed that we saw at a Shisui, but he's on 53 right now. Shisui working his way up to 50 as well, and it has just been too much firepower for Team Cisco in this one. PJ clears the point for the time being, looking to find some space toward Newt as well. Slayer on the top side, there to shut him down. Once again, really consistent performances out of him have been such a big factor in why they've been able to do what they do. Shisui on the top side as well. Doesn't have a whole lot to work with right here, just trying to keep things cleared over on his side, but Learn goes big with the War Machine. Much needed and at a perfect time, as now they've got an opportunity to keep that side clear and pick up some time.
That's a full wipe. Everyone's off the respawn. They're split all over the map. They're going to read the ones on the back line. And now they're forced through the front. Massive comeback here in this P2 hold for the time being. Slayer going to get caught out in the transition. Neil now trying to reel it back in. Shut down. Desperate times. Desperate measures. But it is through the window. Shisui going to be able to find 1, but space. The ultimate factor. 15 seconds now here for the rotation. And space doing God's work. Finally going to get shut down, but it's Vague who's going to be able to pick up the slack. No, it's Shisui. 55 to his name, 58 for Yopi. All about this transition to P3.
Learn just spraying and praying, hoping he can find something right here. Team Space just will not give up. They've got 2 guys on 50 bombs and PJ 1 kill away himself. Yopi, meanwhile, on 60. What can he and Shisui do on the bottom side? Combined for a near 120 right now. Yopi's going to be able to find 1. Hits the top side to stop any type of a hop-up right here. And he's going to be able to find 2 more. This could be the hold they were looking for. 1 more, but Space is shut down. The one-man wrecking crew says not today. Shisui, the last line of defense with equals in hand. He's able to get the nade out there as well. And they only need 10 more seconds.
Last chance, into the blender they go. 242 and counting. If you are Team Space, get the break, hold the line. If you are Team Cisco, of course they do it. None other. What a way to start this grand finals out. A solid 250 to 215. That transition, flawless for Team Cisco, and a massive Game 1 winner for them.
Boys, I don't even know who this is aimed at, but you got to call somebody on that roster Gordon Ramsay, because they cooked. Yopi with 66, Shisui with 60, and both had exemplary moments through that hard point, both on the same hard point as well. I think it was P3, just towards the end of the game. You guys just saw it. Yopi went huge to get those kills, and then we saw the follow-up from Shisui. That massive spree from Shisui was insane. He'd actually had like a relatively slow start to the game, Bobby, but I think it was a 9 spree plus then the EMP activation to stop any following specialists or operators, excuse me, going into the next hard point, and then the 4K with the Predator missile to really close that rotation off. Just a huge moment in the game because they were behind prior to that P3.
Yeah, there's no question about it. It was like they flipped a switch and just completely activated. And looking at the scoreboard, it's really tough to say that the difference in this one, obviously you look at the 60 bombs, yes, that's a huge contribution. Over on the other side, you had 5 people with 50. It really feels like the difference is the performance of the BR players right here. And once again, Slayer holding his own, only -7 right there, picked up some time in the hard point. And meanwhile, Sweet Dreams just could not get online in that one. I think more than anything, just tougher competition right here, especially with Yopi and Shisui playing the way that they were. There was not much that they could do in response. And my, oh my, what a performance there on map number 1.
I mean, yeah, you talked about it, right? A Slayer again. I know that it's not the most incredible performance, but I think the fact that he is keeping up with the roster verdict is just doing so much. Because again, if you've got a player that's coming in here as like basically not your MP guy, effectively the BR guy, the content creator, whatever, you just basically need to fill those holes, and it feels like Slayer's doing an effective job of that. If you've already got the slaying of Yopi and Shisui, you don't need to be going out there and getting kills across the map. You just need to be making sure that you're filling all the holes, making sure you're influencing spawns. Slayer's doing that at the moment.
No, he's he's running the map just like a seasoned vet would. He's not out here looking, I wouldn't say like a bum, man, but 18 and 51 is just, that's kind of crazy numbers, dude.
Yeah.
I will applaud. 1:04 on the objective is impressive as, you know, you're looking at it from that perspective. If you're getting gunned 51 times in a map and you still are able to put up a minute on the hill, I mean, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, he just tried to do his job. 18 and 51 is really unfortunate there for Sweet Dreams, and it's par for the course, I think, from what we've seen from him. He's trying to keep up. He's trying to fill the holes in the gameplay for the squad, but there is only so much you can do when multiplayer is just not your jam sometimes, and it comes back to it, right? It's just about picking your teams. It is what it is. Sometimes you just get unfortunate in that situation. So that's map number 1 down. A massive comeback from Team Cisco. They're able to take off Hardpoint in close fashion, a 35-point game. Next up then, we go to one of the most historic maps in Call of Duty Mobile history, for all the wrong reasons if you're from the West. Meltdown, Search and Destroy is where we're going next. And if we go to Team Cisco Search and Destroy on Kurahana in the very last series verdict, it was phenomenal. I'm expecting great things from that here.
Oh, no, absolutely, man. This is, you know, Bobby had his rant earlier about Takeoff being in the mix for competitive play. Call of Duty Mobile, please, can we get a Meltdown back into the map pool for Search and Destroy? If anything else, I'm begging you.
I want it as well. I want it as well, just for the history. Bring Meltdown. Look, this is the first year in a while that we have Meltdown back in mainline and in mobile at the same time. We come on, boys. We got to do it. We got to get it going. All right, listen. If you want some competitive Meltdown, you're not going to have to wait that long. Let's get into it.
All right. Well, I think we've got a little bit of Meltdown history balance because we got Vague and Learn on the same team. So they kind of balance each other out, and we don't have anybody from that matchup over on the flip side. So we're going to call it even, and what do you know? Vague actually finds first blood right there with I believe, an R9 in hand. Was not expecting to see that coming out, but making some work of it right there. We do see trades go the other way, and into a 3v3 we go. Space spots out who else but Shisui. Has been a nightmare to deal with so far, but definitely a big-time kill. That leaves the 2 Garena players, Yopi and Cisco, to try to clutch up on the back end of this one.
What they can do, Yopi's cleared space out, bomb's about to go down. And Cisco's going to have a little bit of ground to cover here. He's waiting for the push on through this boiler room. Nonetheless, can't hit the shots. Bomb's planted 38 seconds before it goes boom. 2 players now sent on a demon mission in order to get this break. They're just going to go ahead and hop the bomb. Yopi now going to be able to get the drop, and that is not well played indeed, but he's down to his last as him and Space dancing right in front of that site, and surely enough, Space comes out on top, gets the bomb defused, and a first-round victory going in favor of them. I mean, that one got pretty close there as Lerm was almost on the defuse, but great positioning for Yopi nonetheless. 2v1, yeah, I mean, they're going to play that accordingly.
All right. Much needed opening off of a map 1 loss. We'll see if they can keep that going. Seems like the snipes hitting for space. He's going to look to pull that boiler room control again, and Slayer 1 HP. Not 1 HP down below. I thought I saw him 1 HP, but he's chilling for the time being. He's going to wait for an overextension. Looks like the bomb is going to go down over on the A side. Slayer's really got to make a play right here, but I don't know if timing's going to go his way. We see Neil Cisco doing some damage right there. Slayer slowly making his way up, but the players are dropping like flies, and now it's all down to Learn. He didn't really even have to do a whole lot. Finally switched away from his POV, and he picked up the kill as they tie things up at 1 round apiece right here.
Great bounce back. They rushed that site. I mean, super quick. Get the bomb down along with it. Somebody's going to have to throw themselves over at this nuclear stack, because if you're able to get that bomb down literally within 20 seconds of the round starting, that's a problem. Learning crew now firing it steady. Space able to find the first blood. Make it 2. And surely enough, there we go. That's the retaliation you need after a round like that.
You have an angle onto Shisui right there. Seems like he had an idea, but doesn't get the timing. I think Slayer backing up. Across boiler rooms right there. Space not going to guess the correct side, but will stay alive. Knows that Cisco's alive on that backside as well. And Shisui spotted out. What a shot out of Space. Absolutely rips his head off right there. One player up above. Taking a couple shots. Maybe a little bit overzealous right there as Cisco shuts him down. Now Slayer in the mid-map trying to find some timing onto PJ and absolutely torches him.
22, Slayer. Cisco, there's plenty of bullets for you, buddy. What a ego! Holy, did he hit that? He hit that, didn't he?
hit that.
Woo, buddy, Cisco. Oh, man. Good for you, buddy. Good for you.
I can't believe he tried that.
I can't either. That's
that was such a bad shell, but it worked. Oh my god, through the MG42 pre-fire. What a freaking shot right there. All right. Is Team Cisco back up on top, this time here in the search and destroy. Nade over top for Learn. Not going to be able to connect right there. Vig's going to be able to find first blood onto Yopi. Make it 2 as he shuts down the other Filipino and Neil.
Speaking of the other Filipino, PJ running rampant. He's finally going to be shut down, and it's all down to Cisco. Would be a miracle. We saw him hit, I mean, a miracle shot earlier, but 1v3 certainly a task in its own. Let's see if they can make it 3 in a row. Or finally the defense step in and step out. They've got the bomb, I mean, just basically holding it for ransom. We'll see if Cisco's able to find anything off of it. Now he's making the transition through 30 seconds. He's got to roll.
We saw the top of Learn's head right there, but can't quite connect. Praying for a repeat. There's absolutely no reason for Learn to try that, but he's going to do it anyway, and he gets his revenge for the last round. Still can't believe what I witnessed right there, but equalizes things into a 2v2 right here, and seems pretty balanced so far here in the Meltdown Search and Destroy.
Certainly indeed. We'll see what the transitional or this next round brings to us. Obviously, they smashed B for their first round success on the attack. Followed up with a great clutch from Cisco. Bloods are coming through in the 5-3s. Sweet Dreams and Vade going to be getting involved. Shisui shut down 2 as well, and it's all down to Cisco. Another tall task. 1v4 up for grabs.
They are hunting right here. Oh, bad timing right there. Nearly got Learn on the hop up, but Vade would have traded that regardless. So back in the lead, our team Space. Once again, that experience really showing itself in a big way, and Sweet Dreams having a much stronger map so far in this one. 4 and 3 for him, so evenly contributing, and I think the ability to just kind of smash a site and take the gunfights where they are is something that kind of simplifies the search and destroy pretty substantially, so having him be able to contribute pretty consistently has definitely made things a lot easier for them. It also helps that Yopi and Shisui are not dropping 60 bombs on the flip side.
Yep, you got Cisco, who's trying to lead his team to success. Had a few clutches. Well, had a clutch. Hell of a shot. right now not having very much luck in getting an entry on towards this nuclear stack. Now they're at a pivotal position. Do you tuck your tails and head over towards that B site, or do you go? Fake's gonna make the choice for you. He's gonna find two in a nostalgic R9-0 doof shot coming through. Cisco's down in a 1v3 situation, able to gun down one. Almost guns PJ, but almost don't count here in Call of Duty Mobile.
Had me a little bit nervous there after the learn clip, but
yeah, right.
Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, especially not on PJ. 4-2 right here as we flip sides. Team Cisco now going to move over to the defense, and unfortunately for Team Space, they left the bomb in spawn. That's going to delay this opening push. Vague with the R9 in hand once again, looking to push across, and oh my gosh, he gets really far forward right here. Shisui has no idea. Vague doesn't get the kill off the opening, but we'll find it on the second shot. Learn, nade onto Slayer as well, and all down to Cisco right here. Round most certainly does not look to be in the cards. What the frick is that shot onto Vague?
Okay. Well, it looks like both Learn and Vague getting absolutely canned by Cisco. Just seems to be a routine at this point. Shots are crazy, but nonetheless, 1v4, Cisco can't get the job done. Was able to spark a little fire there and won, but nonetheless, 5-2. We are getting down to the wire here and need to start making something happen. Cisco's got to have a little bit of support. He's the only player in double digits, but he's also been the only player that's been alive towards the ends of these rounds. Clutched up one, but 1v4s are just, I mean, impossible at this point.
Open for an overextension. Yoki provides it. Oh my God, Cisco having himself a map. Hasn't really converted into a lot of rounds, but 11 kills on the board for him. And I mean, once again, just really needs Yopi and Shisui to come online right here. Interesting that Shisui's been sticking to the VMP with the way that he's been performing with the SO14. Cisco, once again, says, fine, I'll do it myself. Now 5-2, 12 kills for him. Sweet Dream's going to be able to find one over there. Once again, much stronger map number 2 for him.
Yeah, Slayer's like, hey, dude, they're underneath here. They're both underneath here. The call-outs are here. Just have them surrounded, one on each point. Surely enough, PJ is going to get dropped. And that's going to be Sweet Dreams fallen victim the same. When you get stuck underneath that tunnel, there's only 2 ways out. They got you cornered. They got you pinched. It's only a matter of time. No clutch there for the 2v3. And a round going to be awarded to the boys over at Team Cisco. Finally starting to wake up here in the search and destroy. Cisco leading the pack again. Still 13 kills to his name.
All right. See if he can continue to convert. Nobody going to head toward the B side. So no opportunities for him. Sweet Dreams getting aggressive toward that top side, but Neil's there to shut him down. Only 4 kills for him so far. It's a little bit out of character, especially for the search and destroy. That bomb going to go down early on the A site. They've still got some util to work with, but nothing connecting on the entry. And we'll pray that PJ doesn't hit his shots right there. Learn certainly doesn't. Neil takes him out of the equation quickly. Space across, gonna get beamed as well. And just like that, site has been cleared. Back-to-back rounds for Team Cisco. And feeling like the momentum might be starting to swing again.
It is indeed. As soon as you thought a good thing was happening, bad things happen all of a sudden. And Slayer is the player who steps up and stands out. 8 kills on the board, gets it defused there. As he's, I'm sure everybody's like, hey, who's going to do this? They were like, hey, give it to Slayer. He's popping off right now. 8 kills to his name. Neil finally starting to pick up the slack, too. We talked about his sniping in earlier performances. He's really standing out as well as led the pack for the entry into that site. Right now, yet again, same old strat. Hit the B lane. Force them to push this A site. However, it does look like nobody on the side of Team Space is taking the bait. Ooh, fake. Okay.
Nearly had 3 right there. Could have been a round ender for sure, but Shisui's going to be able to respond with 1. Trying to make a 2v4 into something right here. PJ across the way. Not his best map so far. Space is going to be able to find 1 onto Yopi, so all onto Shisui, and that audio cue should be all that PJ needs to shut him down and pushes his team Now to map point. Would love to equalize this series into a 1-1.
All right, bounce back much needed here. Could close it out. For Team Space, don't give them any more hope. Put them down here in this one. We tied up going into the control. Or, hey, Team Cisco, you've done a great job here so far of staying alive. Can you keep it rolling? B-side hit for the boys over at Team Space. She's sweet. Just gun, it's so hot right now. Finally started to come online. Maybe a little too late, but nonetheless, adding a lot of value here in these later rounds.
Vague with the doof there to shut down Cisco. Won't be able to find a 14th kill, and going to take control of that mid boiler area as well. Generators providing a lot of cover, throws down the nade so nobody can push, and once again, they're just left to kind of wait. Gilby's going to be able to find one, though. Nice pinch play, but PJ beaming once again. Takes down his teammate. One player looking to push on through. It's got to be a 1v2 for PJ right here. Waiting for an audio cue, and Shisui should have some timing onto him. Nearly finds the turn, but Shisui picks up the kill. Great close to the round once again for Team Cisco. 1 round away from forcing OT.
Okay, Cisco got a lot of fight left in the dog. Yeah, ask, ye shall receive. We talked about Shisui not really being a factor here through this, but the past 2 rounds he's been able to muster up right at 5 kills. And is picking up the slack, gets PJ put down as well. Map point or overtime. Let's see what's up in the arsenal here of Team Space.
It's like a pretty passive approach. Shisui, oh my gosh, might get perfect timing. I think somebody spotted him from above, but Learn way overextends right there. Gives away his life for absolutely nothing, and Vague peeks the sniper in the hands of Cisco. Things continue to fall apart for Team Space. He's now going to try to clutch up for his team right here, but nobody coming out of that A side. Big engagement over here as Yopi takes down PJ as well. All into a 2v5. Big kill out of Sweet Dreams, but they've still got so much work to do.
Yeah, and they got that bomb in a very, very awkward spot. Learn did not do them any favors overextending. Neil's going to be able to get the call out there.
Oh my god.
And Sweet Dream's going to get shut down. Okay, Cisco. Down the 1, Space, the captain. 1v4 for the clutch.
Oh, that was so winnable for Sweet Dreams, but just didn't trust his instincts on it. Space spotted out. We're headed to OT, and this is certainly giving flashbacks. Last time we saw these guys down, similar scoreline, I think it was 6-2. And certainly have bullied their way back into this one. Now an opportunity to pull off another crazy comeback.
He's certainly crazy. We'll see what the opening round brings us. Flirting with a B side or A side hit rather. Nuclear stacked. Occupied 3 in blue, but here comes the hit over through. And Slayer on the trail. Gonna be able to find the first blood. Oh my god, gets to turn in an assist there onto Vague as well. That clears out the nuclear stack effectively. 3v4 now for Team Space to clutch up. Make it 2.
And if you're Sweet Dreams, you just got to find at least one right there. Had 3 people off guard and couldn't convert it into anything. PJ tries the slide peek. Not going to be able to connect, and unfortunately Space with a wide open shot onto Neil. Won't go through either. That will likely mark the end of the round. Going to be able to find one to open things up, but nothing more than that. Now 1 round away from complete deja vu, and I think the current chat state is probably fairly predictable once again.
Yeah, okay. Well, y'all had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. First time I saw this, I was like, why are we doing this? Now I'm just kind of expected. It's not that effective. Just like Team Space right now, they have not been effective here for the past 5 rounds. Just getting bullied. And surely they'll be able to put their foot down here on the attack. Wrong. Shisui! Hello! He's him.
One more player still over here. PJ. Oh my god. PJ has an opportunity to do something crazy. It's spotted out, but it's a 2v3. Absolutely winnable, but Learn does not get timing to go his way. Shots go through right there. teamed up with Space. They can back off of this one. Still 45 seconds to go. They've got to be perfect all the way through right here and really need Space to find an opening pick.
Gotta be clutch. 30 seconds left to go. The read is there. Yopi gotta get the timing. He's gonna get spotted. Space now gotta be called out. Learn's gotta make this play. He's gotta make this wrap quickly. And Space has gotta play his life. If this is gonna happen, it's gotta happen like that. And suddenly things disappear quickly. Neil Shisui
Not over yet.
shut it down. 8-6 comeback. Team Cisco up 2-0. What the hell, Bobby? What are we watching?
That's freaking brutal. Brody?
What was it earlier? I think Space were the ones that got that comeback earlier on against another team. I think it was maybe against Ganyth in the winners bracket semi-final. Oh, say winners bracket, the semi-finals. And now it's Team Cisco coming out and making a comeback like that. And honestly, I was a little bit concerned early on because it felt like, for whatever reason, and really the difference why Team Cisco were able to get things going towards the back half of the Search and Destroy, they just could not figure out those opening bloods. No matter what was happening, Team Cisco were just not winning those opening engagements whatsoever. You get towards about halfway through that Search and Destroy, they start winning them. They start actually playing a lot better as a team. And you can see the attempts to clutch by PJ and Vague in particular, but it just did not work in the end. Verdict, wow. What an incredible set of adaptations, I think, coming out from Team Cisco to really change the way they were playing their Search and Destroy towards the back half.
I mean, I think a majority of it was the fact that, you know, Shisui actually woke up. He had, what, 2 or 3 kills through the first 6 rounds?
Yeah.
That's just simply not going to cut it. And through the back 8, he found 9, 10. And that's a huge difference when you're able to contribute. And we talked about, you know, the strength of this team being everyone pulling their weight. That, I mean, when you're able to finally pick up the slack. So, of course, Cisco was only able to pick up 2 kills after that. He had 13 through the first 6. Like, I mean, dude was beasting it.
Yeah, just a completely different look, I think, for Shisui, who obviously, you know, Bobby has been the X factor for Team Cisco over and over again throughout this tournament. When that guy wakes up, you know, this is somebody who, you know, when he performs, you know that they're going to win the map, and he absolutely woke up in that second half.
Yeah, he's been the difference maker for them. Everybody in chat saying, don't let these guys ever make predictions for a tournament again. If anyone here says, I predicted coming into this tournament that Shisui would be the dominant force that would carry Team Cisco to victory, you're lying. Not saying he's not a good player, but this is a generational performance that this dude is putting on. Obviously, credit to Cisco as well. He was 15-9. It was absolutely the difference. But the fact that they were able to get a win with Yopi going 5-12, like he dropped 66 map 1, goes 5-12 in the search, you still get a win? I don't think there's much more you can ask for.
I mean, it literally is like what we're saying, right? I mean, you go back towards what was going wrong for them, and I think and you know, so many of those opening gunfights, Yopi would normally be the player that would win those fights, and the fact that he wasn't was putting them under such duress, and it just took one of those guys, one of those leading SMGs, to start winning those opening engagements, start winning the trades, and things slid in favor of Team Cisco. So that means now, Team Cisco now up 2-0 in this grand finals, folks. Remember, this is simply a best of 5. So one more game of Call of Duty Mobile, and it will be theirs. We're going to Seaside Control next up, Bobby. Can there be any comeback? Are we going to see the reverse sweep here?
I know that PJ loves Seaside Control. So that's like the one solace that you can take. I don't think there's really a lot that's going wrong for Team Space as much as Team Cisco are just firing on all cylinders. And I think as long as Shisui's playing the way that he is, like I don't know if they're going to be able to beat him. Yopi is, I feel like, a decent counter for PJ as well with the way that he's been playing. Obviously, the search wasn't great, but it just seems like everything is going right at the perfect time for Team Cisco right now.
Yep, well, everything has to go even better for their opposition. You're 2-0 down. It's time to shine. We've got to control Seaside to potentially end this entire tournament. Take it away, boys.
All right. We'll see. Obviously, it's been... Vague doesn't even have the map downloaded. Understandable. Most people don't play a ton of Seaside, especially given that it is not... It's interesting that it was never in the ranked rotation for any map or for any mode at any point, and we played it for an entire year in Control. I wouldn't be mad to play it in ranked Control, you know? Especially if we get some tweaks to the spawns. I have no idea what the state of the spawns are. I just kind of missed the map, so I threw it in.
I was about to say, like, I know, like, when you think about 2024, you think about a lot of things. Elevate was one of those things, of course. And this map in particular, the spawn trap, jeez, is just I mean, they had it down to a pack. Played it better than anybody else. So, if anybody's gonna do it, it's gonna be PJ, right? Well, on the flip side of things, you got Yopi, who's been gunning hot there in that map number 1 as well. She's starting to pick up the, the heat as well too. So, I don't know. Granted, the spawns aren't complete trash. Maybe we'll have some competitive play here in this one.
We'll see. I know obviously they spent a lot of time tweaking spawns for the existing control maps. I don't have super high expectations for ones that were not in the rotation, but anything's possible. No better time than the present. We'll see what the man himself, PJ, is bringing to the table right here. Going to need to put the team on his back if we're not going to see a 3-0 here in the grand finals. Looking to get aggressive here on the inside of this A zone, and there he is, striking early. That is 3 big early kills, and that might already be an A capture.
That might be, yeah. 4 players stacking it strongly. 3 kills to none. Flip side, you're looking at the backside approach there. Player number 2 is Slayer, going to be able to get away with his life. PJ just pouncing on anybody. Yopi, he knows what's going on. He knows the deal. Able to shut him down, but the damage is done. Ace captured. It was an all-out blitz. Perfectly called there for team space. Let's see if they can capitalize and now get a little bit of map control on that B site.
Yeah, that first wipe is just so lethal because there's so many different corners that you can hide in on the inside of that zone that trying to clear it without any information is an absolute nightmare. Slayer looking for something, but there's PJ on the opposite side, and they are just doing anything they want. Who else but Sweet to shut down PJ off of that push, but nothing to really work with right here. Trying to stop the cap. He gets shut down by Sweet Dreams. Big for him to make contributions there early as well. And already with, it looked like they were going to get a tick of progress. Actually does get stopped as Slayer picks up 2. So this is big, but need to get some forward map control if you're going to be able to defend this for a minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, PJ's got the right idea. Go ahead and dissect the map. Go ahead and get a little bit of a backside approach. Slips through the seams. Neil's going to be able to find 2 there with a sniper. Yopi gets caught with his melee out, not in range to go ahead and slice him up. PJ causing havoc, but again, the answer is Sweet. 3 of his kills, I can guarantee you 2 of those have been on PJ. So high impact already off the rip. Learn. Right in the middle of the map, going to be whipped or sniffed out there. The trades coming through, and Sweet just continuing to run rampant.
We got Neil really far forward towards spawn right here, and he's got a sniper in hand. This could be a nightmare scenario for Team Space if they can't clear him out. There's Space waiting for an angle right here. Gets it. I don't know if that's a bug hitbox or what, but neither player could seem to hit the other, and we got a bit of a standoff right now. Is Neil waiting for Space to overextend right here as we say that. PJ going to clear some space toward the opposite spawn. It looks like they are going to be able to get the setup through.
Wow. And look at the setup on the back end. They got a spawn trap of death. It's hell. Yep. PJ, put them in the blender. Learn as well. Hey, buddy, I learned this one back in 2024. It still works. Yes, it does. Hello. 4v8. As things just progressively gotten out there. Spawns, you can come in for 2, and it don't matter. PJ,
nobody's helping.
Oh, my God.
Nobody's helping. Oh, my
Yikes.
Gosh. That's the PJ effect. He single-handedly enabled that, being able to get that far forward in the map. 2 players that far forward. Didn't even require an operator to get the spawn trap into play, and now they've got 3 ops charged and ready to go.
Oh, boy. That's what we're talking about. I mean, you can't, hate the player, hate the game in this instance. A little bit of a different approach, a little bit more stable. We're going over for the old faithful B-side hit. Purifier out for Vague. Not sure what he's going to be able to find with no kind of space to cover, and plants on it. B gonna have 2 6 of progress come through. Learn gonna get shut down as well. So far so good here for the slow and steady hit. They trying to disrupt that now as he is able to find 2 there with that purifier, but he is finally gonna get shut down too. So B objective still being conquered. It is Cisco all over. He's got a claw ready. I'm not sure when he's gonna use it.
All right, Learn getting pushed forward right here. Looks like B is going to get fully captured, but once again, as long as you can maintain some type of control on this side, you've got a chance at closing out a round. And it seems like we actually have a spawn trap now in play on the opposite side. Sweet Dreams trying to clear this round. Might be over quickly as well. Vague finds one. That could be the clearance that they need. Trying to escape the spawn trap from the claws. Cisco's going to get taken down as well. Down by 12 lives right here. They seem dead set on trying to win this via spawn trap, but you hyper-focus on that too much and it could end up paying for it. Vague's going to be able to push forward right here. Could be able to find some big-time kills. Looking to back off, and he'll stay alive for the time being, but the concussion's hit.
Oh, concussion's hit. Shut him down. Slayer able to capitalize. Only need one good wipe. I mean, really, you just need 7 kills. That's it. Sweet Dreams. A wish and a dream here to capture. It's going to be up the top of the Annihilator, but at what cost? Yopi evading it. The inevitable, though, as he does fall, could be huge if it does. 5v13. Nope. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a little late, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
That's
oh, never mind. It's sunk.
It is very sunk. I mean, Vague finds 2 right there, but he just slides on into a nade anyway, so you know what? I guess nothing lost. Who's popping an EMP? I'm
we're
just
trolling.
Maximum confusion right now. I don't know who even had an EMP, but my gosh, we're certainly throwing everything around that is already over right here. Space actually tucked into a corner as Lern's going to get taken down right there. He's trying to see if he can get any additional kills. Does find one right there, but you don't want to allow too much charge through it. Looks like they're going to opt to just go for the capture here anyway. And Space going to be able to knock him off. Thing is, you don't really want to prolong this if you don't have to.
No, you don't. And then also you got a grab vortex in my boy's pocket. I don't think he's going to pull it. I don't think the opportunity is going to arise, but 40 seconds left to go. Anything can happen, all right? We'll see some clutches come through of severity type, maybe just playing with their food. G-Suite gets shut down 1v7. There's that gravity vortex, and that's when they shut it down. They said,
like,
you know what, bud?
Something
We're
could
not
happen.
letting you put us on Twitter like that. Come on.
I like the idea right there. There wasn't much of a chance that anything was going to happen, but you know, a valiant attempt could come back to bite him because it would be nice to have that grab vortex in a situation where you can actually make some use out of it. But I don't think that's my least favorite grab vortex of all time. PJ just running straight up the middle of the map, and Slayer says, "No, sir, not today."
Not this time. We saw you do this last time around. It ain't happening again here twice in a row. He's going to be the only player to drop there as Lern. Going to be able to find almost max value. Yes, there it is. Shuts down an operator to go along with it, too. So all that time used to charge in that last round just going to go to vanity. G-Suite and Slayer are going to be able to contribute, though, in 3 in the feed for them. That's going to shut down the A push, but B is still being captured and Vague all over it with a little bit of help there.
All right. A little bit of a life lead right now for Team Space. One's going to drop.
Buddy.
Hunter Killer didn't do what he thought it was going to do right there. Be cautious of some of this forward progress. You do not want to risk a spawn trap going in. Still 2 minutes for them to capture that A zone, so not in any type of a rush right here. And it looks like they've cleared out enough of the mid-map. If they can deal with Neil, should be able to start getting that progress. They do exactly that. Now they can stack the point, and Vague with the Purifier out. Maybe overestimated the damage range on that thing.
Yeah, he don't have the Super Soaker, you know, pay-to-win skin on it, so of course you're not going to be able to get that kill. I don't know if they've nerfed that. Probably should at some point, but nonetheless, 2 ticks progress locked and loaded. Minute 40 on the clock, not going to be a factor. 17v10. Hit over from Space. Still over the objective, and he's got some help here from Sweet Dreams. They're going to be able to capture this one. 2-1 lead. All offense, no defense. Standing strong here on any of these rounds. We're going to see something switch up here. What could be the last? Team Space, you're going to be able to buy us a game 4?
See what they can do right here. Opportunity to close it out, although it has looked very, very offensive-sided through and through. I don't think we've seen a defensive round so far, so Space, turn to Pred. Grab Vortex ready once again. We'll see what type of damage he can do. I don't think he spotted out Yopi, and that timing could not have been worse. And somehow didn't even get the kill off of that either. And the concussion absolutely whiffs as well. So things continue to go from bad to worse for Space. Knows that Yopi's going to be pushed forward, looking for that spawn trap pressure. Trying to hunt him down and can't find him. This could be bad, but PJ has made his way into the opposing spawn as well.
Yeah, poor Neil. He's died 3 times in a row, Bobby. Let me just tell you. Now here comes the operator. Burns it, finds 2 off of it, but nonetheless, damage done. We're even in the life count. A is the objective, and this is about as close as it's been on defense so far. And we say that Slayer gonna be able to find some space as well as clear the objective path. This could be at a quick hit over towards the A site, 3 stacking it.
Vague on 25 kills right now. Space popping the grab. Vortex looking to see what he can find. Oh, they don't expect him to push right through the grab. He's not going to be able to find anything right there. Huge opportunity gone to waste. It looks like the capture is going to go through with so many lives remaining. Huge play right there out of Team Cisco. And now the question of who's going to be on offense. It looks like it is going to be Team Space. Question is, can they convert it with the entire tournament on the line?
Yeah, well, 100% success rate on the attack. That's exactly where you're going to be at, right? We'll see if it pays off. Learn opening up the first blood. Vay going to be able to quickly follow it up, make it 2. But it's Slayer and Shisui able to get involved as well. They shut down the push over towards this B site. But the map control is at an all-time high here for Learn, but is going to be a shutdown 2 off of it. So it's a very mixy round number 5. And literally nothing to show for it off that opening counter. PJ, though, has slipped through the seam. That is the only thing.
Making sure that he didn't have to worry about any spawn protection right there. They've got to send people back. Cisco going to continue to spawn die. Slayer taken down as well. And Cisco finally turns to find the kill. But that'll get him a little bit of a life edge. Decent progress over on the B side, and now they're going to get double time as A is occupied as well. How do you respond if you're Team Cisco? They haven't been able to find anything. Free fire from Sweet Dreams, not going to connect right there. The progress is already there. Learn should be able to get some more progress right here. Vague shut down, equalizers invested, but only 2 ticks of progress stand between them and extending this series.
3 lives, make it 2. This is coming down to the gritty here. Yopi trying to make something happen on the back end now as operators being popped there.
Vague,
Vague. Hello, Vague. PJ finally able to get your trade, but man, what are we doing?
Vague should have had that kill well before anybody died in that spree. PJ's going to get shut down, and Cisco's there. He's going to be able to find 2. The life lead now down to 1. Neil's going to get shut down. Slayer across the mid-map gets beamed by Learn. The Gunny is still there, and that's the space that they're looking for to try to invade. 1 player left is Shisui. He continues to do damage, and they find 2 more.
Oh, buddy. Concussion doesn't hit. PJ's still able to stay alive, but no. It's going to be the AMP that's going to stop the progress. PJ's going to be forced to back on down. Is he going to be able to win the gunfight? Big. It's massive. 9v9. Coming down to the wire, down to the last respawns. 2 ticks of progress. 50 seconds.
Trying to spawn trap.
Is on the clock to collect it.
He's got equals. If they get 1 kill, force a respawn right here and get 2 players into spawn, that should be enough, but you can't waste too much time. Space, he gets the kill. That's all they needed. Neil's dead to rights right here. Equals should be popped. They're going to wait as long as they can to respawn. Ooh, Neil very nearly slid into him. They get a couple more. Can Neil stay alive? No, the kills go through. PJ's got the positioning. Slayer down as well. 6v2. You got to keep an eye on the clock, though. 4v2 right here. PJ's not coming back. You got to get the capture, and they get the kill. All down to Cisco. He's got the claw in hand.
Coming down to the last second, Cisco. Open his brakes. It's Sweet Dreams. 3-2. Hanging on by a thread, Brody. We've got ourselves a game 4. 3-2 victory in favor of Team Space. Whoa. That one was too close to call.
Oh, boy. The way that round number 4 ended, it's like you gotta capture the points. You have to do it by captures, but you don't want to. You don't want to get the captures through, right? You want offense for round 5 because that's the way that Seaside Control works. And I tell you what, they almost had it. They almost had it. That EMP out, you know, they extended that that equals play for as long as they possibly could. PJ recognized, all right, look, 50 seconds on the clock. That's not a lot of time to make this happen, so we have to make the play. Let's send these equals through all the way on a long tank into spawn and just get a couple of players, 1 or 2 into the blender. And that is exactly what happened. Poor Neil, absolutely going through it. He was in a time loop right there. Inside his own spawn, a godlike play from PJ to keep them in this grand finals. He finishes at 29 and 22. An absolute godlike performance from him. Massive shout out to Vague also, though, because he is there at 34 kills. Vague also had a pretty good game.
Man, oh man, that was that was a thriller all the way through. Once again, you got to feel for Neil because I'm pretty sure every time the spawn trap went into play, he was the one being spawn trapped every single time. Not really anything that you can do about that either. It's just, if it happens, it happens. And really, you got to send somebody back to try to help them. I think that's what came back to bite them. Obviously, it did help that they had somebody trying to fight for that objective and nearly had the time low enough that they were able to lock in the win. But they do just come up short. Once again, head us into a map number 4. We'll see if that's the momentum swing for Team Space as they now head back into Hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to that map number 1 verdict, you got to remember that things were really close between the teams, right? It literally was just a couple of different streaks from Shisui and Yopi that made the difference back in game number 1. And as Bobby just said, right, the momentum's now in the favor of Team Space. So they are now in this series. I think there is all the chance in the world that we'd be seeing in game 5 here.
I think, I want to say you're right, but I also look back to our notes, and if you look back at our last series before this one, it was Team Cisco and Aquasimp, and they started out on a hard point on firing range. So they've already got a few reps on it, or they got a rep on it at least. That, I mean, does that not give us a little bit of an advantage? I know, you know, momentum is one thing, but, you know, getting that one rep in could be all the difference.
Yeah, 100%. You know, man, it is just so tough. I think it's this the kind of classic conversation of just like, how much does momentum really matter in the grand scheme of things, right? I mean, sometimes I feel like, you know, as casters, we kind of overestimate how much of an effect it has on any given series, but it does feel like now there's some wind in their sails. They should be able to get something going in their favor. Will it be good enough to extend this series all the way to a game 5, though? We're about to find out, folks. One final hard point of the tournament. Take it away, lads.
I mean, we've already seen Shisui put on a monster performance on firing range hard point, so you got to think the fact that we're heading back into it, he's got to be feeling good right here. On the flip side, obviously, you anticipate, once again, Vague in Space, probably on SO14, looking to counter him. It's just a question of how much can you really do to stop him, and there he is, taking down Space with that first blood. They get that early hard point control, and the one player looking to push from lower, I believe that's PJ, going to get shut down early. They already forced those lower spawns.
It's very difficult. And, well, I mean, if you think back to the first time we saw this map, it was Team Cisco who had the disadvantage of having to play it through the back line, right? This time they get the good spawns. Unfortunate, not able to capitalize to the fullest, but some kills going to come through for Cisco himself, who's opted to pop his SO, making it look good. PJ going to be forced to back on down. PJ getting it shut down in the midst of the transition. And, well, I mean, this is a hellacious P1 so far. Back and forth fair. Team Space now trying to look to gather a little bit of time off.
Yeah, hopping on P1, at least off the start of this one, you were just a dead man walking. It's a question of how long you can last. And it looks like only about 35, that maybe not even 35 seconds going to be gained between the two teams right here. So it's all about that race to P2. The setup does look to be there for Team Cisco. He's going to be able to get a couple with that SO14. Does get traded out right there, but Shisui continues to reinforce the back line. One player on the inside of the point. He's going to back up as he looks to play for streaks, but nothing to be found right there. And this time the SO is starting to get hot on the opposite side. Vague up to 10. 9 for Space.
Yeah, he single-handedly cleared out this objective, but the hop up there, Cisco will be able to get his revenge. Still a sea of blue, locking it in. And Team Space going to be able to take the lead and run away with it here on this P2 objective. The money hill has proven to be fruitful. Hey, just continuing to plow him. Cisco is going to get called out. He's going to get the assist, but it's Slayer who's finally going to be able to shut him down. Into the trailer we're about to get set up now is P2 very solidly held for the time being. Finally going to get broken. Yopi and crew now looking to gather up a little bit of time for themselves.
Right now, Learn is completely in the blender. Started out on the MG42, has 1 kill so far, switched the XM4, still struggling to find anything. Finally, takes down Shisui right there. A little bit of momentum would be nice for him, and he's going to be able to clear off the back of that scrap time. Ready for those rotations across mid. Peppers down a little bit of damage and not going to be able to find anything else, but building momentum is absolutely going to be crucial for him. Vague, Puri slides on through. He's really committed to it right now. We got Cisco across the mid-map, but he gets shut down, and PJ's got equals. Map control looking really, really strong right here for Team Space.
Oh, a little wombo combo there, but it's Neil who's going to be able to piece him through the door frame. Threads the needle with the shots there. The War Machine's going to be valuable to the fullest. 3, make it 5 all the way through. A full sweep off. And back to the respawns. Team Space go, but they've got 30-second cushion. 22 seconds is up for grabs. PJ and crew still trying to stomp their feet inside of this trailer, and surely enough, the entry with PJ getting 3. Of course you're going to get that scrap time.
Trying to lock down the backside right here. Slayer pushes on through. PJ's there with the response, forces him back. That is a monster of a P3 for them. They stack up a big-time lead, something around 40 points now, and looking to punch a hole in the defense on the opposite side as well. Slayer spots out 1, make it 2. Trying to go big with the Annihilator, and he continues to go in. Not going to spot out anybody coming from jungle yet, but finds 1 right there.
Oh, buddy.
Space shut down as well, and I believe he goes 6 for 6 on that one. Now 13 kills for him, working on an EMP, and we got Shisui popping equals in the back lines as well. Team Space scrambling for some map control.
I count 6 shots. Slayer streaking up. We talked about his performance so far. He's picking up massive slack there for the comeback. Only 20 seconds needed now to do so, but it is a break coming through, and it's Sweet Dream's chance to do the same. Fortunate did not find anybody off the initial rip, looking for where they could be. Is able to find 1 at a distance. Neil going to get wall banged on through. Cisco might be a next victim. No, Sweet Dream's not going to be able to find very much off of his ante as expires 1 through. Shisui going to be able to cut him in half. Space able to make the transition through. The nade's going to be big. Perfection Slayer able to find the body there on him as well.
Saw him climbing up the ladder while mid-cook and said, you know what, I know a better way to use this. Absolutely huge clearance right there to stop any type of top map control. Sweet Dreams finds 1 before getting traded out. PJ leading the way, 24 with 22, make it 24 for Space as well. Instantly, the grab vortex goes big. That thing is freaking loud. Oh my gosh. Here's Yopi climbing up the ladder too, and he's going to be able to shut him down. I'm shocked he's been able to stay alive in the inside of the hard point for as long as he has. Naturally, as I say that, he ends up dying, but the lead has been built, it's been established, and it has been continued. Up 30 points right here. Yopi sees 1 more in the top side, trying to clear things out, and he'll be able to keep the OBJ players alive for the time being.
Absolutely, big plays. Big Sparrow, big comeback. 20 seconds now needed. 10 seconds up the grab here is Yopi finally going to be able to fall victim to some shots. The setup for Neil looking to solidify it big. War Machine popped. Opening frag is huge. They've got spawn control. They've got time for the time being. 20-second deficit surely should come through with Cisco popping the claw as well, getting a little bit of damage on that transitional or that bounce back feed. Space surely dead to rights. Neil going to be able to find the last 2, and surely they're going to be able to hold it. Bobby, bounce back of a century here as we get geared up for this midway point of the P2 site. This one is looking solid for Team Cisco.
And we get Shisui going once again. Now he's on 26 with a lot more COD to play on this map. Another EMP has been earned. Slayer once again absolutely holding his own. 19 and 21 in this one. Might be nice to find a little bit more hardpoint time, but doing his best to slay out for the squad. And PJ just doing everything that he can to stop that lead from disappearing. clears out the mid map and should be able to clear barrel side here as well. He's gonna get executed. What the? Stops the execution.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening. They get the kill regardless. I think that was an unintentional execution animation.
Oh, buddy, unintentional. Or not. Could have been devastating. Nonetheless, setup for that new was up for grabs, and surely you don't want to be caught trying to execute, per se. Sure, it was incidental, as you said, but fake. Nothing incidental about those shots. Able to shut down Yopi, but it's Shisui who's just gone on a tear here. 31 to his name, able to get the shots on the space, make it a 3-piece. That's going to be huge as far as map control goes, and that lead swap as well.
Yeah. Big time right there. PJ's taking down space. Grab Vortex, not sure what we're going for right there, but can zone off the front side. Could be able to get 1, make it 2 right there, and that'll keep things clear for the time being. Yopi pushing out the backside. Oh my god, they group up and they absolutely punch a hole, but shut down by the players in the backside. I believe that's Learn on the objective, keeping things locked down. And Shisui tries to slide through the smoke, but gets decimated by Space. Once again, Team Space in the driver's seat in this one, and PJ continues to fly.
He does. The biggest thing, though, here, P4 has been their weak spot. Team Space trying to get a little bit of a connection over through. You got PJ in the bottom side of wood. You got Sweet Dreams hold the phone. This might be a strong suit now. 177 to 148 is the lead. Still very much showing the hands of Team Space. EMP pop. Annie's already out. No damage done in that regard. Slayer went 6 for 6 his last time around. Is able to find 1 after missing a shot. It might be the tip of his spear if he can get the break on through a Neil.
Seems like he should have the timing to push through the point right here. Concussion, not going to connect through survival training, but Space is there for the trade. So minimize the damage, hold on to this lead. Got to see what type of contest you can find right here. It looks like PJ's going to find some timing through the smoke, but Shisui has no idea he's pushing up right here. He's going to stay tucked away for the time being, and Shisui spots him out. Big time kills to close that gap.
We're getting geared up for a P1 reset. 3rd time around. Definitely going to be where it ends. It is a charm. Lead starting to disappear. P4, again, as I said, a weakness of Team Space. Babe, still alive. Shisui on the hunt is finally Slayer's going to be able to take him down. The top side control here in 10, just all-time high. They're looking to make the connection, Bobby. Down by only 11.
I would imagine Space has got to be loving the fact that there's a marksman rifle that's the #1 game in the right now. He is going absolutely crazy. 47 for him. Farming this lobby, but you got to convert it into some hard point time. PJ on 42. He's looking to clear the hard point. 2 teammates on the low ground. Equal's going to pop right here, and that should be 2 freebies. I believe there's 1 up in tower. So he's not going to overextend his stay, but wraps back to take down his teammate in Yopi. Not going to be able to find 1 more onto Shisui. The damage has been done, though, and Vague's going to find 2 crucial kills to what looks like it was going to be locked down some additional hard point time. It looks like it's going to be Space to reinforce right there as Cisco looks to contest.
Cisco is on a tear, but is shut down. And those kills finally starting to equate to some hard point time for Space as he was able to keep them out, but not only that, but keep those spawns to go along with it. P2 wrapping up, or starting up, rather, could be where this one ends. The setup is looking solid for Team Cisco, and Slayer and Neil combining for 4 in the feed. Slayer popping off now. Put him in the blender. Learn finally able to shut him down, but the opening damage done.
They've got absolutely no map control to work with. 3 operators, make it 2 ready to go. Learn 1. Where's the War Machine going? Okay, he does end up getting 1 kill off of it. Looked like he should have found more, but the lead has now switched. Shisui tries to turn. Can't find the kill onto Vague, but the trades do go through. Neil, War Machine, he's on the inside of the hard point, and you got Slayer on an Annie. This could be the final blow. Everything has been expended right here. Vague, Purifier, but he's got to get close enough to actually be able to use it. Slayer locking down, but he gets traded out by PJ. You gotta stop the time, though. Not a whole lot to work with right there. The kills go through, and they get control of the hard point.
Our second life. Now you gotta be able to connect the dots over towards that P3 site trailer. You gotta start thinking about it. It's all about the rotation. Slayer inside the objective, doing his business. 3 in the feed. He's going to get shut down. Break on through. It is Shisui. Shisui gets taken down. Vague able to get the kill, but it's still able to stand tall afterwards. It's an all-out manhunt. Sweet Dream shut down. 2 seconds. 1. That's it. The final buzzer. 250 to 230. Bobby, crown them the champs. That is going to do it in 4. Team Cisco shuts it down.
I mean, Shisui's got to be the MVP of the tournament for them, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, I think there's no question. This dude put on an absolute clinic every single map that he played. My, oh my, what a performance out of him.
Yeah, I was going to ask Bobby, do we have an MVP? If we don't unofficially, I think we can 110% say that it is Shisui. Every single time that those guys needed to clutch up, every single time those guys needed to turn it up a notch, about 10 notches, he was the guy to do it. And he does it again in our final game. Not only so many eclectic moments in that firing range hardpoint, but also 50 kills at the close of the tournament in his final map. I don't think there was a single map where he had a bad performance every single time we've seen him. And it's like you said, Bobby, you know, we talk about Shisui as a player that's been consistently good in mainline COD-M tournaments. But here, this is one of the best single performances I think I've ever seen from him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No question. And he's not been in a region that, especially on the English-speaking side of things, gets a whole lot of shine. Like, obviously, LATAM, majority of the tournaments that are happening, we're not covering, and so we don't get to see a ton of what's happening over there. But he's definitely been a top player in the region for a long time and really, really earned that spot as the MVP for them. So congrats to him. Absolute masterclass once again, and they are crowned your champions of the crossover clash. I have a graphic for this, I promise. I downloaded it, and I don't know where the download went.
Oh, we'll get it up in a second. While Bobby is doing that verdict, give me your thoughts here. Outside of Shisui, what worked so well for this roster during this? I know we want to glaze Shisui. I get it. I want to do it as well. But give me something else. What worked so well for this team?
I mean, I think Bobby said it well early on. Like, Slayer being able to hold his weight, not only hold his weight, but sling it, man. Buddy, 6 for 6 on the ante off the initial rip, and then return it over into that last hard point. He was there. In order for that to work, he had to have gotten 1 or 2 kills, and he does it as well. You take out the equalizers for Shisui, and Neil's the last man standing as soon as Vague pops his Purifier. I mean, all in that moment, just a lot of hectic and chaoticness, but I mean, they stood strong together, and Slayer contributing the way he did was a huge factor.
100%. Shout out to everybody on that squad. They all had their moments. Team Cisco are your champions of Bobby Plays crossover clash in this event. They came in from the semi-finals after getting a bye to that portion of the tournament. They placed second during the Battle Royale during day 1, and that was down to Slayer, of course. And then, of course, as you said, Verdict, he comes in, he performs alongside the rest of the squad to not only to get them through to the grand finals, but also to put them forward as our champions for this event. Huge, huge congratulations to Team Cisco. I mean, so Team Cisco are our champions. A very brief moment then to talk about our runners-up here on the other side. I mean, Team Space, what a performance from them. We kind of talk a little bit, Bobby, about how we didn't really expect them to even get past Team Abhiz. They really pleasantly surprised us today.
Yeah, there's no question. They exceeded expectations at every turn, and really, it was a winnable event for them, I think, at most turns. I think there were a couple things. Like, ultimately, I think what it came down to was the difference in the level of play between the team's BR players. Obviously, those players played a really big role in them making it into day 2. But like we said, Slayer was just so consistent. For him to go, what, +4 in the final map? Well, you look at the other side, like, he played substantially better than Learn, who's an MP pro. So the performance that he put on right there was 100% the biggest reason, but credit to everybody on that squad. I mean, PJ did his best to carry every single map. So huge credit to him for the performance that he put on, and Space definitely having one of his best events. Sweet Dreams, even though he struggled, Really consistent OBJ performance. He had 2 minutes
Yeah.
and 18 seconds on that one. So even though he was getting torched, definitely did everything that he could to try to contribute to a team win.
Hello?
You're muted.
I'm muted. It's because I was typing away. Everybody was listen, guys. Amateur out here, all right? Everybody was trying their best. Sweet Dreams did exactly what he needed to do there. You're absolutely right, Bobby. So shout out to him. Even though sometimes he wasn't having the best Slayer performances, he was always filling in the gaps where he needed to. All right, boys. Before we close this out, gonna give you guys some final thoughts. Verdict. It has been a super fun tournament. Always a fun time with these kind of curveballs that Bobby throws at us with these tournaments. Final thoughts.
Yeah. Oh man, dude, the creative, it's super. I'm not gonna glaze Bobby, but can we just get a round of applause, dude? Like putting in, orchestrating all this, making sure we have fun tournaments like this in the community. I know we harked on it a little earlier, but I want to speak on it again. The BR portion of this was by far the best thing. And granted, we had a great multiplayer experience. I kind of need more Alcatraz in my life. I'm just speaking from the heart. That aside, I mean, everything was great. Congratulations to Team Cisco. Feels bad for Team Space, but hey, you got further than you were expected, as well as a second place finish. So that's it for me. I appreciate y'all. Much love.
Alrighty, Verdict. Hey, Verdict's right, man. Let's get some more Battle Royale tournaments going, Bobby. They're so fun.
I agree, but also I need Activision to add custom lobbies for DMZ so that we can run some DMZ tournaments, because that is all that I have been playing recently. And I think we could run some really, really fun DMZ tournaments. So hopefully we get those added in the near future, because I would love to run those, or run a like a high level DMZ tournament in the future. No pub stomping, no loot farming. I want the best of the best. I think that would be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it would be. Well, shout out to you, Bobby, for putting us in the tournament, as well as the rest of the staff behind the scenes. Shout out to all the players for competing, and of course to both of you guys for doing some exemplary casting throughout the tournament. And of course, shout out to you guys in chat watching, because without you, none of this would be possible. Massive thank you to Call of Duty Mobile for sponsoring this tournament. This has been Bobby Plays Crossover Clash. We'll catch you next time for the next CODM tournament.